I changed my mind. Then maybe I have to switch to Logan.
Hold on, folks. Hold on. Please do not begin games. Hold on. Please stop. Collins, you're good. Collins, go ahead. Everybody else, please hold. Please hold.
I don't know who's first, second. Okay, so you're on this side. I'll come to you guys with instructions in a minute. I'll be right there.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're joining us from. Welcome to day one of our commentary on the Albany, New York, July 4th Scrabble Tournament. Welcome, everybody, and welcome to our commentator. With me this morning is Mack Meller. Mack, how are you doing?
Good, Matt. Thanks so much to Matt as well as Josh for having me on. Always a pleasure to commentate these tournaments, especially I know we've got a super strong field in both lexicons, and we'll be doing a mix of those today. As has been announced, we'll be doing 2 CSW games to start, which will be a fun challenge for me since I, as most of my YouTube viewers know, don't normally play too much CSW, so looking forward to that. And so who do we have for our first matchup today, Matt?
So our first matchup is Austin Shin, who is no stranger to Scrabble on the internet, against Neil Gann, who was streamed in the Montreal tournament last month and really impressed me with the way he played. So he's definitely an up-and-comer, certainly underrated, and I'm very excited for this initial matchup. The players are still getting situated on the board, but I just want to give a little preview of this tournament, what it is, what the format is, and so on. This is a 4-day tournament, 27 games. In terms of Scrabble tournaments, that's the longest you're going to see outside of a national championship. So a huge, lengthy tournament. And as Mac alluded to, utterly star-studded. Both Lexica, but particularly that CSW field. Defending North American champion Josh Sokol is the 10th seed. That's how good this field is. Wellington Jageri has come over from Nigeria to try to win even more American money, as he did last summer. We've got Adam Logan playing in the field. Matthew O'Connor always has great results. And just look at the roster. Austin Shin on there as well. It's incredible. And there's going to be a lot of high-level Scrabble that we see all weekend. We will be covering every round of this tournament here. So got coverage all day on July 4th, on July 5th, and Saturday and Sunday as well. If you don't have a lot of plans, you've got some weird in-laws you're trying to get rid or get away from, we got you right here on Let's Play Scrabble. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button beneath this video. Subscribe to this channel. That's where all the Scrabble action is going to be this weekend. And let's get some thumbs up momentum going on this video as well. The more thumbs up we get, the higher that algorithm bumps us up, and the more people stumble into competitive Scrabble. That's how we grow the scene, and that's what we all want to see. So we've got all kinds of Scrabble. I'm seeing from my production team. I still don't think the players are ready, so we'll hold off. But Mac, Austin Shin and Neil Gann in this first round. What do you know about these players?
Yes, I think, like you said, Austin's track record speaks for itself. Right, he's been one of the top CSW players, really, in the world for multiple years now. He won the Collins title at SPC at least once. I'm pretty sure. And he's definitely been in contention at some world titles. So like I said, I don't think there's much that needs to be said. He is a top contender by definition at any tournament he enters. And yeah, like you said, I've seen a couple of Neil's games he's posted on Cross Tables and 100% agree he's underrated and has been improving a ton over the last couple of months. So always super exciting to see a new player rising in the ranks that quickly. So yeah, definitely can't wait to see him take Austin on here. I think it's going to be a really fun game. I mean, I think you can't deny that Austin is the favorite, but as we know, it's Scrabble and anything can happen. I'm sure Neil is going to be eager for an early round one upset, so it should be really fun to watch. Looking forward to it.
All right, and as players get situated in pairings, all that dust settles, we do want to cut over and talk a little bit more about the July 4th tournament and how it started. This is a tournament that has a lot of sentimental value to me as well. It's been going for 3 or 4 decades at this point, and was founded originally by the late Annette Tedesco. I could say so many nice words about Annette. She departed it was just the most beautiful experience. She'd invite the entire tournament, every single player, out to her house, right on the river. We'd do fireworks. She and her kids would make barbecue, celebrate the 4th of July together. It was this tournament that really reignited my love for the game and the people around it. Those are the memories that I enjoy making. And so I just wanted to give a little love to Annette as we carry on her legacy with this tournament. Annette, you're missed, and the impact you've made is monumental. With that, the players are situated and ready to go. So let's get to it. Let's see the two gentlemen we'll have on round 1. Austin Shin, rated 2101, and Neil Gann on the other side. As we said, underrated right now, 1503, but don't let that surprise you. We're going to see some high-level play from both of these players as they each look to start this tournament 1-0.
All right, let's roll.
And here we are.
Here we go. Looks like Austin is going to be first, if I am not mistaken. So we will see what he was out of the bag. And while we're waiting for him, I definitely just want to quickly second what Matt said. I used to play the July 4th as well as the Albany New Year's tournaments all the time back when I lived in New York. I've probably played a total of 20 of those tournaments. Lots of awesome memories. And I knew Annette super well as well. She was such a nice and gracious host and organizer. Super sad, obviously, when she left us a couple years ago. But also major shout out to Josh as well as Kieran for taking over and following in her footsteps, which is not an easy thing to do. They've done an awesome job at running these tournaments and keeping them going strong in the last couple of years.
Yeah, just an absolute giant in the tournament scene, and we're working on getting those rack cams updated, but there we go. If Austin could have chosen any rack out of the bag, this is right up there with the options he would have chosen, AEIRTT blank, and a no-brainer bingo for Austin Shin to begin this tournament. You can't have drawn it up any better. I think maybe look to make the blank a letter that's already in the word so you don't expose another floater here. Tattier, I think what he's going for here. And excellent display. If you get a great rack like this, don't waste a lot of time. Play something that doesn't take a hook, double the blank, and then just move on with it. Right, Mac?
100%, Matt. I totally agree. And I know I talk about this on my videos all the time. The biggest mistake you can make on a rack like that is spending 3 minutes. So Austin does the right thing. He makes a quick play, and Tattier looks great for the exact reasons you said. You minimize the number of floaters. Doesn't put any vowels next to the double letter scores, too, I would add, which is great. Doesn't take an S. And now Anel has, I believe, Wurgeld through the R lined up. This is a word that has a lot of acceptable spellings and some that are not acceptable. I want to say this one is not good, at least in NWL. I know it's not good, but I am not positive in Collins. There may be.
Oh my God, yeah, there are a lot of spellings of this word, and I would play it in this situation, but this is not one of the acceptable spellings. There's W-E-R-G-E-L-D, W-E-R-E-G-E-L-D, W-E-R-G-I-L-D, but you can't do it with 3 E's. And in 5-point challenge, you know it's going to get challenged. But this is so much better than any other option Anel has. Oh my God, what a tough first draw. And to have to make this decision on stream is extra hard.
Yeah. Playing against Austin. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point too, guys, to keep in mind. For the NWL viewers in the chat, the challenge rule in Collins is very different. If you lose a challenge, or if you challenge a word that's acceptable, you don't lose your turn. You only lose 5 points, which is a much less severe penalty. So Austin is, I would think, almost 100% going to challenge Wurgeld if Anel plays it, just because it would be an 80-point bingo, even if Austin himself is not sure, which I expect at Austin's level he probably would be sure it's not good. But yeah, like you said, Matt, I think 4 or 5 spellings of this that are acceptable, but none of them with 3 E's. There's also at least one that ends in a T. I think WEREGILT is good, and WERGELT, but not this one.
Somebody in the chat drop every acceptable spelling of Wurgeld or Wurgelt for us, because I'm doing too many things to find them all. But yeah, that's at least 6 acceptable spellings. This one here, though, not among them. What a tough decision for Anel to face. Turn 1 of a 27-game tournament. That's devastating. The other thing you have to think about here is, what's my next option? If the bingo's maybe not a word, and I suspect it's not, what can I do? And, wedgie, I think, through the I is the next best option, the best valid option. That's not an awesome play. You're losing by a bingo. You give up a lot of scoring opportunity. Like, I'd be more and more inclined as I look at this turn to do exactly what Anel's going to do here and try it. Yeah, very defensible decision. And, in 5-point, this is a no-brainer challenge. But, what an interesting opening turn. I would have done exactly what Anel did, and I think several other folks at home would have done this as well. We know, though, that Anel's about to lose his first turn of the tournament.
Yeah, that's such a tough, like you said, tough position for Anel to be in. I mean, first game of the tournament, you're playing one of the best players in the world, and I totally sympathize with him here. It's like you probably feel less bad going for something and it not being good than you do if you don't try it and then you realize after you missed a bingo. So yeah, that's just a brutal way to start the game. But the good news for Anel is, if I recall, Austin's rack was pretty poor, so I don't think Austin is going to be able to capitalize too much on this, at least immediately.
Yeah, not a great pull after his initial rack. Janny or Jenny look to be the options for Austin here, but he should slow down on this turn. Looks like they need to get his clock started. They haven't done that. I think director should step in and get that done. But he's just stepped away. But yeah, you have to think about Anel. You have to think about what are his best options now. How much should I sacrifice to obstruct them? You have perfect knowledge. Probably want to knock out Wedgie and play Jenny here, but then you have to think about what you're giving back. This is a hard turn for Austin. Unfortunately, again, his clock is not running, so he can take as much time as he wants. I don't think he's but wow, he needs to get that clock started.
Yeah, and it's always interesting, like you said, whenever you challenge off a phony, especially a bingo, right? Because then you have full knowledge of your opponent's rack. So yeah, Jenny does block wedgie through the I. It would give Neil wedgie through the Y in Jenny, which scores about the same. But what actually cool about this is if you think a couple turns ahead, right? So if Austin plays Jenny, Neil plays wedgie to the Y, Neil will be putting that W in the triple line, and with an H on Austin's rack, there are a lot of WH words that'll score really well for Austin. So it's almost like chess in this case, calculating a couple turns ahead. So I think this is actually a really nice decision by Austin.
Oh my God, yeah, that's the expert analysis that Mack Meller is here for, and that Austin Shin is here to provide as well. Yeah, perfectly put. And I think we're going to see wedgie, and then we're going to see either
Worf.
Wham, Wrath, or Worf. Yeah, wow, yeah. So a perfectly executed plan after the initial blunder from Neil. Austin looking to run away with this one after Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still a little early to say run away with it. It's still very, very early, but yeah, obviously major advantage Austin here. Neil already has wedgie to the Y lined up, and I mean that I imagine is his best play here. It's definitely better than wedge above or below the first tee and Taddier. That would be a point sacrifice and also give back a big triple on the left. So, and I mean, Neil can't really know what Austin is holding after Jenny. He probably figures he's got more confidence, but there's no reason to expect Worf for 54 is about to come down. So yeah, just a brutal, like we said, brutal turn of events for Neil at the start of this game. But he's got to just, put it out of his mind as best as he can, and he'll be down about 100 after Worf, but he's got plenty of time, so he's got to try to fight back and hope to draw a couple bingos and maybe get back into this game.
Yeah, this is I think we might be seeing Neil think about can you play wedgie as a 6, Wedgey. He's also looking, I think, at wenge, Wenge, through the N and Jenny. Wenge would be a noun, so only the S back hook, but maybe does create the dynamic nature of the board that Neil's looking for. This would be a big swing if he plays wenge instead of wedgie, because Austin would have to burn this S to hit that triple word. Worf is such a strong play. He's already set it up on his rack because he knows he's going to get to play it next turn. That's incredible.
Yeah, and that just shows you, right, that Austin was clearly thinking, and Weedy, which I think Neil has lined up now, would also, of course, allow Worf. It's worth mentioning. But yeah, that shows you Austin was literally thinking about that exact dynamic. So what a great calculation there by Austin playing Jenny. And I will say, too, Alec pointed out in the chat that Austin could have played Janny through the A for the same score, which would allow wedgie, but then the W would not be in as good a position for Austin, right? So he actually wants to induce Neil to play to this Y here, which is why Jenny was a better play. So yeah, really, really cool stuff there from Austin, and we'll see what Neil does. Neil already using a lot of his clock, too. It's worth mentioning. He's going to be down 6 minutes on his clock after just a couple of turns, and you can't blame him. I mean, the first turn was really tough, and this turn is super tough, too, especially the psychological factor of having just lost a turn, trying to rebound from that. So tough start, but like I said, we'll see how he can rebound from it.
So big decision here from Neil. He's not taking the bait. He looks to play wenge, and Austin has to be just a little bit sad by that decision. This plan executed to perfection, except Neil right at the end, pivoting his decision and thwarting it. No Worf for Austin after wenge, and he'll have to look for a different counterplay instead out of AHFMRST.
So now the question is, if you're Austin, right, you know that Neil did not have an S with his last rack. He obviously just drew 4 tiles, so there's a chance he pulled one. But do you cash in now with something like farms or halves, or do you play F'd and 5 for 30, keeping the really strong harms on your rack, going for a monster play with wenges on your next turn?
Or just plunk the F. EF and FY on its own is 26, holds AHMRST. I don't know how often that hits in CSW through the A and how often that draws bingos, but even if you miss the bingo, if you draw another consonant, you've got bailout options. I don't know, EF and EFT both look to be reasonable options here, or cashing in HAFTS for 43. Tough decision here, but I think you hold the S with the knowledge Neil did not have one. You're in the driver's seat here if you're Austin.
I would agree, and I do see Austin has halves lined up now. I also would not fault him for just cashing in, because let's face it, he did still go up over 100, and Neil did draw 4 tiles. There are still 3 more S's unseen. There is a decent enough chance. Like, if the score were tied here, then I would 100% prefer F or F. But given Austin is taking the lead, I'm okay with his decision to be a little bit more conservative here. I still think I would have probably gone with F or F myself, but I totally am fine with this too.
Yeah, so Austin decides score the points now, avoid the volatility. He has to feel like the overdog in this game as well, given he's one of the best players in the world, and Neil is still new to the game. So perhaps just trying to avoid the variance, but leaving some equity on the table and just cashing in now. Austin goes ahead 122-19 over Neil. And a bad pull from Austin and an interesting pull from Neil here. These racks are challenging to play through. No available bingos for Neil, and he's got to decide, am I looking to just play off OD somewhere and keep a very bingo-prone leave, or do I play long out of this rack and just score as much as I can? A play like Loaded next to half just scores 30 in this line right here.
Yeah, this is tough because, I mean, playing long, the advantage is that you have more chances to, say, pull a blank or an S, which would be nice. The disadvantage is you do reduce your bingo percentage. When you're down 100, you definitely do want to try to bingo ASAP to get back into this game. So I think Neil is already down enough. You probably should try to prioritize keeping good bingo tiles. And I would try to leave that end column open. It's a great spot to end ED next to E and Da, which Neil has. The problem is, if you're going to try to play off like DO or DOL, I don't see anywhere that scores a ton while doing that.
Yeah, simulation is partial to just OD right here. I guess that strengthens, potential lines for 6s there, but for 7s here. One other option is just dropping ONY right here. That's actually winning the simulation right now of the options I put in. That's 21 points. You do keep double Ds, but Ds actually synergize pretty well together, especially with this combination, ADDEL. Like, everybody can see a bunch of words that look like that. You continue to keep this line open, opportunities here, and some nice floaters to bingo through. ONY jumps to the top on a sim. It's a creative play. We'll see if Neil thinks of it or if he just opts to play longer out of this rack.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's a play that I think is tough for a human to come up with because, one of the things we're first taught early on as we're rising the ranks in Scrabble when we're thinking about leave is try to avoid keeping duplicate tiles. And yeah, duplicate Ds are a little clunky, but like you said, Matt, with the L and the E, that definitely does improve them. Another thing about O and Y that's nice is it creates yet a second ED line, making woe an end. So that's nice because then if Austin tries to play defense and block one of the lines, which he presumably will given his lead, then Neil would ensure that he has another line to play in. So I actually really like that. But that's that would be a very creative play to come up with. It's not like super flashy or anything, obviously. It's just a 3, but just the thinking of that with the 2 Ds, I think, is very tough for a human to play.
These are the turns that separate 1,700 players from 2,000 players. It's not the flashy, deep bingo knowledge, although those feel good. There are a number of 1,700 players who know a lot of flashy bingos. It's navigating the trenches, navigating turns like this where a lot of options are within a few points of each other, and just optimizing every point and every opportunity out of these situations. These are the turns that separate the experts from the grandmasters. And they're maddening. They're so hard to play correctly.
Exactly. And these are some of the turns I find the most frustrating and challenging, especially when you don't have any high scoring tiles. So it's not like there are 40 or 50 point plays that might be available. You're not scoring that much. And yeah, it's like, do you just score? And it looks like Neil is going to opt to play long here with Dandel. Interesting choice. Very, very aggressive. But maybe at this score, it's not unreasonable. What do you think of that one?
I like the idea for sure. I just hate the O. And if you're trying to make something happen next turn, you need to go in with the best possible rack you can, I think. And just drawing into an O, you're not going to hit very often. Maybe something like, if you're going to try this, maybe something like Noddle instead, Noddle, just to hold an A. But I hate the O. It's the second worst vowel in the game, but among the bottom 5 or 8 tiles in the game, I would like to keep something better if you're going to do this. Interesting decision from Neil. We'll see if it pays off for him.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in principle, like you said, I don't mind the aggression here, right? Especially at this score. I do still think I would have preferred something like loaded there. It's just that the D is it's so easy for Austin to block and score a lot. And while you do want to be aggressive, you don't want to just allow your opponent to further build on their lead with an easy 40-point play. Like if you can try to stay within one bingo range, that would be ideal because now Austin's going to score pretty well there, and Neil is going to most likely need to bingo twice to catch up, which is not ideal. So I think that was maybe a little bit too aggressive at this point, if you ask me. But like I said, I can't fault him for doing that. Looks like we're going to see a Mito from Austin most likely, which looks like a good play.
Oh, and Mito. I was expecting I Mito there, but it looks like he opts to play the A instead. I guess I'm not sure exactly what the rationale behind a Mito
Well, that's
versus I
interesting.
Mito is.
Yeah, I was definitely because he had it lined up with the I first. I'm just looking at the pool. It seems like there's a comparable number of A's and I's left, so I doubt that was the rationale. Yeah, A's are generally better than I's, and we're seeing exactly why here now, guys, right? Because Austin has drawn three I's, and I'm not saying that getting three A's is a good thing, but I's are the worst vowel to duplicate, especially triplicate. Three I's, there are so few words with three I's, and you can't really get rid of two of them easily. Whereas with two A's, you can play AA. There's a bunch of threes with two A's in them. So yeah, it's that's a little bit of a strange decision if you ask me. But like I said, it's certainly I'm sure Austin had his reasons.
I'm sure he had his reasons as well. Perhaps just thinking the I synergizes a little bit better with the O than the A does. But in hindsight, definitely wishes he kept the A. You can never know what you're going to draw in Scrabble, but it always feels like you draw the wrong thing. If you play the Q, you're going to draw the U. If you play the U, you're going to draw the Q. If you keep the I instead of the A, you're going to draw two more I's. It always feels like that. But that's because we choose not to remember when we draw A, D, E, and R, T to our I and just bingo with detrain. Back to Scrabble, though. We had to make a philosophical decision there, Neil did, between Defy for 35, keeping IOSY, or Foy for just 18 in this location. I agree with what he did. Down this much, you have to score now and just pray that you get lucky or that Austin stops scoring. Although we know how Austin feels about stopping scoring. He doesn't do that. I like this idea. You've got to score now to keep the game close. You need a bingo to catch you back up. And if you're down over 100 after Foy, that's not going to happen. Austin has a fun decision to make now in terms of how much he wants to play equity and how much he wants to deal with this rack at all. A number of options for him. Pituri, Pituri, scores very little, but it does some nasty things to this board in terms of shutting down a lot of the available lines.
Does that take an S? I'm honestly not sure.
I am going to look it up right now because I've never seen this word
If
before.
that does take an S, then I'm not probably a huge fan of that. But if it doesn't take an S, then yeah, that would be a super defensive play. I see right now Austin has lined up on his rack PIU, which I'm guessing he would be playing under the A and the M in Amito, which looks reasonable. It closes, well, it sort of closes down that line. It closes the N. It does give back another line for sevens under the P and the I. The leave is obviously not great, IIRO, but he does score enough points that it's probably worth it over trading. And we are seeing now in chat, Alec points out that Pituri does indeed take an S. So, yeah, tough call there. A bunch of unappealing options. I certainly don't hate what Austin did. I mean, I don't love it. It keeps IIOR, but I don't see another option I really like better. So it's hard to be critical of it.
Yeah, Eurepe plays down from the E and whinges, but that opens a triple-triple, which you're never going to do with a 90-point lead. So, yeah, it's a tough turn, and I think, yeah, just keeping it small, scoring some points, and hoping you work your way out of this rack next turn is reasonable. And he has worked his way out. An excellent PNZ draw is going to give him a lot of scoring options out of what could have been another terrible rack. Over to Neil's rack, EIORSVY. Nearing bingo range, but not quite there. No playable bingos for Neil. And again, he'll have to make decisions. How much do I score now versus how much do I groom this rack for next turn? Just fishing off OY in a number of spots feels very strong. Perhaps up here, and Y and YO. or a number of other spots. Maybe he wants to keep the D available to bingo too and wants to fish these elsewhere. But I think fishing OY or YO in some spot might happen. Another option potentially is Versin right here. That's going to blow up the rack, but that scores 38 points. So if Neil's just looking to score a bunch and pray that the tile bag bails him out, that's a way to keep chasing and catching up. What do you feel here, Mac, between the long play and the short play?
Yeah, this is tough. So Neil is down about 90 right now. Versin would get him to within 50, which is definitely one bingo range. So that is interesting for that reason. I mean, it's hard to get a good read from Neil's perspective probably on Austin's rack after PIU. It could be keeping a pretty good lead. He could also just be dumping a bunch of clunkers. As it turns out, he was 38 versus, yeah, I mean, I don't love Yo with NY and DO. I would probably play it under Taddier with maybe A and 2 just to set up another S line with A's. And that would be 14 points. You're giving up 24 points. That is a lot to give up. And EIRSV is obviously a good lead. It's worth mentioning the V is actually not a bad tile at all. The V tends to go pretty well with one-pointers, especially the E and the R. It's just bad when you deal with a lot of high-point tiles on the same rack. And interesting, so Neil going with the extreme version of the fish there, way for 9 points. And actually, this is kind of interesting because that hits a pretty good amount, but unfortunately not within. Or wait, is Oversoil good?
I have no idea.
It's not in NWL, but maybe it isn't. I know Undersoil is.
There are no 8s at all in Neil's rack.
Oh man,
which is absolutely killer.
Yeah, and then another option, I guess, could have also been to play Oi in that spot, as was pointed out in the chat, making do. But that, I think, just gives back way, exactly like you've highlighted there, Matt, way too many big scoring plays to Austin, just to allow him to really compound his lead. So, yeah, tough. I don't mind Neil's decision there. I mean, it hits with Erosive, Ovaries, Ivories, Version, so many draws out of the pool, but yeah, he pulls the dreaded O. So yeah, another tough break for him.
And yeah, as Austin though, you have to be on red alert. Okay, my opponent just spent forever and then fished one tile. Like their bingo percentage next turn has to be 70 or 80%. So yeah. Austin's got to be thinking in that way. He can't know that Neil has missed the fish unless Neil gave some really obvious tell, which I didn't pick up on. So Austin has to maybe, I don't know, does he even block? There are so many bingo lines available between this.
How does he block though? If like the waist hook, it's very, very difficult to block. I mean, he can play down from the D, but then I think he just gives even more counterplay. Like, Dorp doesn't block; it just gives back an even more dangerous S hook. So I don't really think Austin can block, or let alone should. I would probably just play Zit to the T and the blank T, I should say, in Taddier, keeping Preon, which is a pretty good leave, getting rid of one of your eyes and scoring 31 points, it looks like.
I might be looking to hold on to the Z here. I think most of Neil's bingos, whether they're here or here or here, like they give back enormous spots for the Z in almost any instance. And so I think I want to hold on to it and be ready to pounce. If I'm getting bingoed on, I'm going to crush you next turn with the Z tile. But scoring 31 right now also makes a lot of sense. Prion is a decent leave. Bingo's a good amount of the time. I might have thought about holding on to the Z in that situation, though.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought for sure. I guess the question is if you're going to hold on to the Z there. I saw you had written Pern on the board, which is decent, but you're giving up a lot of points, and Z high O is not the best leave. So I think I would agree if there were a stronger play available that would have held the Z, but I just don't feel like Austin's options there that held the Z were quite good enough to justify forgoing Zit, in my opinion at least. But it's definitely an interesting idea.
Yeah, I think if there were a better option to do it, I certainly would have. But Pern IOZ is a tough leave to swallow. Just some food for thought in terms of approach. Neil, I guess we're going to see an O fish, like JO scores 13 right now. He could play Void or O Void if he wants to get rid of a few more vowels. He could VO Like, there are places to play VO off as well if he wants to do that. VOE and the ZE, another option. But I don't know. This is really tough. Do you fish a second straight turn? It's hard to do that, especially on stream, but I think it's appropriate here.
Yeah, and like this is the thing with fishing, right? And I talk about it all the time in my YouTube videos, and it's part of why I generally try to avoid it. Is if you miss, you kind of get into this vicious cycle where you sort of have to keep fishing because once you fish, you're sacrificing points, and you're by definition going to be falling behind even more, and that means the more you fall behind, the more the urgency to bingo increases, which means you kind of have to keep fishing. So yeah, I mean, Neil can't really afford at this point, I don't think, to play Versin, like the play you mentioned before, keeping two O's. I think he's got to fish again, and it's just a question, like you said, does he play JO or does he play something like Ovoid, which is what he's going to go with? And yeah, I mean, I can't really blame him for doing that. You know, the leave didn't work last time, so it's easy to think it won't work again. I honestly would probably have just fished off the O there. I do like playing fewer tiles when I'm at this kind of deficit just to prolong the game a little bit. And that other leaf probably does still bingo a little bit more than just going all the way down to ERS. But it looks like this is going to... Actually, I'm not sure if Neil has a bingo here. I thought that L was an I at first, but now I'm not so sure.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Needlers maybe with the D. Crucially, though, I want to point this out. Austin has the Collins-only bingo Pillcorn set up on his rack. He had spotted it, and it played beneath Piu with 3 overlaps. So Neil kept himself alive by playing Ovoid. He can't know what he just did, but that is a big pivotal swing in this game. J.O. gets bingoed on, and now Austin has a very tough turn. The highest scoring play that the engine spits out is just 16 points. So Austin went from a 78-point bingo to 16 points. Huge swing of events in this game.
Absolutely, and that can happen sometimes. I'm by no means saying Ovoid was suboptimal. Very well may have been Neil's best play, but sometimes you'll be between two decisions and you'll make one and it ends up working out poorly for you, and sometimes you'll make the other and it ends up working out great, even if in a vacuum it's not the best decision. But yeah, Pillcorn, wow, I definitely did not know that word. Fairly low prob Collins bingo. I did see Austin had it lined up on his rack though, so it was ready to go. And yeah, wow, hard to believe that his best play here scores only 16. I guess that's just a testament to how bad this board really is for scoring plays that aren't bingos.
Yeah, this is nuts. Austin devastated by that play. Like, what do you do here? Oh my goodness. There's CLOY, which is going to do a lot to just stop us from getting over here to this quadrant. Knocks out the WEY hook. Austin still has to assume Neil has an S in his range a lot. Neil did just fish one tile, so while he played IOOV the next turn, like, Neil had to be holding on to like excellent stuff. I think an S is in Neil's range nearly all of the time, given the last 2 plays, and Chloe at least takes that away. But there's nothing good for Austin to do here at all. And if you can't do anything good, at least try to shape the board in your favor, I guess. Anything else that jumps out to you here, Mac?
Not really. I mean, yeah, Chloe looks reasonable to me. I think you absolutely, like you said, have to assume that after the 9-point fish of Way, Neil has an S. You have to go back a couple turns here if you're Austin and think back to that. And Chloe does very effectively deal with that. It's worth mentioning CH is good in Collins, and there is, I believe, still 1 H left. So it doesn't entirely shut down that part of the board like it might in NWL. And it can be reopened, say, with plays from the L. But the short-term defense is super strong. It makes it extremely hard for Neil to bingo with Ways. So I like that. It's not like Austin's giving up a lot of equity either. We know his best play is 16 points. Chloe gets 13. PIRN, not the best lead I've ever seen, but certainly not the worst. I'm perfectly good with it.
If you're Austin, you sit in this situation and just like scratch your head, like something's going to pop out, right? I'm going to spot a play that isn't absolutely abysmal. And we're here with the engine on our end. I can see that there's nothing generating that scores more than 16, but like to slowly come to that realization on what was a board that was wide open just a few turns ago, like this is baffling to Austin. He's going to spend some time here just trying to find anything that isn't abysmal, and nobody's home at all. What a swing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking for other options. You could do, if you want to take out some floaters for eights, maybe something like, I was going to say clip above the I, or above the T and the A in Tadier. Coney looks better, though, because clip would still give back the C and the double line, which is not ideal. Yeah, Coney is a very nice defensive play, taking out that part of the board pretty much completely, unless Neil is able to find a 9 through the TO or the AN. So that's an option. I would still lean towards Cloy, though, because you basically, like we said before, know that almost 100% of the time Neil has an S following that play of Lay, and taking out that line while you have, like, this is a good opportunity for Austin to do that, right? Because, like we said before, it's not that easy for Austin to block that spot. And doing so now, given how bad his other options are, is not a significant equity sacrifice. So it seems like a good time to do it when he doesn't have to sacrifice to do so.
I like Coney a lot, given that TO has no front hooks. I think, sure, the CH is a possibility, but otherwise, I want to do everything I can to limit us hitting this space. I want to keep things good and tight. Austin passing up on Cloy, opting to play Ploy instead, which is definitely, in terms of sheer equity, better. CINR is a stronger leave than PINR. And so he's going to do that, but keep the board a little bit more open with the lead that he has. And Neil almost instantly
He has Austin has a bingo through the T now, it looks like, and it's coming. Oh, is there a? This is a word I do not know. I was looking at granitic through the T. Wow.
All right, yeah, wasting absolutely no time to drop the 92-point Garcinia. That's way better than granitic, the Collins-only bingo. And that's going to surge Austin ahead. So Neil with the fish, Austin with the bingo. Ploy, bingos more often than Cloy for sure. So perhaps some of the merit of just keeping the bingo or keeping the better leave here. And it looks like we're going to see a challenge from Neil as well. Of course, in 5 points, if your opponent plays something for 92 and you haven't seen it before, you're always going to make that challenge. So a reasonable decision here from Neil. Garcinia going to come up green. And 5 extra points for Austin, 97 now for the bingo. We'll put Austin's lead at 313 to 133. The scoring stopped for one turn, but the scoring never stopped for good. And Austin Shin right back on the board.
Yeah, tough, brutal sequence of events there for Neil. Like we sort of glossed over his play of V and ZE, which he made almost instantly after Austin's play of Ploy. It seems reasonable to me. The leave of ELNRS is a little constant heavy, but he scored a decent number of points, got rid of 2 of his E's, and he has drawn the blank, but he's also drawn the X to go with it. So I don't see a bingo immediately here. Relaxins is not going to fit. And yeah, no bingos. Yeah, this is just a brutal position for him at this point. I mean, down 180 points. Board is quickly running out of space to play. This is a pretty dire situation. I don't really see anything here that jumps out.
Sometimes Scrabble makes you sad. And this is one of those games for Neil. Like, it's just mocking you. It gives you Wurgeld and on the first turn and then just kind of laughs at you. You miss your one-tile fish that probably hits 70 or 80% of the time. And then, yeah, it gives you the blank now that the game's out of reach, so you can't even complain that you got double blanked afterwards. It's rough. I don't know.
I think the thing that I try to keep in mind when this kind of game happens, because it happens to everybody, right, is no matter how many bad things go your way in one game, whether it's you make a mistake, you play a phony, or you get bad draws, like you said, at the end of the day, even if you lose by over 200, it's still just one loss, right? Like, it might feel like, oh my gosh, this is normally the number of mistakes or bad things that happen over several games. It might feel like you just lost several times, but at the end of the day, you just lost one game. And there are 26 more games, and that's sort of the way you have to look at it if you're Neil. It's obviously a big spread hit too, but there's, like I said, if he can just start winning more games, he'll quickly make that up. So he's still got to try to hopefully score with his X here, get a bingo down, cut the margin a little bit if he can. But yeah, I mean, what's the best play here that the engine comes up with? Because I'm just really not seeing anything good with the X here.
Sext plays for 40. You give up the S if you're going to do that. I don't know. Like, Scrabble just makes you sad sometimes. SEXT right here. It does retain blank N to try to hit this line. I think that's probably the play you got to make and just try to score some points. But this one's effectively over, so you just kind of do whatever. You can plunk the X here if you want. I don't know. Just get to the end of the game, keep a good mindset, try to reduce the spread, and get on to the next one is kind of my mindset here if I'm Neil. And don't go overtime either.
That's a good point. He is down to under 5 minutes. Yeah, Sex looks pretty good to me. Like you said, keeping the ING. And the G is pretty tough to block for Austin, too, without incurring a pretty significant equity hit. And Sex does set up another S hook as well as an O hook, which is probably not going to come into play. But yeah, that looks pretty reasonable to me. Worth mentioning that in the unlikely event that Neil floats an E here, Austin would have truckled with his seemingly unconducive rack to bingoing over there.
All right, so Neil makes an acceptable and valid play. He plays Lexus, which means we're closer to the end of this game, which is good. And it doesn't float the E in the right spot to give truckled back to Austin. Austin just going to play luck very quickly, which is totally reasonable. We'll see if he's able to draw one more bingo into DLRT, and we'll see if Neil is able to get. I think he is going to get it.
Yeah, it's about 100 points. So that'll at least cut the margin down to about 100. And Austin keeps TLDR on his rack, but he is going to draw. He's not going to have a lot of luck here, despite his last play, drawing the Q and no vowels. So maybe we'll see something crazy here. Brawling is about 100. That'll get Neil to within 85. If somehow he can bingo out this game and catch Austin with the Q, I mean, things could actually get a little bit interesting.
I've prematurely given Neil the points for brawling. Oh my god. All right. I guess he wants to open a triple instead, foregoing a lot of points here. So I spoke way too soon. He's opting to play Brawnier for 74 instead of Brawling for 101. Maybe trying to keep
this could potentially pay off because Austin has no vowels and he cannot block. So he's probably going to have to drop his Q for 31 above that I. And if Neil can somehow draw a triple through the B, which don't get me wrong is unlikely, but probably not impossible, this might be one of the wildest comebacks we've ever seen.
Miracles happen once in a while. Let's see if Neil just made one happen here. Austin completely unable to block with 7 consonants. Come on, Neil.
If you pull a triple now, Matt, it's 374 to 231. That's up to date.
With QI, it's 374 to 231. The unseen pool is not correct yet. What is this? This could be. Wait.
Oh,
I don't think so.
No, Rio base from the R is a bingo, but it's not going to be that many points. It's funny. At first, before Neil turned over the E, I was thinking he might turn over a T, and then he might have Bobitas, which is, of course, the plural of Bobita, which is not a word, but it's one of the most famous Scrabble phonies of all time that Josh Sokol once got away with. The hybrid between a bobcat and a cheetah, of course, for all those wondering.
Bobita, that's a good one. Speaking of all-time phonies, check out Mack Meller on YouTube if you haven't yet. He's got all kinds of videos archiving the absurd, the incredible, the ridiculous, and the phonies. So check Mack out. I'll give him a little plug, and we'll drop his handle again in between games. But lots of stuff there. And while we're talking about Scrabble on the internet, while we stream Scrabble on the internet, I'd be remiss if we didn't plug Austin Shin's channel as well. Austin does a lot of Twitch streaming. Hopefully we can get a little help in the chat dropping his channel there. But Austin streams 2 to 3 times a week on his Twitch channel. He goes through words. He plays Blitz online, all kinds of stuff. So if you're looking for more Scrabble content, search for him, find him up on Twitch, give him a follow or a subscribe, and he would appreciate that. OH, the play for Neil, so either opting out of or whiffing on Rio base, and Austin with 7 consonants yet again, still unable to block the triple.
Yeah, I think, honestly, whether he saw Rio base or not, from a pure win percentage standpoint, this is probably a better play because after Rio base, he's still down close to 100. He gives Austin a massive scoring spot. There's very little chance. And yeah, now he gives himself another shot to hit the B if Austin is unable to block. And Neil should probably infer that at this score, when Austin played QI, he probably would have blocked the B holding QI for next turn if he were able to, just because blocking the B would naturally be more of a priority than getting rid of the Q at that kind of lead. So I think this is actually, whether he saw Rio base or not, a really heads-up play by Neil to leave that open. Because, yeah, as we're seeing Austin pulling the V, still unable to block. So yeah, what do you do here if you're Austin? Do you play something like Lav for 6? There are enough tiles left to trade still, right?
Vant, V-A-N-T, is a column's only 4, so if you're going to continue playing through this, you have to be absolutely certain you draw a vowel next turn. You can't just play one tile yet again. Even though the pool is 13 vowels and 8 consonants, that's still an 8 in 21 chance that you draw another consonant. You've got to play at least 2 and more ideally 3 tiles here. I wonder if the QI turn was perhaps rushed. Like, we should have thought this through, right? If you play QI and you draw a consonant, Neil gets another chance to fish for a triple.
Yeah, maybe train for the A would have been a better play.
Yeah. I mean, that was a turn that was blitzed, but like the only way you lose this game is if you draw another consonant and then your opponent eventually hits a triple, right? So maybe you need to do everything you can to stop this situation from happening. Or maybe not, I don't know. But here he goes. Now he is almost guaranteed to draw a vowel playing 4 tiles. This is what you do in that situation.
Yep, good play. I totally agree. It's worth mentioning, too, I'm looking at the pool now. It was obstructed in my screen before. There are 13 vowels and 8 consonants left in the pool, which is a fairly extreme disparity in favor of vowels. So, yeah, Austin almost guaranteed to draw a vowel, and he does. He gets 2 of them, it looks like. So that B is definitely not staying open for another turn if Neil elects to try to hit something there once again.
So 380 to 259. Neil missing the triple, close to things like sub-acute, just 1 tile off, but he's finally throwing in the towel here. He has to know with the abundance of vowels, he won't get another chance to fish for a triple, and with no way to open a second triple, he's just going to reduce the spread here. I think that's reasonable. Booba, the play from him. And this one's all but done now.
Yeah, it looks like Austin's going to be up about 100. So even if Neil does bingo, which we're waiting for a 7 tile, but he very well might. Yeah, he does have a 7 on that rack. So Austin just needs to be a little bit careful here to not empty the bag and potentially run into an out bingo, but I think it looks like 7 tiles left in the bag, so Austin doesn't have to worry about that quite yet. And does Garcinia take an S? I'm going to guess it does. Okay.
It is a tree, so MVULES in that spot is a playable 6 for Austin. He's got it set up. That's going to knock out goatees as far as I see. Though another bingo still plays for Neil.
Yeah, ecotages through the sea and luck. That is admittedly a word I have never seen in my life. MVULs. Wow.
Actually, 2 playable bingos here. The M also gives Neil Somegate. 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 I don't know what that word is, but that's another option, though ecotages scores 2 more points. So a little bit of mercy from the tile bag for Neil. He does finally get something going for him in this game, but it's too little, too late, as Austin leads 410 to 362. Neil pulls the final tile out of the bag. It's an A, and we'll just see this end game played through. Austin will try to maximize his spread, and that'll be it for this one. Best end game sequence for Austin is playing any acceptable 5-letter word in this spot. There are 2 of them. Rotor, R-O-T-O-R, or Rory, R-O-R-I-E. Either of those, the top sequence for him. But this was a good one. Lots of stuff to talk about, lots of interesting decisions. After the phony were guild here early on, Austin made an incredible play of Jenny baiting the hook, baiting just so many interesting things that happened early. The decision of Dandel, I think, one of the big decisions in this game as well from Neil, holding on to an O, passing up on options such as loaded to try to make this game accelerate right now, perhaps a little bit impatient. But as I said on that turn, these are the decisions right here that separate 1,700 players from 2,000 players. They're so hard. You've got to figure out how to optimize every point and every win percentage point out of every game. Interesting game for sure, though. What are your final thoughts on this one, Mac?
Yeah, no, totally. I think I completely agree with everything that you said. Obviously, really tough start for Neil with that Wargel turn, which I won't dwell on too much because we already talked about that. But yeah, just a really, really brutal way to start off a game and end a tournament, and that may have set the tone a little bit. But overall, I think Neil did a great job at rebounding after that. He found some really nice plays later in the game, and I think it was just an example of how sometimes you make the right play. I think the fish was totally fine, and he just happened to get burned from it, and then ended up with a couple of racks with low scoring tiles that couldn't bingo, which is always a struggle. So yeah, no, I think he did well. And look, at the end of the day, Neil was only going to lose this game by about 60 points, which I think, given he was down by close to 200 at some point, has to feel a little bit like a victory, because this could have been a lot worse for him. He's only going to lose 60 spread points, and it's the net round 2 is a new game, and hopefully if he can just draw a little bit better and hit those fishes, then I think he's going to be in great shape to get a win. And from Austin's side, I mean, no big surprise, like we said, given his track record in the game, but he played really, really solid Scrabble throughout. Some great tactics, like we saw with Jenny, and just some solid play finding and defense and tactics later on in the game. So yeah, really good game to start off the stream and to start off the tournament.
So that concludes round 1 of the Albany, New York, July 4th tournament. But fear not, there are 26 more rounds of Scrabble to go. We will be steering you to round 2 in just a minute. I'm still awaiting what matchup we're going to see, trying to figure out who it might be. But I think the plan is to stay in the CSW division for one more game, although it looks like we're still in early tournament pairings and a lot of probably lopsided games in this. We're going to let our production team figure out and wrangle some players. We're just going to cut back to Mac and I for a minute as we let Josh run and do that. But so far, 1 for 1 on interesting games of Scrabble, and I think that's what all of us here are hoping to watch. That was a good one, and so many more good ones. God, I'm just looking at the matchups that we might be able to bring and the names in this Collins field. I can't stop geeking out about it. Adam Logan, Will Anderson, Matthew O'Connor, Austin Shin, Chris Lipe, Josh Castellano, Josh Sokol, Wellington Jagari, Jason Keller. Like, there are so many good players we're going to get to watch this weekend. And NWL, which we're pivoting to for the last 6 games today, there's a lot of awesome players there too. I'm really excited to watch some Joey Krafchick, who's recently unretired and come back to Scrabble. We'll see if he's rusty or if he's still the fine-oiled blitz-playing machine that he was before he stepped away for a few months. Mac, I'm going to put you on the spot. Give me one name in each division. Who do you think is going to win the CSW field and the NWL field at this tournament?
Oh, man. Well, I'll start with NWL, since I think as strong as that field is, if you force me to put money on it at an even line, I would have to bet on Joey. As you mentioned, Joey has may have a little rust still to shake off, but he has proven time and time again why he's consistently been rated over 2,000 and is one of the top players in the country. His word knowledge is extremely strong, and like you said, he's a very fast player, which can cause problems sometimes if he rushes too much and misses something, but it also puts his opponents under a lot of pressure, and I think ends up benefiting him a lot more than it hurts him. So I've played him many times. I know him super well, so he's a tough player to play against, and my money would be on him if you force me to pick. CSW is a lot tougher, like you said. I think you hit it on the head earlier, Matt, when you said that Josh Sokol is the 10th seed in the CSW division. Like, let's just let that sink in. Josh is one of the top players in the world. He's the defending Scrabble Players champion in NWL, nonetheless, but still, and he is the 10th seed. Like, this is brutal. I mean, I don't think there's a bad pick in any of those names you just mentioned. I guess if you forced me to pick one, I would probably go with Adam Logan, just because I feel like he's so solid on everything. Like, from what I've seen of his play, his word knowledge, his strategy, he just rarely makes mistakes. And look, none of these guys make a lot of mistakes, but I feel like Adam is just the most fundamentally solid. He's been playing for many years, way longer than I have. He's been at the top stage before at big tournaments. I think, like I said, there's no bad pick there, but if you absolutely forced me to pick, I would go with Adam.
Speaking of Adam Logan, I'm getting word from our production team that is who we are going to have on stream next. So right on cue, I couldn't have paid
Sweet.
Mac. Drop that in time. But our next matchup will be in a few minutes. We got to let the players take their bio breaks and be human beings and stuff. But our next game is going to be Adam Logan first versus Terry Kang, who is another person who has done so much for the game, opening up her house for a number of different tournaments. One of the all-timers out there, one of the good ones. So that's going to be a great matchup. Again, that one coming in just a few minutes. Mac, for those who are maybe dropping into their first or second Scrabble stream and a little bit less well-versed in the history of Scrabble, who's this Adam Logan guy?
That's a good question. So Adam, I unfortunately haven't gotten to play Adam all that much, just because I'm primarily an NWL player, and Adam, at least for the last 10 years or so, has been primarily a CSW or international lexicon player. So I don't actually know his game super well from firsthand experience, but he is, I mean, one of the absolute legends of the game in Scrabble. He's, I think, either a 1 or 2-time North American champion in NWL. I believe he's won a world title as well. So he's pretty much accomplished everything that there is to accomplish in Scrabble. I mean, you cannot deny that he's one of the greatest players of all time. Super down-to-earth guy, too. I've gotten the opportunity to chat with him a lot. Very, very humble and happy to talk about his experience and help newer players, which is always awesome to see. I think a lot of the top players are like that, which is part of why this is such a great community. But yeah, no, Adam is, like I said, one of the best people in the game, best players. So super excited to see him on stream next.
And as you see so often among top Scrabble players, Adam, a brilliant math mind, a brilliant mathematician, great at calculating, and so good at that dynamic of Scrabble, the guesstimation. In Scrabble, you never see the same position twice. You always have to guesstimate. What are the odds that this event occurs? What are the odds that I draw this? About how many points will they score after these two plays? And he handles those positions, those intermediate turns, so effectively and so brilliantly turn to turn. He is always a treat to watch. And I'm stoked that we get to do that here on Let's Play Scrabble. Speaking of Let's Play Scrabble, if you haven't yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button down underneath. This is Josh Greenway's Scrabble channel. Every major event that he puts on will be streamed here. He has all sorts of other events, like yesterday, Will Anderson versus Wellington Jagere in a best-of-7 exhibition series. All kinds of different weekend events, head-to-head matchups, money on the line. He has it all right here on this channel and breaks down these live streams into digestible VODs after the fact. If you want to watch things short and sweet and kind of cut off the end of those blowouts, he'll take care of that for you. So hit that subscribe button if you like watching Scrabble on the internet. Make sure you hit a thumbs up on this video. Bump us up the algorithm because we have 8 hours of Scrabble coming today, and we want as many folks as possible watching us. And by the way, thanks for being here and watching us today, spending your 4th of July doing the most American thing ever, playing a board game with your friends. Maybe slightly more American things can be done, but Scrabble was invented by an American in America. Reasonable enough, right? Decent celebration.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's a great, obviously it's a little different here, but it's a great family activity too. I know so many people, even before I started playing tournaments, would have, board game nights where they bring out this Scrabble board and have 2-way or even 4-way Scrabble games. So yeah, like you said, invented by Alfred Butts, who grew up in America. It uses, for the most part, at least the version we'll be playing today, uses an English dictionary. So I think there's definitely a lot of parallels. I don't know if I'd say the most American thing to do. That's probably subjective, but definitely fits that category. So yeah, great day for some Scrabble. And like Matt said, thank you all so much for spending the day with us. We really appreciate all the support. And it sounds like we are about ready to jump into the next game.
So let's jump into the next game then. As promised, Adam Logan and Terry Kang. Adam is certainly the favorite, but we have seen Terry play fiercely on stream a number of times. This is by no means going to be a walk in the park for Adam. Terry's made things difficult. She's had a lot of success at tournaments recently. I think most recently I remember in New Orleans, she had an incredible run in the lower division of the Collins field. So this is going to be a good one. It looks like Adam's just stepped away for a minute, perhaps to do that bio break thing or grab some water or something. But we thought we were ready for some Scrabble. It seems like not quite just yet. These are human beings after all. But we'll get there very soon. How do we fill an awkward minute of time, Mac? I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss.
I'm still feeling good, Matt. I mean, we're one game in only, so still I'm pretty fresh. I know. I will say I don't know how your vocal cords sustain doing this commentary for 4 or 5 days in a row. I know I've done a couple of these 4-game shifts, and my throat gets pretty sore by the end of it. I'm doing fine for now, but I'm super impressed by people who can do even one full day, let alone four in a row. So definitely major props to you, Matt, and Will, and all the other folks who do all this commentary. Super appreciated and impressive. But yeah, no, for now I'm feeling great, excited for this game. Like you said, always a privilege to get to watch Adam and Terry. She's been playing for probably longer than I've been alive. I've known her for many years. Great player, very competitive. So it's going to be a good game.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I'm excited for all of them. Let's pivot out to the room cam and just kind of get a survey of what's going on out there at this massive event in Albany, New York. Just kind of see some of the folks out there. I was watching the room cam as we were getting the stream set up this morning, and I kept thinking, like, dang, they're here too? That person's here too? Oh my God. Like, I got a little FOMO, honestly. I know I played this tournament a few times, and I'm sad to miss it every time, but Texas to Albany is a very long trip. Hopefully next year I'll be playing instead of being the floating head in the corner. All right, Adam is coming back to the board, so we're going to cut back over to the Scrabble action instead of going to room cam. We will actually get to watch some Scrabble here on Let's Play Scrabble.
Alrighty, let's do it. And yeah, no, definitely. Like I said, I have tons of fond memories too of playing that tournament. I used to live in New York, and now that I live in Kentucky, definitely a bit of a longer trip. Just not quite as long as Texas for you, Matt, but definitely still not an easy one day trip, that's for sure. So especially with the other major tournaments coming up in just a couple of weeks, it was a little too much for me to justify making this trip there as well. But definitely sad to miss it. It was always a great time, but I'm sure everybody who's there is enjoying it to the best of their capabilities. So I guess we're just waiting for Adam to come back still, but hopefully we will have Scrabble underway for you guys momentarily.
While we're talking about this event and how awesome it is, let's go ahead and plug another event brought to you by the Let's Play Scrabble team. That'll be the Lake George Tournament this October. That's going to be a fun one, but I'll plug that in more detail later. Looks like we are back. Just had a little technical difficulty, didn't cut to the right scene, but the game is underway. Adam, CCEENOS, the rack, and I don't see anything that's awesome. The 4-letter ECCO looks extremely standard, though there's a question to be asked about where to play that. Otherwise, if he wants to score more, there's also the 6-letter sconce, SCONCE for 26. Mac, you play Echo for 16 or sconce for 26 here?
I'm playing Echo personally. So the interesting thing about sconce is that Adam saves an E, and if he were to redraw an N out of the bag, he could actually extend it to N sconce for 39, which would be cool. But to me, Echo it's a 10-point sacrifice immediately. ENS is such a strong leave, and I'm at least a type of player who likes to try to prioritize bingoing as soon as possible, because when you're the first to bingo, then you take an early lead and you just sort of get to dictate play from the start and try to shape the board in your favor rather than having to be on your back foot. And not that Adam can't bingo after sconce, but it's certainly a lot less likely than after Echo. Sconce also gives more back to Terry. It floats an S and an N, which could be useful for her. So, and also the cool thing about Echo is that it takes the front S, right, for Secco, I believe. So that could potentially be useful for Adam, and I assume it takes a back S as well, but I'm not positive.
So Echo does not take a back S. The plural would be ECCE, but it does take the front S as well as a front R, and all of that drives this decision for Adam. Do I set a trap, test Terry's word knowledge, and see if she's seen that Echo doesn't take an S? She's been playing for long enough. I'm almost certain she's seen this before, but always helps to take a chance, right? Or do I try to set up my own S? This is a really hard decision to make. And then where to play this word on top of it. I don't know what to do. I would also spend 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, I think, thinking about this one.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Adam taking 3 minutes. He's, I believe, normally a fairly fast player, especially in the early stages of the game. And here we go. We see Echo with the O on the start. And I think I agree with this. It doesn't put either of the vowels next to the double letter scores. It makes the S hook, the front S hook, I should say. The back S hook is not a thing. Front S hook a little bit stronger because that would be on the double letter score. The one drawback to this placement potentially is it does expose an E in the double line for Terry, but it looks like with Virginia minus an R on her rack, she's not going to really be able to capitalize on that.
Oh, ECCE, not the plural, but just a different version of the word echo. It's an interjection. Caving, the play here from Terry, missed an opportunity to play vicing here. And I know I sometimes have a hard time pulling the trigger on vicing being a verb, but 2 I's her leave instead of 2 A's. We'll see if this comes back to bite her on the small blunder on that turn. But caving instead her play, and that is going to give Adam the double-double unitizer, which he wastes no time putting down. Unitizer for 78 puts Adam ahead 98-20, but Terry's found a great draw into that double I leave, ART and a blank, and she's going to bingo right back after Adam's double-double.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to probably see the word airiest in one of 3 spots, and I'm just watching Adam's rack because I see Q blank F to start. That'll be interesting, but focusing on Terry for now. So airiest plays with Secco, unitizers, or cavings, which is good. I think this placement seems reasonable. Cavings would score a tiny bit more, but opens quite a lot for Adam. And Terry isn't really going to be down here. It's going to be basically an even game, so there's no need for her to be too aggressive. I think this is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think Ariist are playing Iris 8 here. There's no reason to play Cavings unless you're like 1,000% sure, especially not in 5-point challenge. And it gives back so much. This might just be better even if you're 100% on Cavings. So Ariist, the play from Terry, 72 points, and she now trails by just 6 after a great pull into her II lead.
What on earth do you do here if you're Adam? That's the bigger question.
This is going to be a good one. So 3 reasonable options for Adam. One of them is playing KERF through the E in Unitizer. One of them is giving up the blank right now to play Q blank ARK for 47. And then the third one is just exchange KQFM and hold DR blank. It's crazy to think you might pass up on 47 and exchange for 0 here. And I think Quark burning the blank, as weird as that feels, could be the top option. Though if I'm Adam and in a big overdog situation like this, I do not want to set up that big back S hook if I don't have it. So Mac, what do you think here? Break this down for us.
Man, this is tough, and I'm just looking at Terry's rack, and I do see that Quark would happen to block the tricky to see Farina's spelled with an NHA in the middle. But yeah, I agree with what you said, Matt. I'd be a little hesitant to play Quark, not even so much because of spending the blank. Like on equity, it probably is best, but that S hook is so strong. Terry just played 7 tiles, so she's the favorite to hit the S. And as good a player Terry is, you can't deny that Adam is still the heavy favorite here. So creating that volatility and something that's so hard to block, right? Because the Quark hook without an S on Adam's rack is almost impossible for him to block. I think Adam made the right call here with Kerf. I maybe could have also seen trading just because QMD blank is going to take at least 1 or 2 more turns to plod through. Whereas if he trades, he probably could have bingoed. I might have traded there over Kerf. That was a tough turn, man. I don't know. I can kind of live with all of the options. It was, those decisions when it's very different, say, from the first game where we're looking at different fishes for Neil. These are 3 completely different types of plays with super different pros and cons and board dynamics. It's so hard to make that decision.
Very seldom do you get to make 3 completely different decisions. Like I'm either exchanging or I'm scoring intermediate and keeping an okay leave, or I'm scoring 50 right now. Like very seldom do you have all 3 of those options available. So that was a very interesting turn from Adam and one that he played through quickly. Terry does not spot the tricky Farinhas and instead opts to play FAH. I think she should have maybe played FAH right here to hold the more synergistic AINRS than just IRNS, but she opts to play it underneath instead. I think that's also a very reasonable play, and she's now found the Z. So while she probably won't bingo next turn, a lot of scoring opportunities available for her. And Adam into that Q blank did not find what he was looking for, as he now actually trails by 1 point, and he gets to make the same decision all over again. Do I burn this blank and play Qualm through the A for 41? Or do I plunk the Q for 11? Or do I exchange? Or do I play Milder, perhaps, in the same spot? Milder through this I and hold Q blank? Another very tricky turn for Adam. Mac, break this one down for us.
Yeah, and see, this is why on the last turn, and maybe it's a little bit hindsight, I think I would have exchanged if I were Adam, because you can just get into this rabbit hole where you end up with these super tough decisions multiple turns in a row, and you're often going to end up stuck with the Q. And the Q is just, it's hard to overstate sometimes, guys, how bad a tile it is. It just can completely ruin an otherwise good rack. And yeah, this is brutal. I would not play Qualm here. This one I feel more emphatic about. It's not nearly as strong as Quark. It doesn't score as much. The other options are better here. I'm totally fine with Adam's call here to plunk the Q for 11. It turns out he's going to block Izars for 72, which is good for him. Yeah, Milder I could have also lived with, keeping Q blank because it turns over more tiles, better shot at getting a U for the Q. Man, tough one there. But I think I'm happy to see the Q off of Adam's rack. I think, yeah, he'll be bingoing here. I see Trembled through the E and Echo, and there may be something a little bit better as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lariest is valid, and so a number of plays there, Rumbled, Rambled, Rembled, Marbled, Drumble, like he's got a gazillion options, but all of his highest scoring bingos, 79 pointers, use that Lariest front hook. So that's what I expect to see him do. I wonder how long he spends making sure he doesn't have a major play there, but Adam is generally a machine on words and finding stuff. This line here also probably deserves a quick look. And then maybe even this one. I wonder if he drops a Reco, if he's going to pull a chain or a challenge. Does he even have a bingo that makes Reco? I don't think so.
Not seeing it. Yeah, most of the words end in ED there. Yeah, I had forgotten about Larius. That looks probably a little bit stronger than Tremble, just to not give back as many floaters and also take that out. Just a good reminder to always look for hooks, right? Whenever you see a word on the board, just take a few seconds and ask yourself what hooks it has and try to at least make a mental note of it, or maybe write it down on your score sheet if you're playing a real game, because it's not like I didn't know Larius, obviously. I just forgot about it. So that's a good reminder for me and for everybody out there who is watching this. But yeah, anything there, I mean, Rumbled, Rambled looks perfectly reasonable. I don't feel like there's a strong difference. So like I wouldn't spend too much time debating between those, but yeah, I definitely can't fault Adam for looking from that A. Or I think you can eliminate the I and Riza more or less, because he only has one tile that goes after an I, and he'd need two of them because of the two I's in Ariest. So it's going to be pretty much impossible for Adam to actually play there. So I think he can more or less rule that out, but certainly the A and Riza could be a good spot.
Yeah, we'll see. Adam, again, traditionally a very fast player, so he doesn't mind slowing down and taking the time on these tougher turns to make sure he optimizes and milks every single point out of them. Adam can play so fast. I remember one year he breezed through and won a North American championship, and I felt like he was always just walking around the playing room because he played every game in 10 minutes or less, it felt like. Incredible blitz player and just incredible human being in general. Oh, man, what a monster Adam is.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning. Terry is actually playing very fast herself this game, which...
yeah, she's only used 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and that, which is in some ways maybe helping because it's putting a little time pressure on Adam, but at the same time, there were a couple of missed opportunities for her, right? Like with Caving, granted, she was bailed out by her draw, but Vicing would have been better, and I do think if she took 10 more seconds, that's something she's absolutely capable of finding. Or with the Fa turn, like you mentioned, Matt, maybe she doesn't find Farina's, but probably Fa making CH was a little bit more sound. Just a couple things like that maybe I would have liked to see Terry just take a little bit of a deep breath there and not rush those so much. But in any case, she is actually not just right in this game, but for now in the lead. That's obviously going to change after Adam bingos, but she's still going to be very much right in this game. And I am a little surprised to see Adam still thinking here, but I guess he just really wants to make sure he's not missing a stronger option.
And once you make that determination that there are no nasty overlaps, there's no 90-pointer available, you still have a lot to think about in terms of, well, which 79-pointer am I going to play? How do I shape the board the way I want to? Is Drumble better than Rumbled, or do I care? Maybe it's better actually to play Trembled through the E in Echo. In this situation, if I'm Adam, I'm actually looking to try to keep this hook alive on the off chance my opponent doesn't know it. If they do know it, then it's just a neutral line that either one of us can hit. But if my opponent doesn't, I love trying to make opportunities where I have a play that my opponent doesn't see or know or have access to. So I'd be looking to play here in a way that limits the opportunity for an obstructing play over here. And I think maybe Rumbled or Rembled is the best way to do that. But Adam's going to think this through and make sure he does exactly the best thing.
Yeah, and I think the dynamic with the Echo hook is interesting too, because there are two hooks, right? Recco and Secco. And I know for me, I didn't know Recco since it's a fairly low prop, Cullen's only 5, but that certainly I could see Terry knowing at least one, if not both of them. To me, the issue with Trembled isn't so much that, it just gives back a lot of floaters, especially TRE, which are all really strong. So it's going to significantly increase Terry's bingo percentage on that part of the board, which I don't really like since Adam will be taking a bit of a lead here. So I think it's mostly between the bingos like we've been talking about, right? Rumbled, Drumble, Rambled, but Rumbled seems just fine over Rambled. It's really Drumble or Rumbled, I think. I'm just looking now. I mean, Drumble would take a back hook. Rumbled would take front hooks. I think Drumble I have a slight preference for because it's maybe slightly harder to overlap on the top, but it's a small difference. And again, I made this point in the last game. If that's what you're debating between, if you're Adam, I would not spend a super long time debating between those two plays alone.
Yeah, I expected him to take some time here and think this one through, but I did not expect him to take this much time. Now, finally, though, he has made the play. It's been exactly 6 minutes on this turn, and he's going to come down with Marbled for 79. One of the available bingos. So Adam taking his time and then finally dropping his 79-point bingo. That's going to pull him ahead 209 to 159. But Terry certainly not done in this one. With that S, she threatens a number of high-scoring plays, including this one here, Verls, for 35.
Another very quick play for Terry, but this one looks like her best play by a good margin, at least that I'm seeing.
I would have played off an O here if I could have. That O, especially with 6 more to be drawn, can be a lot of trouble. I would have looked to play maybe Viols or Livors here, but Terry doing what she's been doing all game, putting scoring pressure on, playing very quickly, and we'll see where this takes her. But she's got to dodge O's in this bag after making that decision there. Back to Adam, who is now ahead by 15 and on turn, GJNOOTY. I think we're just going to see JOY right here, making MY for 36 points. We may see JOEY if Adam really wants to keep this board open, but I think now that you've started to build a lead, you want to keep working on it and keep nursing that lead. I think Joy is reasonable here. I don't think we see Adam spend much more time. What say you, Mac?
Yeah, I am in agreement. And the other play I was looking at, which I don't believe is best, is Goody through the D in Marbled, which just scored pretty well, tripling the Y there. But I don't think the J is really a tile that Adam is dying to keep. It's not nearly as flexible as a scoring tile as the Z or the X. And yeah, Adam is going to be in the lead here by 50, so it is in his best interest, all else being equal, to shut down some bingo lines. He blocks the M from being hooked. I don't believe MY takes any front hooks, even in CSW. And that's interesting. Yeah, Galerius is indeed good. So Adam could play there, but the nice thing about Joy with My is it saves the G. So there's no reason, most likely, why Adam couldn't play there on his next turn with at the minimum go and probably something better than that, given the abundance of vowels. He had 25 vowels, 23 consonants in the pool. So interestingly, it's already a vowel-heavy pool, and we're not that far into the game. So that'll be something we want to watch out for, especially if more consonants start getting played. Do we end up with a vowel surplus towards the end of the game?
Yeah, do you cash the G now and hold the J to score next turn? Do you cash the J now and hold the G to score next turn? It's a number of good options here for Adam, not a number of bad options. Joey perhaps sets up slightly stronger G plays next turn, but I really think at this point, try to limit the opportunities for Terry to bingo here, play JOY, and then cash that G next turn. I think Adam's looking at Goon now, and he's going to see where does this J go. I'm not seeing any great plays. Like Gian is one of the better options. I don't see any way for a JOE word to fit on top. But he's going to go with Goon now and hold on to the J. Interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, it does set up Joe, but I don't think he can really play horizontally on the 3-row there with Joe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I wonder if I'm missing something here, but I am initially in agreement with you here, Matt. I don't see anything super strong with the J for Adam. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that play. And it's interesting, Adam is now down to about 9 minutes on his clock, so he's definitely going to have to showcase his speedy pre-endgame and endgame skills we've been talking about so much towards the end of this game. So yeah, interesting call by Adam there. We'll see what his plan is on his next turn. But back to Terry. She has redrawn an S. It's another one of those racks. It's a little frustrating because you're close to a bingo, but you don't have one, and it's hard to score. So yeah, do you play off a bunch of tiles with something like Danio, Danio, and OM perhaps? Do you try to play off like AD or ADO and Fish? There's a bunch of options here. What do you think, Matt?
These are the turns that separate the experts from the grandmasters. I think I'll say that a lot this weekend, but trying to navigate these without scoring opportunities are so tough. One sneaky play here, Idoy plays beneath Riza, scores 26 points and holds ANS. You're not doing better than that this turn, but it is hard to spot that play. You're not really looking to play a Val Dumpy type word out of this rack. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a Zito come down. I would. Some players certainly would play like Zoa or Azo here and try to stay as bingo prone as possible. Those are plays that make sense. We may also just see Terry say, I'm going long and blowing this up with something like a Sodane here. There's a number of options here. Play long, play short, play intermediate. Idoy, though, the sneaky option that is by far the top play. Super hard to spot. And we're going to see Terry instead play Azo, keep herself nice and bingo prone. She's got a bingo a lot after this play. I think that's a reasonable decision to make if you don't spot Idoy. Here's an H and an L. Ooh, that's going to be interesting for her next turn. But back over to Adam, who still leads after Terry's play. He did not find what he was looking for, but dissecting the J a little bit more, the decision to keep it, I think, assuming Collins picked up Fav, RAJ, TAJ, happens a lot right there with Aki, the pepper, and that would be a really killer opportunity. So maybe that is what Adam was looking to cash his J in, not the JOE spot up here. But if you can just guarantee 40 points a turn, you usually win games of Scrabble. And I think that was Adam's approach there and the rationale behind Goon. Thank you in chat for pointing that out. I'm trying to give names, but
Fave is apparently not good in Collins yet, though, Matt, as has been pointed out in the chat. So, interestingly, I would not have been aware of that. But, yeah, no, that was a really interesting turn. I mean, another thing, too, is even if Adam did hit that, it wouldn't be that much more than Joy, probably about 10 more points. So I would have still taken Joy just because of what it does to the board. But, yeah, it'll be really interesting here to see, too. The best bingo line still remains the Echo Hooks. And Terry has Landish lined up on her rack, which I know is certainly not a word in NWL. I'm going to imagine it's not in Collins. And here we see Adam go all-out defensive mode with Jetty and Mai. Interesting to see him now switch to that on this turn. So I'm going to say this puts him up by around 60, which looks pretty strong because now the board is all of a sudden really starved of bingo lines. Adam has blocked 3 lines at once with his play. He blocks the echo hooks and he blocks both above and below marbled extremely effectively. So Terry now needs to be asking herself the question, can I win this game without bingoing? If the answer is yes, then she should try to score as much as she can with something like Hadji's and Seko for a lot. If the answer is no, she should probably try to play off something like a Hode through the OE on the right, setting up shoot and trying to go all out for a bingo. So another tough choice here for Terry.
Yeah, HOED right there would set up this devastating front hook, and it's easy to partially muck up, but hard to really knock out 100%. HADJIS is sneaky right there. It's so hard to spot these plays, but that scores 46 points. So that would get Terry right back to neck and neck with Adam if she knows Seko and is able to spot this sneaky overlap. Just HADJ also makes a lot of sense here. Kind of split the difference, hold on to the S for next turn. She's not immediately opening up any bingo lines, but she's ensuring that we're going to get to this section and or this section of the board at some point. And scoring 30 points, generally a pretty good idea. So lots of options here for Terry. Wow, this is going to be a challenging turn. Also just DAH. She's pulled another H. She's got another option to plunk it here and keep herself very bingo prone. But without a lot of bingo lines on the board, you're pretty much desperately hoping that you draw something here or the perfect fit here. I don't think you can get caught up fishing with a play like Da. I think you've got to score better. I think you've got to capitalize on the J. What say you, Mac?
Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment. I think here she's down enough. I think she either needs to commit to. I wouldn't fish exactly for the reasons you said. It's very hard to hit that A, and the curves hook is probably not too tricky for Adam to at least partially obstruct. So I wouldn't get too caught up in fishing. I think, like I said, I would either go all out scoring, go for Haji's, and try to stay as close to Adam as you can and give yourself some chances to win without bingoing. Hode is probably too big a point sacrifice over Haj, and Haj does at least give Terry some more lines, specifically the H, which actually is not bad considering she has an S. A lot of words do start SH, and it stays close enough to Adam that he still has to maybe sweat the possibility of getting outrun without a bingo. So yeah, Haj looks pretty good. Haj or Haji's is really tough. I mean, 17 points feels like a lot to give up, especially with ILNS not being a super strong leave, so my instinct here is I would score, but this is a tough turn.
This is a tough turn for sure. And once again, it's navigating these intermediate waters that are so hard in Scrabble, but these decisions monumental in shaping the dynamics of the game.
Another
HOED.
cool idea could potentially be, I was just looking fishing for Kindar from the QI, but there's only one R left actually, so I don't think that's worth it for Terry to try to hold on to that, given the odds of her getting the R are pretty slim.
And chat points out maybe that was some of the rationale behind Azo holding that NDA combination. Maybe that's what Terry was thinking of trying to do after Azo, trying to draw an R on her 2-tile pull, but wasn't able to find it. Adam's got the case R, though she doesn't know that, and she's got to figure out a way to keep some points on the board. This is a hard turn. I wonder, too, if we just see something like HAD right here.
Ooh, that's interesting. Set up the S, and there's no C left. Yeah, that could actually be interesting.
Yeah, I would just buy her some time, but she's going to score 26 right now, play Hodge. She needs to draw at least one vowel on this pull, but there are plenty of them in that bag. In fact, 20 vowels and just 17 consonants. So I expect her to. Maybe that's some of the rationale behind holding the D there as well. HAJ for Terry is 26 points, and we're back to Adam, AERSXUY on his rack. And Hodge is going to allow AXE for 43, though AXE in the CSW lexicon has a front hook. It's an S, and we'll see if Adam's okay setting that up or if he wants to find a different play that doesn't give back as much. X-Ray, XRAY, is valid in CSW and plays right here, but gives back a lot to Terry. So Adam's got an interesting turn here. Ooh. Another option is XU. right there, holding AERSY. Doesn't score very well, but keeps Adam very flexible. And Terry's probably going to have to open this board at some point. So maybe Adam wants to be ready to pounce on that. Mac, are you okay with AXE scoring a bunch of points right now, or would you be looking to try to control the board a little bit more?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think I would score personally. I mean, Adam he's up 36. If he plays Axe, he's going to be up about 80, which the thing is, if Terry bingos, Adam will also have a tempo, so that should outrun a good number of Terry's bingos unless they score a really large amount, which isn't that likely. And the leave he keeps is fairly flexible too with the S. He likes to play that immediately, which I also can't fault him at all because that does obstruct a lot of bingos and it keeps the X for scoring. I actually really like this decision by Adam because I also, for some reason, had in my head that Terry had just played Hodge with the D and opened up a bingo line. Terry actually didn't open up any new bingo lines for herself. So right now, as the board stands, the only spot she can really bingo is through the R and marbled with a very specifically fitting 8. And that is not going to only score very little for Terry. It's also going to give Adam a tremendous amount of counterplay on the top triple. She could maybe fit something still through the A and Riza, but that's going to be very tough. And it's also going to not score very much. So I think this is a great play by Adam. He takes a 70-point lead, which should keep him in the lead if Terry bingos in either spot. And he has great scoring potential with the S. Yeah, this is a really, really good play. I like it.
Yeah, I didn't even come up on the list of candidate choices in my head, but this is brilliant by Adam. You've got like the worst thing that can happen is a bingo right here. So take that away. If Terry's not going to open a new line, I'm just going to keep thwacking the lines that exist. And yeah, if I hold the X, I can outrun a 61 pointer here or a 63 pointer here. I really don't care. You can have that. I'll cede that bingo if that's truly what you drew. But hold the X, remain flexible. This is awesome from Adam and a play that wins the game almost certainly more than any other play in that decision. Great stuff.
Yep, totally. And it's worth mentioning that Terry has drawn the B, which leaves her very close to Keebla's from the QI for 60 points. So had she actually held the A on the last turn, she would have hit that, which is a little bit unfortunate for her. But I wonder if she should consider trying to hit that. I mean, the one problem is a 60-point play is not going to be enough to get her back into this game because she's down 70. So if she tried to play off, I guess, NDIE somewhere and hit that, she's still going to need a bingo most likely on top of that. I mean, the one nice thing is that's almost certainly never getting blocked by Adam, but I think she needs to do something like Lab through the A and Hodge, like Noah has suggested in the chat, to score reasonably well, set up another S line, or maybe something under Haji could potentially work too. Does Lynn take any? It takes a front B,
which Terry would hold.
What's that?
So Lynn just takes the front B, which Terry would hold. It's not the best. You like to situate that B in a situation that you can bingo down from it instead of needing to bingo through it, but that's a neat way to try to open this board up, though I think easy plays here shut it down a lot. Lab is another option, but I think you've got to try to open the board in some way. I think the other thing is Kibla's is a huge play. It's a bingo score. And so I think if at all possible, holding BLS and opening a line is what you want to try to do, but there's just not enough time to think through every one of these things if you're Terry. So she's going to opt to play bed here, setting up the front A, setting up opportunities over here, kind of forking the board in that way. She's going to need a great draw here, though, to keep her chances alive.
It is worth mentioning, Alec points out in the chat that if you play Din, you actually set up Baji, Bhaji, which could score a lot. So I actually love Din there because it scores pretty well. It sets up Baji, and you keep BLS to try to hit Keeblas. It sort of does everything. So I think that would have been a really, really clever play.
That's awesome. Yeah, wow. Look at me. I shout out the right play, but for all the wrong reasons. And Terry has drawn the ridiculous, it barely fits right here bingo. She's got to spot it.
Yeah.
Linearons actually fits right now. That's incredible that she's gotten it.
Yeah, it's, let's see. I mean, does she have winning chances if she plays it? Maybe. So that would get her within, 62. That gets her to within 8 if the score is up to date. And
not quite.
Because Adam played Oxen. So yeah, she'd still be down about 40. So, I mean, she's going to need a insanely good draw after that and hope that Adam drew Drek. And Adam's rack isn't exactly a thing of beauty, but it's not that bad. Yeah, he's probably going to respond with Pill Off for 42 if Linearons does come down. But yeah, that's a very tricky find. A very strange looking word with letters that are not very conducive to bingoing and tough to see that are. And yeah, she is going to, it looks like, miss that playing Lux for 20, which if you miss Linearons is honestly not a bad play, trying to create some more space on the top.
Yeah, her winning percentage is basically the same now as it would have been after Linear Run. Granted, that number is like 0.5%, but not a bad miss in a really hard to spot situation. And that bingo, again, doesn't actually help you that much. But Adam, with what looks like an unbalanced rack, the IUPW, is still going to be able to have a lot of different scoring options here. One of them is kind of hard to pull the trigger on. That's PEAL, but it holds IUW for the 41 points you cash in. Another option that's tricky but fits right in here is Pee-wee. That scores 34, holds AILU, which is not great, but probably a little bit better than IUW. I don't know how concerned Adam is about the front hook to bed. There's one A unseen to him, so maybe he's concerned that Terry's able to bingo there. I don't know how concerned he is about this, but I think if he just keeps scoring pressure on, it's going to be hard for him to lose this game. And there he goes.
Yeah, I agree. And I think with PL, as bad a leave as IUW is, there's no sugarcoating it. It's a horrible leave. The pool, at least, is fairly well balanced, so it's unlikely Adam is going to draw something so bad that he won't have any reasonable plays. And I like what Terry's doing here, though. She needs to be aggressive, setting up the S hook for swap, which is probably not going to be that hard for Adam to block, but you never know if he doesn't have a vowel that goes in front of the W. You got to try something here if you're Terry. You got to open something else because the line above Lux is going to also quickly disappear if she doesn't do something proactive. So yeah, this is a great play by Terry, giving herself at least some chances.
Yeah, I mean, Adam can easily obstruct the front S hook with the little 3-letter play there, but that leaves this line for Terry, and it's very hard for Adam to do something about both of those lines. In fact, nearly impossible to do something about it. So great play by Terry.
Above the L, which is, I don't think, going to happen with his rack. Yeah, I think he probably should just play Wham. How many are in the bag, though? Let's just be a little careful. 8 okay, so then he doesn't need to be careful. So yeah, he can play Wham. It doesn't empty the bag, and Terry has drawn horribly, which of course Adam does not know. But yeah, Adam should. Another thing for Adam too that works in his favor is if he looks at the pool, he sees there are no tiles in the bag worth more than 2 points. So a Terry bingo, if it does happen, is not going to score a massive amount that's going to be able to outrun him. She's going to maybe be able to get 80 or so if she does bingo above the L and Lux. There's no threat for a massive IZE bingo scoring 127 points. It just can't happen. So Adam definitely, barring something crazy happening, which I shouldn't discount because crazy things do happen in this game, but barring something truly crazy, Adam is going to be winning this game.
Yeah, but a good showing by Terry. I mean, she was in this till the end. Adam drew some great stuff. Unitizer as a natural double-double on the first turn. The marbled rack, is a great rack. And she hung in there and, kept punching until right at the end. If she had a different draw last turn, we'd be talking about, is Adam for 100% to win this game? But unfortunately, when it all came down to it, when she made the board as dynamic as she needed, she reached in and pulled 2 I's and 3 N's. And that is not a recipe for success in Scrabble. Still a good showing, though.
Totally, yeah, and I think it does come back to a point you've made multiple times, Matt, about how these small decisions, right, like the play she made with Azo versus Idoy, or just like, with Hodge, should she have maybe opened the board more? Sometimes when you're at a deficit especially, this is more relevant when you're not proactive enough about opening the board, especially against a player as strong as Adam Logan. It can really come to bite you. And sometimes by the time you are able to open later with a play like Bed, it's just too late and all the good stuff is gone, or your opponent has scored enough that it's just not going to get you sufficient points to win. So I think probably being a little more proactive would have helped, but not to take away, Terry still played a great game this game. Lots of good finds, and certainly, especially with her speedy play, that she put a lot of pressure on Adam. So credit to her for a good showing. Obviously, it's never easy to beat Adam Logan, no matter how good you are.
Yeah, beating Adam Logan is extremely hard. I've never done it. Of course, I've never played him either, but it would probably take me several tries before I'm able to knock that one off my belt. Yeah, this has been fun to watch, though. I love watching great people play Scrabble, and yeah, this has been a good one. 2 for 2 on good games so far.
For sure. And then let's see here. Adam with, sorry, the rack is just obstructed on my screen. We've got some vowels for Adam, but he probably here is going to just do something above the L, I would imagine, to save some spread and block any potential bingos for Terry there. I think guide is perfectly safe. It does empty the bag, but there really aren't any bingo threats left for Terry on this board, so I think that would be reasonable to do at this point. And even if somehow Terry were to bingo after that, then Adam would still hold on and win.
Yeah, just something in this top portion of the board to try to stop, just the easy in state or something like that from playing. I think try to muck it up a little bit, take away the triple word. But yeah, play like guide or geode wins 100% on the top.
Yeah, and I guess it turned was is distint good? I thought I saw that pointed out in the chat, but I'm not sure that it was actually valid. But in any case, it looks like Adam is going to, well, he was going to play OE and then he picked it up. Certainly absolutely nothing wrong with that either, but maybe he wants to try to play something a little bit longer to try to block the R. Oh, he goes with ego instead. Okay, so he's going to leave the R open, which, like we said, is totally fine, because even if Terry does somehow hit something there, it's not going to be enough. And I guess Adam does not empty the bag with this play, right? There's still one left.
Yes, yeah, still one in the bag. So he's just trying not to empty just in case some weird R bingo actually happens, like through the R and marbled.
Yep, totally fair enough. And like we said, it's not as if a bingo through the R would have been enough anyway for Terry, but this way, if she does somehow hit something, Adam does at least have another turn to score a bit back and unload some of his tiles. So totally reasonable. I think Terry is going to throw in the towel here, which is the right thing to do at this point for spread. You're playing Adam Logan. Even if you fish and hit this strain or something through the R, he's going to block it. He's going to see that and block. So you're better off doing exactly what she did, playing tin and scoring, and probably drawing into an out on her next turn if she gets a reasonable tile, which she does. There should be, well, I don't know if she'll be able to play out in multiple spots on this board, but she should at least have one out threat, I would imagine.
Optimal endgame from Adam, and she's not going out, actually.
Yeah, I guess Triads doesn't fit.
Yeah, Triads doesn't fit through that R. Quackle wants Adam to play Odour, O-D-O-U-R, down to the R and marbled, holding E-E-I. I guess that might guarantee an out in 2. I'm only seeing that it sets up E-I-D-E and not a second one, but that's what the engine says. We'll see if Adam thinks of it.
No, he has retie through the R and curves and the T and Galerius. That's pretty cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah, retie.
That's hard to see. It's not easy to go out in 2 with this rack. Yeah, my first instinct would definitely be Uri, which is exactly what Adam is doing. Oh, with 2 O's, okay. I was thinking with a U in the middle, but either way, this with Dew on his rack, this ought to go out in 2 spots. Yeah, so he can play under 10, he can play next to the O and Uri. So that is a much more natural play to make as a human, keeping a consonant along with the 2 vowels instead of 3 vowels. And the reason that apparently this is not best, Alec has pointed out, is that Turi is good, T-O-O-R-I-E, so Terry can play a Ditz and Turi to go out.
Yeah, and that's exactly what she's going to do. So Adam leaving some equity on the table there, and you see nods right away. Oh, yeah, I rushed that one a little bit. But the time pressure from Terry paying off a dividend finally, inducing a rare, tiny blunder from Adam Logan, saving her some spread. The final in this one's going to be 428 for the Canadian and 352 for Terry of New York. That's going to be it for this one. Let me check from our production team, figuring out what we're happening. Looks like we're having some discussion about whether next game is going to be NWL or CSW. We're going to go to NWL. NWL, though, because of some pairing issues, is running a few minutes behind the CSW division, and so round 2 is not quite finished in the NWL field yet, which means we're going to go on about a 5 to 10 minute break after this round. We'll cut away from this action as Adam Logan gets his paperwork complete, and Terry looks at her phone to make sure, I guess, everything is correct. But that's it for that one. NWL will be coming. The next game we're going to bring is Zach Ansel and Andy Huang, and that's going to be a really fun one. Don't go anywhere. NWL Scrabble action coming in about 5 or 10 minutes as soon as we get these players corralled. Let's make sure, if we haven't done this already, that you've thumbs up this video. Look down there. Come on, down that way. Yeah. The more likes we get, the more steam we build on this video, and the more people stumble into this stream. So please, let's try to get that like number up to 100 by lunch break, and maybe 150 or 200 by the end of the day. That'd be cool. If you haven't yet subscribed to Let's Play Scrabble, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We're going to have 4 days of Scrabble here. We're going to have a lot more Scrabble tournaments as well. The Lake George tournament brought by Josh in October is going to be streamed here, and that is always a star-studded event. 156 players. They have space for that, and it generally fills up. So make sure you like this video, make sure you subscribe, and we're going to cut away to break. There will be more Scrabble, Zach Ansel, Andy Huang, and me and Mack Meller here on the channel in about 5 minutes. You don't go anywhere. Well, as much as I hate to break up that banger of our intermediate music, we are back with more play. We're here with round 3 of the Albany July 4th tournament, and round 3 is going to be a banger of a game, I expect, between two young upstart Scrabble players, Zach Ansel and Andy Huang. Mac, I think you're quite familiar with both of these players. Give us a little intel as we cut over to our action shot.
Yeah, really, really excited for this matchup. Both great guys, good friends of mine. I know them both very well. It's interesting. I feel like they both have similar but also different strengths. They both have very strong word knowledge. Andy tends to be, I think, a little bit more of a defensive and tactical minded player. Zach tends to like open boards. He's a very fast and aggressive player, which works really well in his favor. One thing we'll want to keep an eye on is Andy is well known for playing a lot of phonies. If any of my YouTube channel fans are out there, you certainly know about plays like Lauerer and Vuccinini that Andy has played in key moments. So we're going to definitely want to keep an eye out for that. I wouldn't put anything past Andy when it comes to trying to slip fake words by his opponents. And yeah, Zach has really improved a lot lately. I play him online pretty often, and his word knowledge is improving rapidly, as is his strategical sense and endgame skills. So yeah, this should be a great game. Really excited.
And both of these former school Scrabble champions as well. So it's been awesome getting to watch them evolve from, middle schoolers who are at the peak of the middle school game to now at the peak of the adult scene. And Zach is on my short list of this guy's going to win a nationals pretty soon. He has been studying and studying and studying words since he started at college. And I stopped going on Woogles because of him. He just absolutely decimates me in blitz games, and I used to be extremely good at those. The changing of the guards is now in Scrabble, and I think both of these two are going to be at the top of the scene for as long as they choose to be there. Zach to play first, ABDHILP on his rack, and aphid or pieball are 5-letter words he can play if he's looking to maximize points. PHIAL, another option, or perhaps we see them play a little bit smaller, just a BAP or blip. Mac, how would you approach this turn?
Yeah, I wouldn't play short here, Matt. I think it's always a tough decision whether to play short or play long, but usually if you're playing short, you want to be keeping stronger bingo tiles, and a play like Blip keeps ADH, which is not a bad leave, but to me it's not strong enough to justify over something like Aphid, which Zach has lined up on his rack. BL is totally fine as a leave. ABLE is a very common ending. BL go pretty well together synergistically. So, to me, you have to have a good reason to give up those 10 points. Leave here alone is certainly not a good enough reason, and Aphid doesn't give that much more back to Andy. It's 4 floaters or 5 floaters versus 4. To me, it's definitely not worth a 10-point sacrifice. And Zach going with File, which is going to give Andy non-tonal to the L for 77. Is he going to find it?
Whoa, okay. So yeah, big swing there. I'm not sure why File over Aphid. Maybe just take a point. But yeah, Aphid felt stronger to me there by a smidge.
They're both 26, right? So and File also puts the A next to the double letter, and to me, BL is a more synergistic leave than BD. So a little bit of a surprising choice by Zach here, but yeah, the difference between non-tonal and anything other than non-tonal here is massive because Andy's rack is terrible. It's just one of those racks that you either bingo or you score like 12, and there's no middle ground.
Yeah, non-tonal, you either know it or you don't, and then he set it up now, but it's one that's also hard to pull the trigger on, and as we switch over to NWL play, that means we switch over to double challenge as well. So, this is going to get challenged a lot of the time, but, oh man, I don't know, this is tough. I would not play it. I would chicken out, especially being on stream, and I would take the sad option of probably noon or something similar to that. He's seen it. But it's one of those, am I making this up or have I actually seen this before? This is a tough turn for Andy.
Yeah, it is. And the non-words are a notorious bunch. There are a lot of non-words that really don't make a lot of sense, and there are a lot of non-words that you think would be words that aren't words. It's kind of like the INGS set. And it looks like Andy here is picking up noon. So yeah, probably not confident enough to play it, which is a little bit surprising to me. Not that he wouldn't necessarily know it for sure, just that knowing Andy as a player, he tends to like I said, not be too afraid to phony and try things he's not sure of. And it's going to be a costly mistake, or it very well could be, because Zach has bedmate on his rack, which will play nicely above the AL and file. And I don't believe if non-tonal came down that Zach actually would have had a playable bingo. So this could end up being a huge swing.
Now, spot on. What you said is exactly correct. Non-tonal yields no bingos despite all the floaters it exposes, and this allows bedmate to play. So an absolutely huge swing on that turn from Andy, unable to pull the trigger on non-tonal. That is a word he will never forget after this game.
That is true, and whenever you make a mistake like that, you definitely learn it the hard way, and he is not going to forget it. But it's worth mentioning, after bedmate, then Truancy will not play, but Centauri will play through the E, so we could potentially be seeing a bingo fest here, but we'll see.
Yeah, Zach hasn't played bedmate yet, and that's I think he's trying to look for nines. Zach, I think he studies words longer than 8 letters, which is something many of the top players don't do. So if you've got the opportunity, especially with juicy 100-plus point double-doubles open, I think you look for that. But Zach missing bedmate, I don't think is something that's going to happen here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He has it. There it is. Yeah, he has it lined up. So he's going to he has it lined up. We saw Andy have non-tonal lined up. Is it possible Zach is not sure of bedmate? Probably not. I fully expect to see this come down within a matter of seconds. And yeah, certainly worth looking for nines. It probably wouldn't be worth it to play one through the IN, but through the HO or PO, like you said, especially if he were to cover both doubles, could yield massive 100-plus point scores. So yeah, his racket is just a little bit too clunky, I think, to work for a 9, but he's certainly not that far off of stuff like methadone maybe or something through the HO. So it's worth taking a gander.
Bedmate, I don't think has always been a word. When I started playing tournaments in 06, I don't think it was. And so maybe this is a bit of lexical confusion. He's like, is this a Colin or is this a new word? Correct me if I'm wrong, Mac. I don't know if you've been playing that live.
And now, now Truancy is going to play for like 100 with a bed. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Okay, so we've just seen a very interesting. So the miss on non-tonal, and then the miss on bedmate, and now Truancy is going to come down.
And Andy saw this; he had it on his rack, and I mean that feels like a word he's almost certainly going to be positive of. And
here it is.
And then Jack will be able to bingo back with Intime. So we're seeing a festival of missed bingos and now probably played bingos. So very exciting start to this game.
Yeah, Truancy 102 points. Wow. So Zach trying to create some opportunity for himself with that front hook, but Andy smashes it instead. Big swing of events, and then a swing right back. This is a roller coaster of a game already, and my head hurts just looking at it. Intime still going to play for 84 points alongside Truancy, though, so Zach's certainly not buried in this game.
No, not even close. And I mean, Zach is going to be taking a 12-point lead after that, and we have no idea yet what Andy has on his rack. So both play. And Andy, he has a blank. So let's see what else he gets here. But both of these players definitely with some costly mistakes, but it looks like they're both going to end up getting bailed out. And this one could go either way. And no surprise, we see Zach point Intime pretty quickly. And the big question is going to be, does Andy have a bingo here? The FUL looks attractive for a potential 8 to get to the triple. Plantful is not a word. I'm not seeing it immediately, but that does not mean there isn't one.
There isn't one. I have the engine up and running. There's no playable bingos for Andy, but this is tough. And this is one of the turns, too. I think Andy takes advantage of his superior word knowledge when he plays inferior players. I think he does an incredible job of that. But I don't think Andy's going to phony against somebody like Zach, at least not intentionally, not unless he has to. He plays a lot of weaker fields and capitalizes on his advantage, as one should if they have the word knowledge advantage. But he's in an unusual position, and one that he's not in often, in that I think Zach's word knowledge is actually better than his. So this is a situation, too, where if I'm playing a 1400, I'm probably playing plantful or paintful, or, just making up a word here. But against Zach, you can't make stuff up. He's too good. He studied too much. I think you have to play conservative here. Something sad like FAUN above file, or perhaps something a little bit more defensive like FUN overlapping into May is what we're probably going to see from Andy.
Yep, totally agree with everything that you said there, Matt. I think, these phonies are just not plausible enough to pass muster for that. And we already saw before, right, when the non-tonal played. I think that's pretty telling of Andy's mentality. He clearly saw it and wasn't sure enough, and gave Zach the respect to not play it. So I think I expect based on that Andy is not, unless he has to maybe later in the game, going to be trying any of his trademark phonies. Yeah, between Fawn and Fun, I would play Fun here. Fawn gives back a massive A hook and a double line, as well as an S hook that you don't have. Fun keeps it a little tighter. You have the blank, so you don't need to be aggressive. You're probably going to bingo next turn. I think that's reasonable. I would not be surprised, though, to see Andy take a decent amount of time here just convincing himself that there's no bingo, because I know I would probably spend at least a minute just looking for bingos and making sure that I wasn't missing something.
Yeah, these racks are so dangerous because the longer you spend looking, the more words you start to make up, especially when you have that up and that FUL. Like, there's infinite phonies that you can start to think of, but it's also really hard to definitively slam the door shut and say, I don't have any bingos with a floating I, a floating L, a floating N. There's 9s through the IN as well. Like, it's really hard to stop looking on this turn. I would expect to see Andy spend some time here. I would too. But the engine, recognizing that there's no bingos, lets us dissect this turn a lot quicker than Andy's able to.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think the IN, you could potentially get a 9 there. It's tricky with another N on your rack. I guess you're close to Afterpain or something. But yeah, this is why I love I don't know, Matt, if you regularly do Aerolith or the blank bingos quiz there, but I've been doing that a lot as I've been preparing for nationals. I really, really love that quiz, and it helps you just get faster at seeing these kind of bingos. Or on the flip side, like we're seeing here, convince yourself that there is nothing and building your confidence to trust yourself that you're not missing something. So yeah, definitely shout out as well to Aerolith site, Cesar del Solar for programming that really, really awesome word study site if you haven't checked that out yet.
Yeah, aerolith.org, AEROLITH is a great place to go to start approaching memorizing that big chunk of the dictionary that you need to make the ascent to Division 1. Invaluable resource. I don't use it at all anymore, but when I learned the words, that was exactly what I needed, exactly what the doctor ordered in terms of just pounding anagram after anagram very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. There's more and more great word study tools out there, so it's been awesome to see all the work that Cesar and Michael Thielen developing Ziziva as well have put in. There's been tremendous resources. I know in the old days of Scrabble, folks used to study mostly by just reading the paper dictionary because those resources weren't available, which, as someone who started in 2010 and already had the computer tools available at their disposal, I can't really imagine having to do that. So yeah, invaluable tools there. And Andy goes with Tup. I think I slightly prefer Fun just because the F is a little tougher to bingo with than the T, but I think this gets him a couple more points. So certainly no big issue with this play on my end.
Yeah, I hate the letter F, and if you've ever seen me do commentary, I just hate it. I hate it, and I'm not going to go on another diatribe, but I would have played it here just because I hate it so much. But Tup makes a lot of sense, too, and Zach gets to choose his bingo now. He has both Bigoses, Bigoses, the Polish stew, or biogases, and it looks like he's going to sacrifice a few points to play this one here. Mac, agree with the decision to forego the points?
I do not, actually. I think this play gives back more than Bigoses because you're opening 2 triple word scores now next to the B. There's another Y left for buy potentially for plays at the top, or just easy 4-point plays with a high pointer, as well as the S on the bottom. You could easily see something like dozing down there, perhaps, just an example, but any number of things for a lot of points. Bigoses, if you play it with a right angle, so starting the B at I2, I believe that square would be. It doesn't really give back all that much because the B is tough to overlap on the left. You need an A, so I would have taken Bigoses there personally, but still nonetheless a very nice spot by Zach there, having to see it through the A, hooking the S onto Newtons. And let's see, does Andy have something here? I see like warfarin, dwarfing.
Yeah, the medical student would love to play warfarin right now, but no playable bingos out of a rack that absolutely looks like it should. It's bonkers. Once
Yeah,
again,
no,
he's going to have
swarfing
time,
is not valid. Swarf is good, but it's only a noun. Yeah, this is another turn I expect, and this is rough for Andy because he's probably going to end up spending a decent amount of time here too, convincing himself there's no bingo. But yeah, Rawin, I really like what he has lined up on the top triple, taking away that scoring spot from Zach, opening the R on the triple, which is a great bingo line for him. Potentially also nines through the IN and the double double. So Rawin looks like the play I would make here.
I hate Rawin because it holds an F, and I hate holding the F so much. But yeah, I think that's a reasonable play. Create a couple new lines, knock out the highest scoring spot on the board. Does a lot of the things you're looking to do here. Again, it's hard to make sure there's not a bingo and to stop looking for that. Andy's going to use a little bit more time on his clock, as he should, to make sure that's not the case. But wow, yeah. If you don't have that,
Zach track here too. He's got ZX blank. I think he's got exercise, right? EXORCIZE as a threat.
yeah. Oh my God, exorcise and exercise. That's an incredible draw. All right, here comes Rawin.
Exercise is good with three E's and the Z. I don't think
Maybe not.
EXORCIZE is a word, right? I might be wrong about that.
No, I don't think so. I think I'm just tripping. CEIRXZ blank. Exorcise, the one he threatens, and the higher scoring option for it was taken away. So yeah, he's got to play it from the E in biogases. But anytime you can bingo and then draw another bingo and then draw another bingo, you probably should do that. And this would be 3 straight bingos for Zach after missing a bingo on turn 2. The tiles are a-flowing for him right now.
Yeah, I would just pause for a second here if I were Zach, because exercise gives back some massive hooks on the right in that triple line. And if there's a way he could score a lot with his Z or his X and hold the blank and not bingo, that might be better. I'm not saying there is a way, but I would actually have probably taken a little more time than Zach did there and just looked like even something like Zinkier Zinkier is not good now that I think of it, but maybe even X on the top left. I'm not saying it's better, but it's worth at least considering.
Well, I'll tell you what Quackle says, and Quackle says in a vacuum, actually EX is a stronger play than exercise because
Really?
Andy averages 52 points per turn after exercise and just 37 after EX. So yeah, you score a lot more, but you're giving up 15 in exchange. By 1 point, a simulation has EX ahead. Now, simulations are not perfect. There's a lot of other things that Zach needs to consider, but yeah, definitely something worth maybe considering the pass on a bingo there. Although if you're going to go in the bag and draw your 4th consecutive bingo, then I guess you can do anything you want and be just fine if you're Zach. Wow, what a display. Both play, but also a little bit of drawing display. Andy is going to score above that average of 52 here, as FAULD is 54 points hooking exercise.
Yeah, and then, excuse me, and then we're going to see, I guess, Laggard with 2 A's through the A in Rowan after Regold and Laggard and Exercised gets blocked, most likely. I don't see any 9s through the
Regaled plays alongside Fogged now for 82, or Laggard as a 7 alongside Fogged.
Oh, that's true.
So,
down the end column. Yeah, that might be. I might still play Laggard though, because it's 4 fewer points, and you don't give back potentially large plays through the triple. There is still a J and a Q unseen. I mean, the Q wouldn't be a big factor. I could see either way here. To me, Laggard just restricts the board a little bit more too, blocks some more floaters, but you could go either way.
Yeah, they're both fine plays. There's also Reglazed, though that's only 72, so I think that one is kind of eliminated from contention. Either one of the bingos, 82 or 78, makes sense here for Zach. Let me get the scores updated real quick, as we've actually got 290 or 279 for Zach, 228 for Andy after exercise and Fold.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see what Andy gets here. Is he going to be able to stay in the game? I don't know his 7th tile yet. I see JAGEE blank, so a little bit of a mystery there. But yeah, if Zach does elect to score more points on the right, then if Andy can maybe score like 60 with his J and then bingo, he could still have some chances. But obviously major advantage to Zach here at this point in the game. It's just really a matter of he's going to bingo here, but it's just a matter of which one he ends up going with. I could, like I said, kind of see either way.
Yeah, when you draw bingos 5 turns in a row, you usually win, and I think that's what Zach is going to do here. But Andy is still very much in this game. That blank, that J, there are options, and depending on what we see here, I'm trying to see if, depending on that 7th tile, like Regaled or Lagered could give back like a Jarl or something similar, and we have a game.
Exactly, yeah. I have a hard time imagining Andy bingoing with this rack, regardless of what his last tile is. I mean, maybe like JGs or something, but yeah, probably Andy won't be bingoing immediately, but it's going to be a matter of whether he scores a lot. So yeah, let's see here what Zach is.
Oh, this is a challenge? Oh no, Josh is just asking Andy to center his tiles, I think. No?
I'm not sure about that, Matt. I see them getting up. Or maybe he's fixing the camera? I mean, I don't think Zach held because Andy drew very quickly after fold. I don't think he would have drawn that quickly on a courtesy draw, but maybe. I'm not sure what's going on.
I have no idea what's going on. I will communicate to the audience as soon as I get any communication. But this is interesting. I guess they decided to go take a walk. Maybe some fireworks going off, and they're going to go take a look.
Maybe.
Happy 4th of July to all our viewers, by the way.
But absolutely, yeah. You never know what they're doing. I really don't think it was a challenge, though, guys. There was a challenge.
Interesting. But Andy drew tiles, right? So maybe that's why we couldn't see them. They were the courtesy tiles. They were pushed off to the side. But we'll see. This one does.
I don't think there were usually. Isn't the rule 15 seconds? I do not think Andy waited nearly 15 seconds there. So I mean, I'm not here saying that Andy broke the rules by any means. He probably announced that he was drawing courtesy tiles, but usually people just tend to wait a little bit longer. So it was it totally escaped me that he might be on hold.
So that is a huge swing. So Zach, instead of bingoing for 82 with a pass, double challenge means Zach loses his turn and play passes back to Andy, who we were just writing off as dead. Oh, absolutely not. This is a game once again. GJ blank the rack for Andy. And he'll be able to score well and retain that blank. A number of scoring options. YAJE plays from the Y in truancy. JEEZ plays down to the Z in exercise. JAGER plays to the R in exorcised. There's a number of plays here for Andy. Mac, how would you approach this turn?
Yeah, this is tough. And also from Andy's point of view, he's Zach is still going to be bingoing somewhere regardless of what Andy does, and that's probably going to be a bit of a letdown because if I'm Andy, I'm probably thinking Zach, if he's challenging there, it's a little bit of a surprising challenge. I'm probably thinking Zach doesn't have that great a rack. So, yeah, this is tough. There's also, I don't think it's the right play, but you could play a G on the top left, AGEE, scoring pretty well, saving the J. I would not save the J here if I were Andy. I have the blank. I've had it for a while. I'm tired of holding it. I want to try to bingo with it as soon as I can. So, yeah, I'm thinking maybe G's to the Z looks pretty good. AGE blank is about the best sleeve you're going to get with this rack. Scores 29 points. I prefer it to Jaeger a little bit. I think AGE should bingo a little more than EE with the blank. I don't really like Yage on the bottom left. EEG is just a little bit too clunky. So, yeah, G is looking pretty solid to me here, but we'll see what Andy ends up going with. And also just to address something that was mentioned in the chat about Zach's challenge, I think it's most likely that he was challenging Fald. Exercise.
No, Matt, he left a note. He actually showed a note while we were talking. He wrote, "To be honest, I thought exercise was only ISE." So he was challenging his own bingo, the hook on his own bingo. At least that's the note he displayed to us. He could be playing like 7-dimensional chess and just trying to troll us, making us think his word knowledge is bad. Yeah, it could be a bunch of things, but he did show a note describing that, which is something I've never seen someone do on stream. But thank you, Zach, for saving
cool. I didn't. That escaped me. Wow. I didn't even think about that. That is true. Exercise. It's one of the very few words that you do see in American English, at least, spelled more often with an S than a Z. But that is a fair point. You do see exercise with an S. So Zach thought he phonied, is what you're saying then, Matt.
Zach thought he had played a phony, and he's thinking of exercise. Exercise is only good CISE, but he flipped the two suffixes and thought this one was also only ISE. He challenged his own word, thinking he phonied last turn, but here he comes with lagered anyway after Andy plays a G holding JE blank. And lots of threats. If Andy draws an O, he's already got Joel as a counterplay. This game's all but over.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's all but over, right?
Sorry, I said it backwards. Yeah, this game's not even close to over.
He's got Jem'Hadars for 80-something through the eye, or Jeremiah, I see immediately.
Yeah.
So let's get a score check here, if we can.
Yes, there's been a lot of stuff happening very fast. The bingo put Zach ahead 361 to 254, and Andy with a lot of scoring options here. Tons of playable bingos. Jem'Hadars plays for 86, Jeremiah for 86, Jumard, Jumarred for 83 as well. Andy's going to bingo here and pull back into this game. Let's see what Zach's got. EOSWIT. Did he drop another bingo?
Wooziest. Oh, no, never mind. There's DA. Sorry, I got too excited. Almost.
Jeremiah does not quite give up Woodiest.
It would not.
Mark.
Yeah. So I'm just looking. There's nothing Andy has through that L, right, that would be worth playing and forgoing the bingo. I don't think so. I think Andy's got a bingo here.
Yeah. I don't think there's a good enough play to pass up on a bingo. In fact, the best non-bingo play, according to Quackle, is plunking the J right here for just 25 points. When you don't have a 55 pointer there, just bingo.
So he's got Jeremiah lined up. If he's going to play, he should switch to the order of the E and the blank, just so he gets the E on the double letter, but I'm sure he'll realize that once he starts putting it on the board. I think the biggest difference between Jeremiah and Jem'Hadars is that Jeremiah would give back an S hook, which, of course, Andy doesn't have. He doesn't know that Zach has one. There's still two S's left from Andy's perspective, and he will still be trailing, guys. Let's keep that in mind, too. Andy's still going to be down 20 in a tempo, and probably figuring he's still going to need some luck, maybe another bingo or another big play. So creating a little extra volatility with that S hook, I think, does not hurt Andy, so I'm perfectly okay with that. What do you think about those two choices?
I think I would not play the word that takes an S hook with there's two still in the bag. Zach has just turned over 7 tiles. He's going to beat me to that race a lot. Like, maybe I do need that level of volatility to catch back up into this game, but I'd rather just float an S that I can bingo through if I play Jem'Hadars. That I think is a little bit harder to address and just keeps 8s alive at the bottom. So I think if I had to choose, I'd choose Jem'Hadars, but either one makes sense here.
Yeah, that's fair. And Andy is only going to be down 20. It's not like he's going to be down a massive amount. And I mean, he doesn't have to bingo to win this game, I guess, right? He could still hit something on the top. So yeah, actually, the more I think about it, the more I tend to agree with that. He doesn't need to create that big S hook that's that long-term volatility. If he were down a bit more, then probably that would be better. But yeah, I guess Andy's situation is maybe not quite as bad as I was thinking it was at first. But he's definitely been waffling back and forth between the two. So he's probably going through the same exact kind of dialogue that we're going through, Matt, except in his own head.
Yeah. I mean, this is a tough decision and one that is very important for keeping your odds alive. He still has to assume he's going to get lucky to win this game, but he's got to figure out, how am I getting lucky? Am I going to beat Zach to both S's that I set up with Jeremiah? Or am I going to draw a bingo in this bottom line before Zach can fully obstruct this board? I agree with this decision. I just think it keeps the bottom of the board alive. After Jeremiah, Zach must block down there or cash his S down there. Both of those are paths to victory for Zach. So I think this makes things harder in the long run. I like this play from Andy. And with a good draw, he could still be in this game.
Easily. So that's going to get him to 340 if I'm not mistaken. So he'll be down by 21. And yeah, another nice thing too about Jem'Hadar that I didn't realize at first is he does float the R in addition to the S. So he gives himself several good bingo lines. There are now 3 floating R's in different parts of the board. Jem'Hadar's, Exercised, and Rowan. So Andy has plenty of space here still to bingo on this board, as well as to score. Zach is not up so much that he can be confident that he is going to win without Andy bingoing. And Andy here is drawing some dreck. Man,
Oh my
is
God.
bad.
Wow.
And Andy, what you got to do here, if you're Andy, as best as you can, is just try to not like wince or do anything visible to indicate that you've drawn this, because that could give Zach a lot of info. You have to just try to keep as straight a face as you can. Make Zach think you have a pretty good rack, which is easier said than done when you have this. I mean, does Andy even have any words longer than like 3 letters on his rack? He even barely has a 3 on his rack. This is horrible.
Yeah, I think Andy's got to put all this crap back in the bag and just hope Zach ends up with all of it at the end. I don't think you can try to fight through and play something like Convo holding QUV, unless there's like a Kiviute or Quintar. I guess Quintar is actually doubles at the top of the board. The Q could be an asset here, but QUV feels like too much to fight through.
I wonder if you trade keeping like Q. You could also go for Quinone through the IN for 64 on the 5th row.
Yeah. This double line QUIN almost anything is devastating. So I think actually either play Convo or exchange like VVOO. Keep the N, I think, for Quinone. Yeah. The QU is good. Do you play?
I don't think you can just play Qua for 32, right? I mean, Zach is at 387. So yeah, I mean, if you play Qua, you're still down 15 and a tempo keeping up. You can't keep NVVOO. You just lose. I mean, I think Andy's got to either play Convo. I mean, the thing is, if he trades, like, you could keep QU, or you could just go all out for a bingo and keep nothing or ON. Like, there's a bunch of different options here. This is a painful decision and a difficult one for Andy. Wow, I still have no idea what I would do here.
You're really grasping at straws at this juncture in the game. There's 2 paths to victory. One is hit him with an enormous Q double, and the other is put all of this garbage back in the bag, make Zach draw it, and then just catch him with an absolutely abysmal rack as I bingo out to win. So exchanging and then bingoing while Zach has garbage is one path, but I think Convo to Quinone or Convo to double is the best path to victory. Andy looks like he is going to fish for Quinone, but instead he's going to play Vav. That's important because the S in Jem'Hadar's is going to be very hard to obstruct effectively now. So he's keeping a line open at the bottom, looks to maybe double at the top and then hit a bingo. Vav is an interesting choice, but I think Convo is just a better version of this.
Yeah, I worry about scoring only 9 points. And also part of my concern, too, is will Quinone even be enough? And he does get it. Wow, he gets both of the last E's. So I just worry. Wow. So Andy's down 38 in the tempo. I'm not sure if Quinone is even going to be enough. We'll see. Like I just feel like Andy maybe needed to score a little bit more there with something like Convo, but QUV is very hard to stomach. Yeah, I don't know there, man. That was a brutal decision.
It was a tough decision, but Andy's plan executed to perfection as he's found Quinone. Now, if Zach just rides the equity train, ignores the game situation entirely, and just does what Quackle would generate FOY holding EIST, that would be devastating for Andy. Quinone and his whole plan would be thwarted accidentally by somebody who's just kind of doing what Quackle says. But hey, EIST with a floating S at the bottom that you know Andy's never going to obstruct with an R and an A and another R. Like, actually, that plan starts to make more and more sense the longer you look at it. And I'm not seeing a ton of high scoring options available. I think we might actually see Foy come down and then Andy just slump over in his chair.
Yeah, it's interesting because my first instinct here, if I'm Zach, is not really to play Foy and go for a bingo. I'm feeling like I have scoring tiles. I'd rather try to outrun Andy and play the game of trying to score. and figure that if Andy does happen to bingo, especially through that S and Gemadars, it's going to give me a lot of counterplay on the bottom, and then I can just win. Because usually it's better, I mean, not always, but often it's better when you have a lead instead of trying to fish to just, or block to just go the outrunning route. But, oh boy, he is going to play Foy. I mean, Andy, though, he's still going to have Queer for 34 to the R and exercise, so it's not like he's going to be without a play, and he is still going to be able to maybe hit something through the R on top or the S. So yes, that's devastating for Andy, and you can definitely see him shaking his head a little bit, but the game is not quite over yet.
Yeah, Yin with the number of front hooks. This kind of feels setup-y if you're looking at it from Andy's POV, but it really wasn't. It was just a fish. And Zach has found IIT into EIST, which is a devastating draw for him. Andy thinking he needs a bingo to catch up. He might not. Zach's rack is so bad, despite the fact that Andy didn't exchange the Drek back in there, and Andy can score some points here. I don't know. If he picks up the K and the H and has a really strong play with them, he's not done yet.
He certainly isn't, because, yeah, with Zach with 3 eyes, it's going to be very tough for him to get rid of those. And I don't really think you can read Foy as a setup, because yes, Yin does take front hooks, but the most you could really do there is a 2, so that's not going to be that strong a play. But yeah, so Andy, it looks like, has Queen lined up through the E and Laggard for 30. I feel like Queer is probably slightly better to keep a constant instead of the valves. I'm just looking at the pool a little bit here. The pool is pretty good from Andy's perspective. I guess the nice thing about Queen is that it does keep an E, and there is only one E left. So, and the E's obviously a great tile for bingoing. I think Andy's got to get rid of the Q here, because Zach's rack is shockingly bad from Andy's perspective. Like, that's one of the worst possible racks that Andy could have, that Zach could have from Andy's perspective. So, yeah, man, we've seen so many tough turns this game. I'm okay with either Queen or Queer. What's your instinct, Matt, for which of those two you like better?
And my instinct says, okay, if I play Queen, let me get my telestrator on, as he plays a different option. If I play Queen, I bait the play here, and then maybe I hit this line. That seems okay, but my leave is so bad that sequence happens seldomly. This play, I feel like I just get outrun all the time, so maybe what Andy's done is actually appropriate here. I'm going to buy just a little bit of time and see.
I worry though, now he's blocking the S, and where is he scoring enough with the Q to outrun Zach? That's my concern. Like, it's a cool fit, and it does get rid of his duplicates. I really think he needed to get rid of the Q. And I mean, I think with Queen, EOO, yes, sure, it looks like a bad leave, but with that pool, it's actually not that bad. And yeah, it's funny. I will shout out Kevin Burbridge in the chat pointing out Andy has kept Quone on his rack, which is, of course, not a word, but a Seinfeld reference. If there are any Seinfeld fans out there was a famous Seinfeld episode where Jerry played Jerry's mom played Quone against him in a game of Scrabble at Kramer's insistence, and Jerry challenged it off the board. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. But in any case, Zach going with Tiz for 20, which looks as good as anything there.
Yeah, Tiz, you just got to score some points, get rid of at least one eye, and you can't draw anymore. You've got the last 3, so you're not super worried about keeping 2 of them there. Just keep the scoring pressure on and force Andy to bingo to have any chance. Andy does have CLOQUE down from the C in truancy now. That's 34 points, but because Zach was able to score well, it seems like that's probably not going to be enough for Andy to catch up in this Endgame. So 11 tiles unseen from Andy's perspective means 4 are in the bag, and that makes this tough for Andy to win. Mac, you seeing any paths to victory here, or do you just play Cloak and lose?
Well, it's funny. I'm trying to ignore the fact that Zach has 2 playable bingos, which Andy, of course, does know. He has 30s on the top and a different bingo ending in an R to the R exercise that I probably shouldn't say live on YouTube. But yeah, Andy here, not ignoring that. So yeah, Cloak is 34, 409. Yeah, you're down 18 in a tempo. You're never winning that end game with only 6 on your rack, I don't think. So that basically concedes the game. Even Queen empties the bag, and see, that's what I really didn't like about Cove. It's now almost impossible for Andy to bingo in 2 spots, and if he empties the bag, he has to. I feel like the queue is really hampering his ability to do anything here. I don't know. Maybe if he tries to like draw something with Coven now and Jem'Hadar's, like trying to see if there's something he could fish for, but I'm struggling to come up with a path to victory, and Andy is running out of time.
Yeah, Andy's going to have to find a specific fish that fits in multiple spots here, or just play 2 tiles and hope that Zach blocks the wrong line in the fog of war. But yeah, I just feel like after Cove leaving 6 tiles in the bag, that allows Zach so easily to just make a small play, hit you back with 3 or 4, and coast to a victory here. So Andy's going to play Queen, empty the bag, and draw the remaining tiles out. But little does he know that he's about to get bingoed out on, as Zach has found like his 19th bingo of the game or something like that, and will be bingoing out with 30s at the top.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, if you're Zach here, what you just want to do is check the bag, make sure it's really empty. You just want to make sure that, I don't think there's anything unseen he could get stuck with, but maybe the K on some boards. That would be a bad way to lose the game if you're Zach, is to bingo and draw a tile you get stuck with, and Andy can play off one at a time and win. So Zach should just make sure the bag is empty here, and then obviously he does that and just bingos out. So yeah, I feel like a fitting conclusion to this absolute roller coaster of a Scrabble game. Wow, man, I don't even know where to begin in summarizing this crazy battle we just saw.
I think this is a really great game to demonstrate that even when the tiles are absolutely aflow on one side, like, you have to do everything you can to try to hold on with Zach. Like, he had everything in this game, and for a little bit it found like he had almost found a path to blundering this one away anyway. Scrabble's a game where when you get the good stuff, you must win. And he did enough to hold on despite a couple blunders in there. So good on him for doing that. And Andy, despite getting absolutely hosed, I feel like there were lines to potential wins even up until that very last turn. So there's always a chance. It drives me nuts when people walk out and they're like, I haven't had a chance in my last 7 games in a row. Like, I completely don't believe that. We watched a very good player draw bingos on 6 or 7 turns, and Andy almost beat him anyway up until that last turn. So, I think there's lessons to be learned in all of these games, and also a big lesson to be learned that, hey, these top players are still very much human. Mistakes still very much happen. And the reason the top players are the top players are the consistency with which they're able to bring every single game at their A game too. So that was a fun one. We are going to need a few minutes. We're waiting on other games to end. As we mentioned, the NWL field is running a smidge behind. So there will be not a big delay, but a small delay until we're able to give you game 4. And after game 4, we will step away for the lunch break at this tournament. But Mac, what are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, no, that game was an absolute whirlwind. And I think just to expand on a point you made before, Matt, about the top players are more consistent. That's what I always tell people, right? Since I am one of the top players in the country, people always ask, like, how do you stay so consistent? Like, why are you better, say, than a lot of these other players? And what I always say is, it's not that I don't make mistakes, right? Anybody who watches my YouTube channel and my Best Spot series and my other games knows I do make plenty of mistakes. It's just that I, on average, make fewer mistakes than, say, people who are rated 18 or even 1900. That's really the difference. Scrabble is a very, very hard game. Some turns are not so hard, but some turns, like many of the ones we've been talking about, are really hard. And there have been a lot of turns where Matt and I, who are both, some of the top players in the country, we're like, we don't really know what the best play is. And nobody really does know. So it's hard. And at the end of the day, the best player is not going to be the person who doesn't make mistakes. It's going to be the person who makes the fewest mistakes. I think that's just something that's important to keep in mind, whether you are a top player or whether you're someone who's rising in the ranks. Don't get too discouraged if you make mistakes, because as we saw today, as you guys can see on my channel all the time, like we make mistakes. It happens. It's hard to get good at this game and to be consistent. So yeah, that's all I would say for that. But as for that game specifically, otherwise, it was very, very dramatic, as we saw at the beginning. Several bingos that the players both saw and elected not to play. So what is there to learn from that? I don't know. Like, on one hand, it's always disappointing to play something and have it challenged off the board. On the other hand, it's very disappointing to not play something and then discover after the game, presumably when you look up your racks, that it is good. So it's always a tough balance to try to figure that out. Generally, I would encourage people, when in doubt, if you feel like it might be good, just try it, because especially in NWL, more so than Collins with a double challenge, it's not that easy to challenge words off. I mean, again, I don't want to sound like I'm just plugging my YouTube channel nonstop, but if you've seen my Phonies videos, you've seen that top players sometimes let go some pretty egregious non-words. So yeah, you just never know. But really exciting stuff so far, and looking forward to seeing what is next for Game 4.
I think Game 4, we're going to do a little bit of a pivot and do something that I want to see a little bit more of in Scrabble streaming. So apologies if you hate this idea. I'll take full responsibility. But I think we're going to drop down and show a game from Division 2 of the NWL division. I have an issue with Scrabble streams in the sense that everybody we show is near superhuman, and they find almost all the bingos every turn. And like, those players are awesome. They've put thousands and thousands of hours into this game. But Division 2 players are also incredibly good at Scrabble. They're not flawless. Nobody's flawless. But I want to show our viewers at home, hey, maybe 1900 is not going to be in the cards for you in the next several years, but 1600 is a goal we can all strive for. And these are still players who are really, really good at the game of Scrabble. So my understanding is we're going to cut to a game from Division 2 and just show a little bit more of that side of the game. People who are still way up at the top, easily in the top half, top quarter even of competitive players, but are a little bit more human and will make a few more mistakes and be a little bit more relatable, I think, to some of the viewers out there.
Yeah, totally. That should be really interesting to see. And absolutely, just because they're in Division 2 all it means is that they're slightly weaker than some of the Division 1 players, right? That absolutely, like you said, does not mean they're not super strong Scrabble players in their own right, and that absolutely means they can still beat anybody in any given game if they get the tiles that they need and make some good plays. So yeah, certainly should be a very exciting game. So do we have the players yet, or I'm not sure if we're still waiting for our producer to finalize that?
I think our producer is going to make sure we have explicit consent from both players that they're okay being on stream, because this is a bit of a pivot. I don't know if it was actually on the event flyer or not. So we want to make sure we get Division B players who are comfortable being on the stream. Not going to force anybody to do it. I don't know that we have the matchup 100% determined yet, but it's almost certainly going to be a game from Division B this round. And honestly, Division B is one of my favorite divisions because that's where you meet some really cool people. Honestly, my favorite division is Division 4. That's where you meet the coolest people, the enthusiasts who have like really cool personal lives and just drop into a Scrabble tournament every couple months to get their nerd on. But there's a lot of great personalities in division and all divisions in competitive Scrabble. It just takes a special person to devote, $80 and an entire weekend to travel to a different city and play a board game over and over and over. But hopefully we showcase a little bit more of the personality out there, the different types of people, and different ways people play the game and goals they have.
Absolutely. And yeah, that's certainly something that's awesome about Scrabble tournaments. It's something I really try to do as someone who has been in Division 1 now for the vast majority of my Scrabble career. I have a lot of friends who either for a while were in the lower division and have ascended, which is awesome to see, or are still in the lower division. But it's still always fun, whether it's after hours or even chatting between games during the tournament. Or another thing we love to do is we'll just go out to dinner, and I find the conversation is always just people kind of talking about their games and giving each other fun word puzzles off the menu and things like that. It doesn't matter whether you're in Division 1, 2, 4, or anything. All that matters is you're all there to play the same game that we all love playing, right? And I think that's an awesome thing about the community, exactly like you just said, Matt. So yeah, it should be super exciting to see this change on the stream. I think this is a great idea, and yeah, hoping we can. It looks like we have the players almost ready, so that's good news, and hopefully the players will enjoy it and the viewers will as well.
Yeah, hopefully this is a fun experience for everybody. I certainly think it will be. And again, I want to show a little bit more of the human side to Scrabble, people who are awesome, but still very much human. We're going to bring Beth Mix and Yvonne Lobo, who are both really fun people out there. I'm excited for this one, and Beth is going to be playing first. So we're going to cut over to the action. We've got the players situated and ready to go. 2:37 Eastern time. One game to go before lunch. I'm quite hungry. Beth is no stranger to being streamed. She has participated in a number of Let's Play Scrabble events. And does some commentary as well, and just overall really fun. And Yvonne from Canada, I've played her a number of times. She is really a fun person to be around as well, and has been playing Scrabble for a long time, always has a great time, and just a fun person to play over the board. So we are looking forward to this one. I'm seeing from production team that Yvonne has a nickname at her Scrabble club, and that nickname is Bingo Queen. So we'll see if she's able to put on a bingo display here and live up to that nickname. Yvonne also plays both NWL and CSW. So we'll see if perhaps she's able to keep the dictionary straight. I know I certainly can't do that. Remember, B level, expect too much. Hey, we're not expecting anything except fun, smiles, and some good words. So let's get to it. Let's play some Scrabble. Let's get these scores updated and get underway.
Awesome. Let's do it. Yeah, it should be a really good matchup. As we can see too on the ratings, these players both rated just above 1,400, so very evenly matched. This one could absolutely go either way. So yeah, most importantly, hopefully we get a good game, some interesting decisions, and it looks like Beth is first, so we will eagerly await to see what she gets for her first 7 tiles of the game.
All right, and we are underway. The U is never what you want to see on the first rack. OUT, though, maybe a bailout here. And let's check the P. Oh, my God. This is so this, I think, is play Gov and make these letters go away as fast as possible. GUV, I think, for 14, probably the option here. Maybe VUG if you want a more offensive game, but not a lot of options for Beth on a terrible first draw. And Yvonne, look at the Bingo Queen. Set it up already.
There we go. Yes, Scopper and the very tricky Apercus, APERCUS, as available 7s. But yeah, whatever Beth decides to do here, Scopper will play. I don't believe there's anything Beth would consider playing here that doesn't take an S. So yeah, I expect we'll see either VUG or Gov. Pretty similar plays. I mean, the main difference is that both take S's, but VUG also takes a back G or a back H. Gov only takes the back S, so doesn't really matter too much. Beth doesn't have any of the hooks either way. It's again, we've talked about this multiple times. The type of decision that's not worth spending more than maybe 10 seconds on. VUG, perfectly good play by Beth here to start off the game.
Yeah, VUG, just VUG versus Gov. Open those other hooks up if you want fireworks, and don't open them up if you want a tight board. It looks like Beth wants fireworks for the 4th of July, and that's what she opts with. And fireworks is what she's going to get as the Bingo Queen, again, wasting no time finding Scopper. That is impressive stuff from Yvonne, but hey, Bingo Queen, we expect no less.
Exactly. So it looks like VUGs and Scopper will likely come down. She's still shuffling her tiles a little bit, maybe trying to find something a little bit better. Apercus is the only other 7. That would be a slightly better play because it does score a couple more, getting the C on the triple letter, and it also would not give back a potential S hook in the triple line. So a slight inaccuracy here, but still absolutely very impressive play from Yvonne here, jumping out to an early lead that's going to stay a lead for a little while because Beth has not drawn well at all.
And Beth facing a moment now that I have faced an unfortunate number of times where my opponent plays a word that looks foreign to me on the stream, or perhaps just miscounted. I thought I saw hold, but it looks like Yvonne is drawing. Okay, so it looks like she is familiar with it then. That's a great find from Yvonne, though, in a word not everybody knows.
Definitely, yeah. And now Beth is not only down, but she has to worry about Yvonne having just turned over 7 tiles and possibly having an S for Scoppers. And Beth really doesn't have a good way to address that. I mean, I see she could play pot next to the UPE, which scores pretty well, but keeps 4 consonants, which is not really something that you want to do. I'm looking through that E. You could play Pernod, keeping 2 T's, which is also not great. Maybe Deport is a little bit better, keeping NT. I actually don't mind Deport because you do set up another S hook, but with one S hook already on the board for Scoppers, it doesn't really matter to set up another one. It doesn't make things any more dangerous than they are.
So she's going to opt to play pot here, just take advantage of the stacking opportunities and score a ton of points. DNRT, also a very bingo-prone leave, especially if she picks up 2 vowels. She's going to be dynamic next turn. But I think I would have tried to play one more consonant there if I could, or perhaps 2 with a play like deport. But nothing wrong with pot at all. Just set up those scoring opportunities. And she has found some vowels, but also that clunky W, not the best. Over here on Yvonne's rack, 2 H's and a V gives her some limited flexibility, EEHHMRV. And I think she's quickly looking at stacking back with HEH, the Hebrew letter, and HET and ER. Doesn't get hit back by counterplays very often, so I think that's reasonable. You see also her looking at a heme. I don't think that fits on this board, though.
I think she's just looking at hem in that same spot instead of head, most likely, which actually I think I prefer because the M gets hit a little less hard than the H as an ending tile. And also HERV feels like a slightly better leave than MERV. So I actually do think I prefer hem in that spot. It also saves the second H for re-overlapping with HE on the next play if Beth for some reason doesn't take this spot. So that looks reasonable for me. It's worth mentioning, in the unlikely event Yvonne floats an H in the right spot, Beth would actually have hand writ, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Hand writ would be disgusting. So she's going to keep all the clunkers. She's going to play HER and look to cash in for a major score with that HMV combination. There are 2 kinds of good leaves in Scrabble. There are good leaves because they bingo a lot next turn, stuff like AERT, AENT, that kind of stuff. And there are good leaves because they guarantee that you're going to score 30 or 40 next turn, stuff like CHM and I guess to a lesser extent HMV. But while that leave looks a little bit weird, your bingo percentage is next to 0, your score next turn is still going to be quite good.
Yeah, no, that is true. It's definitely a little too much in my book, keeping the H, the M, and the V. The V especially is just so annoying to get rid of. But yeah, I mean, the nice thing too about her is that by putting the R there, she minimizes Beth's score. Like we see Beth play War here for 18. If Yvonne had put the H or the M there, then Beth likely would have scored more in that spot, just because the H and the M are higher scoring tiles than the R. So that's another benefit of playing her. And yeah, that was a tough play for Beth. And okay, here we go. We are seeing a phony come down here, it looks like, by Yvonne of Heat. So let's see if she picks this up or if this is what she's going to end up going with.
HETE is a Collins 4, so we mentioned Yvonne is one of those people that Scrabble needs because she plays both Lexica and is happy to go back and forwards, but this is unfortunately what it causes when you try to flip back and forwards. You get the words confused, and I think Beth is almost exclusively an NWL player. HETE looks utterly unfortunate, and she's just challenged it. Yvonne with a little bit of lexical confusion there as we expect this one to come off the board.
I'm not actually sure what's happening here, but I thought I saw Beth say hold and then stop the clock, but maybe they're just asking how to challenge on the stream. I'm pretty sure she challenged.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. So great call by Beth. It's always hard to make any decision on stream because you second guess every single thing, but she's going with her gut. I've never seen this thing before. I'm going to challenge it. And she is going to win a turn back on the slip up from Yvonne. Shout out to Art Moore, his program wordjudge.me. He put out just a few months ago, and it makes word judge and adjudication in general at tournaments so easy. Thank you, Art, for what you do. And of course, all of your other contributions to the game as well. So we're going to see the red screen come up. Yvonne is going to be losing her turn, and we are back to Beth, BDEINRT on her turn. And she has to know with that high-scoring H and M on Yvonne's rack, maybe she needs to do something about that double word square over on the side. What do you see here, Matt?
If I'm Beth, I am immediately slapping down Tribune as a phony because psychologically, whenever your opponent loses a turn, that always makes them very hesitant to challenge after because losing 2 turns in a row is no fun, to put it nicely. And it's a pretty plausible phony. So to me, if I'm playing against someone who expressed over the board a little bit of shakiness on word knowledge, I would probably go for this opportunity here because I don't really see anything particularly good for Beth otherwise. So she actually has it lined up. So wow, this will be really interesting to see if she does play. What do you think about that idea, Matt?
Yeah, Yvonne spotting what she should have played last turn, Venom, and I think you see it on her face, the way she's holding her head in her hands. Oh, I rushed that turn. I got excited to crush the H there, and if I had spent just a second longer, she saw the play Venom. 47 points is a killer overlap. Now, I don't know what Beth can do to obstruct that line, but she's not going to be able to do anything here. She's going to keep a great lead and try to bingo next turn, but about to get smacked by Venom, which also closes the board and helps Yvonne construct things the way she wants to. Oh, but she's putting Ohm instead.
Maybe she wasn't sure of Upo or Palm. Is that possible?
Or perhaps just missed the overlap there, but she'd set up a Venom and opts not to play it here. OHM, though, still 36 points, a killer play from Yvonne. And are we seeing a hold on Heth as well? I think we might be.
It looks like, is this another challenge?
I believe so.
This one is going to go Yvonne's way, though, because Heth is a word. And while they go there, I do want to address a point, too, a very valid point that Alec made about Beth's play of Bud. As good a leave as EINRT is, on this board that's very dependent on S-hooks, it's not going to be that easy for Beth to bingo. She could maybe draw something above EW and more, but she also has blocked a bunch of floaters with Bud. So just something to always consider, too, whenever you are fishing. How, even if you do draw bingo, how likely is it to actually play? So yeah, we'll see what happens, because we don't have Beth's full rack, but it's going to be Yvonne's turn next here anyway, and we will see what she draws. AEINFUV. So that U really breaks up any synergy she could have had with that leave. It's a killer draw, but she's always got to be happy to get that turn back that she just gave up. And wow, big draw from Beth. I think if she had looked at her tiles before making that decision to challenge, she might have let this go and just played Tawnier and Poor. But I think she maybe flustered, decided to challenge before she could fully assess the situation and what she had. Anyway, well,
she's got
tinware above the W, right? So she has two bingos. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that Beth had made the challenge before she looked at her rack. Yeah, that's definitely just in general. It's always, even if you're sure, guys, that something is not good. That's why I hardly ever insta challenge or challenge without saying hold. It's the same sort of thing here. It's always good to look at your rack, because sometimes even if you know for a fact that something is phony, it's actually better to let it go if it happens to give you a big play and an even bigger play than what your opponent just played. So definitely a lesson there, that always, if you're even if you're sure or seemingly sure that something isn't good, just take a second, just make sure it doesn't give you anything. And an interesting decision there for Yvonne playing Ave above the EW. She had laid down Fauve and then picked it up, probably because it put the A above the double letter. So, but this is going to get hit back with Tawnier immediately by Beth. So we're going to have a pretty tight game if I am doing the math right after this play.
Yeah, Tawnier is going to surge Beth to within 9 points of Yvonne. That is exactly what she needed in that situation. I think maybe pulling back on Fauve was Yvonne because of the lexical confusion previously. She's not going to play something now unless she's 100% sure. But in any case, AVE yields a big bingo back for Beth. And we got 141 to 150 as Yvonne has picked up a second U, EFINSUU. And this is going to be tough for her to navigate.
Yeah, I'm thinking you probably, as tough as the leave is to stomach, want to play Funds, Poon, and Hets. It's just so many points getting the double word both ways. I believe it is 42 points, which is a lot to give up. And EIU is not a good leave, but at least it can be bailed out by a couple of consonants. And I just don't see anything that scores anywhere near that many.
Yeah, NEIFS making poof and hets, but holding UU is 49 points. It's tough to even think to end in FS. I would see maybe FUNS and Poon in the same spot for some slightly fewer points is also a totally reasonable play here. But that is a killer spot I think you've got to play there, and I think Yvonne agrees. She's about to pull the trigger on this. Oh, backing out, and she's going to play just fun over here instead.
And then the big question here, guys, is are we going to see another phony come down of fog-like from Beth, which is a very difficult challenge. The like word's a notoriously tough bunch. Frog-like is valid. Fog-like is not. I believe dog-like is good, as well as some other things that look very similar. So she has it lined up on her rack. Does she play it?
That is so hard. It is so many points. It's like almost 100. And, you feel like you've got to take this chance. 100 points is just too much to pass up. 103, actually, the count on Fog-like. But the more that bingo scores, the more likely it is that it's going to get challenged, too. And in general, those like words are pretty arbitrary, but animals tend to be words, and most other stuff tends to not be words, is kind of my rule of thumb.
Yeah, it's probably a reasonable rule of thumb, but certainly there are plenty of non-animals that do take a like, and plenty of animals that do not. But yeah, I mean, you got to be thinking here she's gonna play it there. I wonder, is this like a weird psychology thing, trying to make it score less so Yvonne is less likely to challenge? Because surely Beth would have seen the placement on the left, right?
I think when you have so much to think about on a turn, sometimes you get the jitters and you just whiff the spot. I can't imagine this is anything beyond. I got so nervous about Fog-like and whether it's good that I just put it down. I think it takes nerves of steel to make this play in the first place, to play a word you're not sure of, especially in a tight game like this. I think she just whiffed the B column in the storm that was trying to decide if she should play this at all.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. Or maybe it just didn't register how much it scored also. Or maybe she just didn't realize how much more it scored and didn't want to. It actually does give back a lot more counterplay, right, between ref and def hooks on the left and the F on the triple. So maybe she didn't realize just how much it scored. And wow, great challenge here by Yvonne. Looks like this is going to come off the board. And part of the reason, too, might be Yvonne, as you guys may have noticed, drew IIIU on her last rack and is probably figuring that if this stays on the board, she's in really dire straits. So she needs to challenge, and she does. So excellent job there by Yvonne. This is going to come off the board, and I expect we're probably going to see Yvonne take advantage of this free turn to exchange a couple of tiles.
Yeah, Yvonne's got to be very happy to throw this stuff. Interesting that she chooses to keep one of the U's here. Maybe there's an unseen Q, and she does have the third or the fourth U. I know she's also played since before QI was a word, and so that's something that people used to think about a lot more in Scrabble. Is if I have the last U and the Q's unseen, I've got it. But her move works out excellently. The U, not a deterrent to her bingoing, as she's drawn and found Ainu Lace almost immediately. The bingo queen will strike again next turn after the exchange.
Yeah, definitely an unusual decision there to keep the U. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with it, but it does have some merit. There, as you pointed out, there are already 3 U's played, which means Yvonne does have the last U, so there's no risk of her getting another U, which would, of course, be a disaster. And there is a Q unseen. To me, there are so many tiles left that the odds of her actually getting the Q are so much smaller than the odds of her, or the increased odds of bingoing by keeping EINS versus EUNS. It's probably not worth it. This idea often comes into play, I feel like, more later in the game when there's a Q unseen, when there's more of a chance you're going to draw it. But when you're pulling from a bag, Q are small enough that probably taking the extra bingo percentage is better, but still always an interesting idea to think about nonetheless.
All right, so OF going to be the play for Beth here. Just scoring some points, keeping some of your good tiles. I'm going to teach everybody a word right now. It's the front hook to HETH. It takes a front K, and that's a Hebrew letter as well. I think an alternate spelling of ket, the 4. So OK and Keth would have been a cool option there, but everybody knows how I feel about Fs. I think it's fine for Beth to get rid of it, and she's going to get smacked by the bingo queen. Ainu Lace coming down quickly for Yvonne. Ainu Lace is 70 points. And that's going to make the score 236 to 160.
And Beth has drawn OT out of the bag. Nat like doesn't quite work. Oh, speaking of animals that take a like, I don't
Go
think.
like.
Yes, goat like. That does not quite fit either through that eye. Almost. I don't believe there is a playable bingo for Beth here, unless I am missing something. So we could see something like Klong, Klong, perhaps through the end, keeping the extremely strong ET blank leave. Now that does block a lot of bingo lines, which is not something Beth wants to do, given she is down and she has the blank. So maybe we'll see something very aggressive like Toke, Toke, down the D column next to Kin, opening up the triple triple. I'm not sure here.
Yeah, I think Keto in this spot is a challenging play to make. Just opening the board is always hard, and 45 points come down here so often. But in terms of sheer equity, that's an awesome option. She's also got the option to make plays over here. Something like Keg is pretty reasonable, but when you're so close to a bingo, the instinct can be to hold on to that E at all costs because you need it to hit that bingo next turn. There aren't any great options, and I think Beth is going to take her time and ensure she's not missing a bingo. She's played this game very quickly so far, and I think this would be an appropriate time to really sit there and think through, look at each of these lines. Analysis is so much easier with an engine open, and some of the top players are able to look at situations like this, like Mac just did, and say, I don't think there's a bingo within 10 seconds, but other players do need their time to look, think, and anagram. She's going to play Keg, 28 points, holding LOT blank. I think she figures that's going to be great, about as good as she's going to get out of this rack, and she's correct. I think that's a fine play from Beth. And we go back over to Yvonne, whose post-bingo draw of AAIOTTY leaves her wishing for a little bit more synergy, I feel.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Great play by Beth. Another thing too that's nice about Keg is that she holds the O for OK, and then she could maybe try to draw something ending in OR on the A column, which would score a lot of points. Yeah, definitely the right idea there. Keeps as much of the board open as possible. And yeah, as for Yvonne's play here, this is a bit rough. I'm not seeing anything particularly good through the end. Maybe Adony, ATONY, blocks up a lot of the board, keeps AIT. So that seems reasonable, unless I'm missing a significantly higher scoring option.
No, the highest score she has on this turn is 20 points, and that's a very terrible play of OTTAVA through the V and Vugs. It just gives Beth so many points next turn. This is a very challenging turn for Yvonne. Every option is terrible. I think Mac's suggestion of a Tony, ATONY, is maybe all she's got. This is a really hard one for her.
Yeah, and in the comments, no, Beth is very much not toast in this position. In fact, it's probably, unbeknownst to Yvonne, advantage Beth, because Beth is about to play Mortals and Hefts and Pool for, without doing the math exactly, probably the better part of 100 points, if not a little bit more, and that is not going to get blocked. So, yeah, this game still could absolutely go either way here, and understandably, it looks like Yvonne doing a lot of shuffling here and trying to figure out a good play. She's going to play Yodia through the U, which is not a bad play at all. It doesn't score a lot, but it cleans up her rack well. Does open a pretty big scoring spot with that A. And now she maybe realizes that and picks it back up. So I do think Adney would be a little bit better, but let's see what she comes up with. She's going to go with Natty, it looks like.
Looks like Natty, yeah. I think she just saw how much Yodia gives back and is like, I can't do that. So Natty opting to play a little bit of defense here, but AIO, she's got to dodge vowels, and she's going to get bingoed off hard. Beth wasting no time. Look at this, slotting the M in that spot too. Mortals coming down for 1,000.
102. Yeah. I think it's 102 if my math is correct.
102 is exactly correct. Beth saying
Yvonne is going to have Hota for 57 to come back, so this game is far from over, guys.
Yeah, wow. Beth before the stream saying, hey, lower your expectations, we're Division 2. Oh, by the way, I'm going to bingo for 102 and impress you all. I appreciate the modesty, Beth, but nice flex for everybody on screen. Great play.
Absolutely, but like I said, this lead is going to be short-lived, assuming the scores are correct. So are we seeing a challenge here?
I think Yvonne, realizing just how sunk she might be after this, she's challenging Heths. Not knowing it's a letter, perhaps she thinks it's an interjection or something
Oh,
like
like
that.
half
But
maybe or something.
after Beth challenges Heth, she puts the S on it and it comes back green.
Wow.
So almost for 102 and a turn. That is a huge swing in favor
Yeah,
of
and
Beth.
now depending on what Beth draws too, she's probably gonna have a decent play through the O, which is not only going to score well, but also obstruct Hota. Yeah, I think another instance there, guys, kind of like we saw before when Beth quickly challenged. Maybe Yvonne should have just taken a little bit of a closer look at what this gave her on her rack, because if she saw Hota for 57 retaking the lead and still holding the S, she might have been a little bit less inclined to challenge and eventually lose her turn there. So yeah, maybe we've seen it now from both players this game, but always good to, before you challenge, right, just look and see what your opponent's play gives you back.
Yeah, I think that's a huge lesson to be learned. I think both players left a major play on the table because they rushed to challenge. I love to just say hold. I will hold people 2 or 3 times a game. I have no pride at all. I have no shame. And I'll hold almost any play just to take my time. If I want 20 more seconds to make 100% sure, I'm going to take it. And every player is entitled to do that. But take your time before you rush a challenge is, I think, a lesson we're all learning here today.
Oh boy, relaxing, GG.
Oh my God. Does she see it? I think she might.
Yep. That's 100 and 124 down the end column. No, 114, sorry, but still a lot.
That's incredible.
Wow, and the last tile she flipped over was the blank. Bam.
Oh my God. So from down 60 to up 160 in just 2 moves. Beth, not a mere mortal today, but a Scrabble goddess, relaxing 114 points. What a swing. What a play
and
from
again,
Beth.
guys, we're seeing just how costly Yvonne's decision to challenge was, because after Hota, relaxing or relaxins does still come down through the A, but only for about 64 instead of 114, and it still would have been very much a game. Whereas now, I think the outcome is all but decided here.
Looks like we might be on hold. I bet Yvonne, our bingo queen, knows this word, but it's 114. Like, maybe you've just got to. Wow, though. Wow. Beth wastes no time. She spots it instantly. 114. Oh, come on. That note, lower your expectations. This has been the most entertaining game I've watched.
Yeah, that's it. The last game was pretty entertaining too, but yeah, certainly this one right up there. And yeah, if you're Yvonne here, right? I'm like you said, I think she's. I'm very confident she knows the word, but she's probably more just kind of incredulous, and we like to call it more of like a tilt hold. Like you're sort of just can't believe the situation. You're not really holding because you're not sure it's a word. You're more just like, did this really happen? And you kind of want a couple seconds to process it. And she does eventually make the correct decision not to challenge it. She is going to score well with Soja on the right, but she's still going to be down, I think, over 100 after this play. So it's going to take nothing short of a miracle here for Yvonne to come back and win this game. But as we've seen, miracles can and do happen in Scrabble. So let's not go anywhere just yet.
Yeah. This has been so fun to watch. But Beth, bingo, bango, mortals, and relaxing. Yes, she did draw both blanks, but she smacked Yvonne with them too. It's one thing to get them, and another thing to use them very well. This has been awesome. DEEG.
It's very rare in any division to see 2 consecutive 100-plus point bingos, by the way. I don't know if that was mentioned. Both of those bingos consecutively scored over 100 points, with Mortals scoring 102 and Relaxin scoring 114. That is very hard to do.
Yeah, very hard to do. And Beth just did it on stream. That's got to feel awesome for her. Way to go, Beth. DEEGOQR, the rack. That Q has to be a little bit frustrating, and she's got to have some red flags going off. We saw Yvonne sit on that last U before bingoing with I knew lace. That means all the U's are gone, exhausted. Without an I, this Q is going to be extremely inflexible for Beth. She can wait for an A and play QAT to one of the T's in Natty. She can drop it right now, QI for 11, despite the big overlap opportunities. or she can sit on it for a turn and hope that it doesn't continue to be this Trojan horse for much longer. I think in this case, playing through is okay. Redo is a great score. And as long as you keep the scoring pressure on, you're okay. Looks like just red, I think, her play.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fine because the eye in Inulace is highly unlikely to get blocked. At this kind of score, if you force me to decide, I would just get rid of the Q so I don't have to think about it anymore and worry about it becoming a liability or source of stress as something to have to get rid of later. But like you said, I don't think it's going to be particularly hard to play, and she does still take out that scoring spot for Yvonne, so nothing wrong with playing red either.
I looked away at the chat. Did Yvonne exchange those terrible tiles?
I'm not sure. Looks like her rack may have gotten bumped to the side. I'm not seeing her. I see DIN, but that's it. Yeah, I think as she was reaching into the bag, her elbow may have jostled her rack a little bit.
Yvonne exchange IIO, I think, is what we got.
And then just drew IID. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, look at the pool though. There's 6 eyes still unseen. I mean, as brutal as that is, it's not that unlikely.
Yeah, she's already exchanged III earlier this game, now exchanging IIO, and then has 3 more eyes on her rack after she gets bingoed for 100 points 2 turns in a row. That's rough. And Yvonne, she played well at the beginning of this game and then is really drawn into some terrible stuff. But, she's going to be a good sport about it. She always is. A pleasure to play. And she'll be able to work her way out of this slowly. Tiny coming down after QAT. Just score some points.
Yeah, and hopefully for Yvonne's sake, she doesn't draw 2 more eyes out of the bag, which is a real possibility, given that Beth has managed to dodge all of them. Oh, boy, there's one. Come on, don't be another eye. It's not. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
She doesn't deserve this. This is pretty brutal, but it happens.
See, here in America, we have a law against cruel and unusual punishment, and she might not be familiar with that one because it's happening here. I would get the Constitution Police involved. This is ridiculous, Yvonne. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is just brutal. And, this is one of those positions where you kind of, even if you're sitting across the board, you sometimes can't help but feel bad for your opponent if they're dealing with these kind of draws. I mean, it's this is just an absolutely brutal amount of punishment for what mistake did she really make? I guess a bad challenge that she shouldn't have made. But even so, this is nowhere near justified. Absolutely brutal stuff. But like I said, the Scrabble does not have to answer to any court or constitution, right? Like you just said, Matt. And sometimes sometimes you get rewarded when you have no business getting rewarded, and sometimes you get punished when you have no business getting punished. And that's just that's part of the game that can be extremely frustrating or extremely exciting and dramatic, depending on how you look at it and what position you're in.
Yeah, I mean, Scrabble is a game of infinite possibilities, and sometimes this is the possibility that happens. It's rough, but it is what it is. There are 23 more games after this one, and I'm sure Yvonne will probably not draw as many eyes in any of those 23 as she did in this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's funny, you do hear people complaining about too many eyes a lot more. And it goes back to, we talked about it in an earlier game. I think it was the Adam Logan game maybe, or no, the Austin Shin game where he kept IOR instead of AOR and ended up drawing 3 eyes. The eyes, as we're seeing here, are just so bad compared to the other vowels when they're duplicated. And it's interesting. I've had people ask me, Mac, if there's one thing you could change about the tile bag, a minor thing, what would it be? And my answer is always the same. I would probably get rid of 1 or 2 of the eyes and turn them into E's, because I feel like there's often a shortage of E's and there's always too many eyes. I'm rarely thinking man, I wish I had an eye. I'm always thinking I wish I didn't have all these eyes and I had an E instead.
Well, you can go dig Alfred Mosher Butts up and find him and let him know your feedback, and we'll see if he gets that changed for you. No, I agree. Eyes, I think there are maybe 1 or 2 too many eyes in the game of Scrabble, and I think nearly every tournament player will agree with that after seeing Rex like Yvonne's. But it is what it is. We've got our beautiful, slightly flawed game, and we're all here playing it as often as we can and watching it on the internet otherwise.
Absolutely. And of course, no dig intended there at Alfred Butts or the game of Scrabble in general. It's absolutely awesome. But yeah, sometimes just getting all these eyes here. There's nothing I feel like that makes you just hate Scrabble quite as much as having 4 eyes on your rack. There is something uniquely frustrating and aggravating about that. But yeah, Yvonne here also cannot exchange because there are only 5 tiles in the bag, and you cannot exchange with fewer than 7. So she is going to have to find a way to get rid of these, which is, I mean, I don't even know how she can get rid of 2 of them on this. Well, I guess Oidia to the blank A and relaxing for 10, keeping IIE. I mean, you know you've got it bad when Oidia for 10, keeping IIE is your best play.
Yeah, it's just really rough. Maybe dicier through that spot. I don't know. It's
That's
it's
nice.
gonna be tough.
That's
Beth has
probably a little bit
one.
better to at least keep a D, but everything here is pretty bad.
Beth has an option or opportunity to just flex on the stream even harder than she already has. She has one utterly killer play that she's just drawn into. It'd be a deep flex.
Ooh.
She'd have to know a lot of words or a lot of music, but I'm sure, Mac, you see it.
Yeah, 72-point play down the A column. Wow, that would be a really awesome find if we see that coming. I won't spoil it in case the chat wants to look for it, but yeah, Beth has a 6 there ending in an O that would score a lot.
Yeah, that word is Zydeco, Zydeco, which is not a word most people have studied. I think it's a type of music, like Cajun music or something. Yeah, Yvonne, just score some points and try to get this over with. VIED, the play for her.
Please don't draw the other eye on. I would feel so bad.
Oh, you know she's going to.
I saw her, like, as she put it on her rack, just like slam it down and shake her head. Like, yeah, I would be doing the same thing. Can't blame her at all. I mean, this is just hard to watch at some point. Look, she's pretty close to Olo Liukwi. That's how bad her rack is.
So Beth has drawn 2 eyes this game, and she used them to bingo with Taunier and to bingo with Relaxin. And Yvonne has drawn all 7 of the other eyes, plus the 6 that she has exchanged. Yvonne has drawn 13 eyes in this game, if my math is correct, which is just absolutely ludicrous.
That's got to be some kind of record. I mean, I remember a game recently, a casual game I played where I drew 7 U's. And that was pretty bad, but I feel like 13 eyes has got to take the cake over 7 U's.
I played a set against Richard Popper where I drew 16 S's in 4 games, and I thought that was untouchable. But 13 I's in 1 game feels even more impossible. See, this is why we like to show the Division 2 games, because the ridiculous stuff happens all over the place. I feel bad that Yvonne has to do this, but hey, she had her moments of brilliance. Scopper in 1 second, the bingo queen got to display. Just can't bingo with 13 I's.
Nope, you just can't. Fittingly, of course, her bingo of Scopper doesn't have an eye in it. But no, I mean, she played a very solid game. I think a couple of word knowledge mistakes likely caused by her playing the both dictionaries at once got the better of her and may have, I'm not going to say cost her the game, but cost her some chances to get a little bit closer. But yeah, overall, this was definitely a tale for Yvonne of just getting absolutely demolished by eyes in the second part of the game. And, you know, like I said, I've been there, you've been there, Matt. Probably everyone in the chat has been there. Sometimes these things just happen. You keep getting more and more, whether it's eyes. I mean, I've been bombarded by R's too. That's another one that I feel like gets you a lot. You have like 4 R's, and R's are notoriously hard to get rid of a lot at once. Like, these things happen.
These things happen, and yet we come back to the game. I bet Yvonne's going to have a 500-point game this afternoon and completely forget about this. But, you know, this happens sometimes. I'm seeing something fascinating on Quackle. Quackle, if Yvonne doesn't see the 72-point Zydeco or doesn't know that word, Quackle really wants her to just fish an E, because apparently the valuation of the 6-tile leave Zydeco is plus 29.
Wow. I mean, I guess that's not. Yeah, on like an open board, that makes sense. You actually, assuming you know Zydeco, you have Cozy without the E and with the E. You have Yez, Oyez. You have a lot of super high scoring firepower. I mean, she found it.
Oh, let's go, Beth! 500.
There we go. And that might get challenged too. That's awesome. Wow, what a game from Beth.
I mean, yeah. Yvonne's had her share of bad luck, but Beth is putting on a clinic. Again, I want to point out, she's like, lower your expectations, we're Division B. No, this is freaking awesome, man.
Absolutely.
200-point bingos and then the 72-point Zydeco. This is incredible.
Yeah, no, Beth just absolutely hammering down huge plays here. This is awesome to see. Yeah, and it's such a turn of events, too, from the beginning when Yvonne was the one who opened with a bingo and Beth was fighting through all of the clunk, and that just goes to show you, like, you never know, not just within a long tournament, but within one game, what can happen. Yeah, what a turnaround by Beth, and she's probably going to be getting over 200 spread points in this game, and I think she's on hold, so we'll see if Yvonne challenges here, but yeah, with ABE, I would assume Beth is going out, but maybe actually not on this board. We'll see. She has Blake, in Lace, I see. BLAE, that may be her only out.
Yeah, I think it is. You see, this is what I like about Scrabble. We're already post-morteming the game. It's not over yet. Like, let's talk about it. Let's have some fun. Let's learn about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is what's over in the sense of, obviously, we and the players know who's going to win. And I mean, you see this you see this in all the divisions too, and that's what I love about the game too. Like if this were a really close game and an intense endgame, I can guarantee you that these two players would be all poker face and not talking to each other right now. But what's great is that people, especially these are both very experienced players. They've been around enough to know these kind of things are going to happen, and if they played again, this same thing might happen in favor of Yvonne. So all they can do is try to make the most of it, whichever side you're on. Just kind of laugh about it, and yes, it's great to see that. And Yvonne makes the right decision to not challenge Olio. Sure, I mean, what else are you going to do with Olio and 3 eyes on your rack? So,
Beth never drew the last 2 tiles out of the bag.
Well, the director should technically not intervene, I think, right? I don't know how this works exactly.
I don't remember the rules offhand.
I'm pretty sure that the director should not.
I think that's correct, and just let the players either figure it out or submit.
Man, I should know this. I am now a certified director. I should know this. I'm pretty sure you only intervene if you see someone's clock running when that shouldn't be, or if they have drawn 8 tiles on their rack. I don't believe this or like a scoring error is a case where the director should intervene. I don't want to be held accountable for that. If I'm wrong, I can quickly try to pull up the rules, but I'm pretty sure, Josh, that you should not intervene.
No, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Josh, don't do anything unless someone in chat immediately tells us otherwise. This has happened before. It'll happen again. Yeah. We just let it go. So,
at least the good thing is here, it will not affect the overall outcome of the game. So that's good. It honestly would have probably only mattered for a couple of spread points. But yeah, no, and also actually Mitch in chat makes a very good point. Once the tiles were exposed and after Yvonne turned over her tiles, then nothing can really be done. So even if at that point Josh came over, then there wouldn't be anything to be done. So now they're going to probably square up and realize, we only have 98 tiles. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah. We're going to realize that in just a second. So this is going to be uncomfortable.
And then they probably will call the director and ask what they should do, and then they should at that point be told that the game already happened and it can't be changed. Yeah, they're probably realizing now.
But see, Beth should have had 550. These are her tiles. She could have crashed them in for even more.
She wouldn't have been able to go out if she had ABE because Yvonne blocked.
She had Bino to the NO.
Oh, I must have missed that. I don't remember.
Even then, like, she gets to play AE or AB or somewhere for 20 and then make another move because Yvonne's rag is so bad.
That's right. It's not like Yvonne was going out anytime soon. Yeah, that's fair. But in any case, I think they're just laughing about it. Yeah, I'm sure they've both been playing long enough to know at this point that the slip is probably signed. The game is over. There's surely at this point nothing they can do, and that was the correct call by the players as well as by the director and producer not intervening. The rules have changed over the years, so it's a little bit hard to keep track of and important to keep track of if you are directing a tournament. But there's a very select, deliberately so, a very select set of circumstances in which you, as a director or fellow competitor, should interfere in another game. And like I said, I believe it's limited to if you see somebody's clock is running when it shouldn't be or isn't running when it should be, or if somebody has 8 or more tiles on their rack. Those are, I believe, the only 2 times that a person not directly involved in that game should intervene.
That's the ruling we chose here. I think it's correct as well. In any case, I hope that was fun for everybody at home. And I hope that was fun for Beth because she really impressed us all with her word knowledge display, especially in that second half. She had some great draws and absolutely slammed the door on that one. Mortals for 102, Relaxin for 114, and Zydeco for 72. That's awesome stuff. And like I said, these Division B players are excellent players as well. We are going to have a brief lunch break. Lunch actually ends in 38 minutes, so we will be back with Scrabble in 38 minutes. Until then, we're going to cut to room cam and ambient noise. Everybody watching, make sure you like this video, hit that subscribe button, and we will be back 38 minutes from now. Mac will say briefly farewell to you, but Mac will be back in the commentary booth tomorrow afternoon. This evening, we'll be joined by Emmett Brosowsky and airing all NWL action. 38 minutes from now, we'll see you again. And until then, enjoy your lunch, go touch some grass. We'll see you right back. Howdy, howdy, folks. We are back with our continued coverage of the July 4th Albany, New York tournament. Matt Canik anchoring the whole thing, and this afternoon I am joined by Emmett Brosowsky. How are you, Emmett?
I'm doing great, Matt. I'm ready to see some high-octane Scrabble action. You know, I watched some of the games this morning. Looking forward to some of the same type of gameplay.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a great event, and at 27 games, man, things are going to get really spicy at the end as the cream rises to the top, and then the cream repeatedly has to play against the cream for a bunch of games in a row. That's the part I'm excited about.
I mean, we can already just take a look at some of the especially the Collins standings right now. I think the top few are like Will Anderson 4-0, Josh Sokol 4-0. So that's shaping up to be a pretty interesting division.
Yeah,
so
we've
really
got four players undefeated in CSW land. Will Anderson 4-0, Josh Sokol 4-0, but then also Adam Logan. Can't forget about that guy. You know, won a world championship and all that. And Ben Schoenbrunn, who won a whole bunch of money last summer playing CSW. There's a really great video of him playing an awesome word that I had a ton of fun commentating on. If you're not familiar with it, go find Ben winning, I believe it was a Word Cup last year. That's a good one. And Dennis Ike-Karagor. I'm sorry, Dennis Ike-Karagor is at 3.5. So technically also undefeated. That one's going to be spicy for sure. And over in NWL land, there are 5 players undefeated through 4 games. Those would be Joey Krafchick, Zach Ansel, who we saw win on stream earlier, Ed Roth, Christopher Sykes, and Annette Oberstad, all 4-0. So this is going to be spicy as well. Though in NWL, I know they're playing like an enormous round robin for the first 23 games. So we're not going to see the cream start to play the other cream for a while in that division.
But yeah, I mean, I'm very interested to see how that's going to shake out. And, you know, I think in Collins, the top few players are all some pretty established folks. But what's really exciting about this NWL division so far is that we've got this mix of really established like D1 nationals level players and players who are on their way up. So, you know, I'm excited to see them battle as it comes down to it. But of course, it's going to be a few days before we get there. But yeah, you know, I think one of my favorite things about this tournament, Matt, is that it's more of a marathon than most of the other regular season tournaments that we get, right? This is up there in terms of length with you know, the national championship or the Word Cup, all of those 31 game events. So can you speak a little bit about like how having 4 or 5 days of Scrabble in a row kind of changes your mentality as opposed to just playing for 1 or 2?
Well, there are 2 major things that can happen to a player as you play Scrabble into days 3, 4, and 5 of a lengthy tournament. One pitfall that especially newer players tend to fall into is the tilt factor. You are going to draw poorly. You are going to draw poorly several turns in a row at some point over 27 or 31 games. It just happens. It's the nature of statistics. Sometimes you roll a 1 on your dice 3 or 4 times in a row, and you just have to be able to screw your head back on straight. It really does get to a player when they draw bad repeatedly. Hope starts to fade. You start to become more and more pessimistic with every turn. And we saw Wellington so amazingly yesterday just navigate through some of the worst draws I've ever seen and managed to pull out 2 games against Will Anderson anyway. Like he said, you have to take it 1 turn at a time. You can't let your emotions rise. So avoiding tilt is one thing that all of these players are going to have to do. And the other one is just fatigue. Like, it's inevitable. And you like to think, oh, well, it's not going to happen to me. Oh, but it definitely is. It definitely is going to happen to you. And this is the first of 3 huge tournaments this summer, too. I am really curious to see whose brains are able to hold up and which players actually make it through all 3 of these quote-unquote majors in the Scrabble circuit. We've got Albany this weekend, and then, of course, in 2 weeks, the SPC Scrabble Players Championship in South Bend, and then the Word Cup in Albany, in Albuquerque 2 days after that. That's a lot of Scrabble. And I know at least a few of these folks are trying to play in all 3 of them. There's no way you maintain the caliber of play in round 89 of the month of July that you do in round 1. So it will be curious to see who starts making these blunders now and how much those carry over to these big majors in a couple weeks. It's going to be fun to watch. It's fun to be in the commentary booth. I know that much.
I agree. And I feel like it kind of, that fatigue factor, that longevity factor kind of separates, the top from the top of the top, right? So like last year, we had the double down, right? Where we saw the Scrabble Players Championship going right back to back with the World Championship. And lo and behold, Wellington was in the finals of both of those tournaments. So, he was at the top of both of those tournaments, very close to the final in the World Championship. To me, that's kind of the most impressive trait that these really top players have. But I think we're about ready to head into our next game over here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cut over to the action. As promised, it's NWL for the afternoon. We will have a good mix of the Lexica tomorrow, but let's cut over to the players, and we are stoked to bring the Albany debut of Annette Oberstad and Robin Pollock-Daniel, two extremely fierce opponents, two women who I think I am like a combined 0-5 against over the last 18 months as well. They're both incredible players. Annette's rating 1616 is the most deceiving thing we've put up here on stream so far. She is underrated. She comes from poker. She's only been on the scene 2.5 years and already burst up to Division One, nearly won the major tournament in New Orleans in January. She's a name everybody needs to take note of. And Robin Pollock-Daniel, if you don't know that name yet, where have you been? The established queen of Scrabble for 25 years from Toronto, Ontario, a word machine, and very stoked to see what kind of Scrabble we get between these two players, the old guard and the new guard. Let's get these scores updated. Robin to play first and Annette to respond here, and 0-0 how we're going to start this one.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what type of beat this game is going to get off to, as Robin's going to hopefully, draw something big out the bag. But it has really been fun for me personally to see the rise of Annette Oberstad over the last couple of years. Over COVID, we became kind of friends in the online Scrabble community, and to see how she's translated that skill into over the board skill has really been inspiring to watch.
Yeah, and I'm just so excited to see new young people who are so good at the game, who learned it so fast. The future's bright. Robin first, CEEKLOT. She has the 32-point Cleek, CLEEK, available to her. Or if she wants to keep a more balanced lead, Ketol, KETOL, is another option for 28 instead of 32. Locket for 26, a third option. But I think Cleek, you just got to take the points here and hope that O doesn't lead you too far astray. 32 is too much to pass up, says Robin. And we're off to the races here, 32-0, as Annette pulls into 7 consonants. Welcome back to the stream, Annette.
Yeah.
DJN4SST. Yuck. What do you see here?
I mean, I think she's going to be able to get away with playing on this turn, definitely. I think I probably would stray away from playing Jest. I don't know if that's what she had set up. But it's possible. I don't know. It's quite close, I think. Given that she has that other S, I think, hiding all the way on the right side of her rack. Getting rid of the J might be nice. It's also possible that she could benefit from clearing one more consonant on her rack with something like Nerds. But getting rid of the J is probably going to be the right move here.
And Robin has drawn into a really fun play next turn. We'll let that reveal itself as it comes up. But Annette looking to play off 6 or 5 of these consonants. She's actually going to opt to trends here, holding JS. I think maybe to play JEST, that's a very gutsy play, but playing it through either of the E's has huge upside if she's able to pull some vowels. But I think she feels... holding all of these consonants, this just goes south a lot. Let me try to work through this. So trends, the play for Annette, 32-14, and Robin, HINOOT blank, has just one playable bingo down from the C and another one down to the C in Cleek. So big score coming for Robin, and she is so good at the words. She's not going to miss these bingos. She almost never does.
Yeah. I think we'll see Robin come down with this relatively quickly. But I think while we're waiting for her to make up her mind between the two options, I think one of the maybe potential downsides of Annette's play is that she had the opportunity to set up her other S with maybe a play like Jest, which, as you say, is gutsy. But, as of now, there's only one S spot on the board where she could have set up a second powerful one in that double word lane. So that's just not necessarily a mistake, but definitely something that she probably considered while making that play.
Yeah, coming from the world of poker, Annette is probably one of the strongest players at evaluating risk and reward of a play, upside and downside. There's just so much of that in poker as well. And I think she just felt the risk wasn't worth the reward in that instance, though it's definitely something to think about and definitely a fun decision. I'm curious who would play what among the top 10 or 20. How did that rack? That's a really fun one. Offense versus defense. A great way to see someone's philosophy in one turn.
Yeah, it's a great litmus test. 100%. Yesterday, Will Anderson was making the point that as players don't make plays for a longer period of time, it becomes more nervous for the commentators that they might not find them. What do you think is going through Robin's head right now? Do you think she's still searching, or do you think she's deciding?
Unfortunately, and I don't want to expand on this too much, I think Robin sees one of the bingos that she could have played down from the C and is trying to evaluate whether that word was expurgated or not. And if you know what I'm talking about, or you see the word, you probably know what I'm talking about. Hopefully, Robin just sees photonic down to the C for 89. That's a word that was certainly not expurgated. But I think she probably saw the one down from the C immediately and is lamenting in her head, oh my God, did they take this one out? I can't remember which words are offensive enough that I can't play them in Scrabble. And I don't know if this is one of them. That's what I think is happening right now.
It's a very uniquely Scrabble dilemma to find oneself in, I would say. One other thing that we can point out right now is just looking at the two racks. Robin's is alphagrammed, which means that she's put it in alphabetical order, whereas Annette has hers totally spread out. And this is, as I've noticed, more and more players not really opting for the strict alphagramming tactics, especially when they have racks where they're reasonably certain there is not a bingo in them. But, it's definitely aesthetically pleasing to see the symmetric A's on Annette's rack right now.
Yeah, just gently distributed across the rack. It's a lot less daunting than AAADEJS. That kind of feels like it rubs it in your face. Robin has set up Hornito on her rack, and I think she might be playing Hornitos to the S instead. Robin is the caliber of player that if she is 0-4, she has drawn very poorly this morning, and I know when I draw poorly, I start to make mistakes. I just start to get inside my own head. Robin definitely knows photonic. She likely saw the other bingo down from the C, and just for whatever reason, didn't see photonic today. I bet talked herself out of the other one. So Hornitos, a small miss from Robin. I'm sure she'll kick herself for this after the game. I know she knows those words, but you can't complain about 32 and then a bingo on the first two turns. Robin leads 102 to 14 over Annette now.
And Annette's in quite the hole, but Robin's play of Hornitos does give her a pretty big spot to drop Jade for some high 40s, low 50s score. So that'll be a nice
on the nose.
Nice.
And she's wasting no time making this play. Jade, I think perhaps thinking about putting the S on the end, but wisely choosing not to. No other options for Annette, and it's good that she opted not to waste any more time there. Just pull the trigger, save the clock for future turns. And this is kind of how it feels to be 0-4 at a tournament. Okay, my opponent plays Jade, and I literally can't do anything about that triple word. Feel like you should have join or dog or something most of the time, but when it rains, it pours and Scrabbles. Robin not going to be able to do anything productive with the J, though she does have one standout play here, the 6-letter Ciggie, which plays through the I in Hornitos for 33. Outside of that, there are very few options for her.
Yeah, I mean, if she doesn't spot that, it's possible she may decide to make a rack balancing play of Goji through the J, which shuts down that A column ever so slightly, and is probably going to negatively impact Annette's scoring possibility for the next turn. But I do agree that Siggy is almost definitely the standout play here, and she's going to find.
And she found it. Well spotted by Robin. Siggy, it's always really hard to remember those. Is this a 5 with a Y or a 6 with an IE or both? And Robin wasting no more time. She's confident on this one, and she'll cash in 36 additional points. So that makes the score 138-64 in Robin's favor. AAANSUX, the rack for Annette, who has points available. Just AX and Hex beneath Jade is 37. I don't think there's much more she ought to think about here. Take a little bit of time, though. Anytime you have a huge play or a huge letter like the X, see if you can set it up. See if you can find a way to cash it in for 60 next turn. I don't think that's in the cards for Annette. She's going to cash in 37, and the engine agrees this is what you got to do here.
Although something that I did briefly consider, or I might have briefly considered in a Annette situation, is making some sort of setup play for the J, while also dropping enough tiles that you're quite likely to draw into an E. Given that JEUX spot all the way on the left of the board would hit quite hard for Annette. So it's possible that that tactic may have worked out for her. But, as we can see, she drew the leave there. She drew II to her leave of AANSU. So Annette is in a world of hurt right now, although she may be able to get out of it with iguanas or something like that.
Yeah, iguanas is going to be a nice bailout of a yucky rack. Although shorter plays available if she wants to stay more in bingo range. And both of these ladies putting on a display in how not to draw right now. OOOQZ, like someone run that through the leave evaluator. It can't be good. OOOQ especially. That's a yikes. And Robin's got to decide how uncomfortable this makes her, because AZO, and Zax plays for 43 right now. It just holds DEOOQ.
Yeah.
You hate leaving that. You can't leave 43 points on the table, can you, Emmett?
I don't think you can, but this leave of DEOOQ is one of those leaves where it's even difficult to see how it improves, right? I mean, even if you draw the Miracle U out of the bag, you're not really getting too much help. The other upside of Azo for Annette is that it's going to open up this Azan hook. And yeah, as Robin draws MV to her DEOOQ leave, she's kind of in a pretty difficult position here. Yeah.
OOOQZ apparently minus 15 in the leave evaluator. Thanks, Con, for that information. That is a yikes, but you've got to make that play. You've got to put scoring pressure on. You can't just sit there and exchange until your rack looks nice. So you got to fight through. And Robin's got to figure out now how to continue navigating through these awkward racks, DEOOMQV. And there are ways to clean this up. Always just jettison the Q for 11. QI is an option. DEOOMV, not the best. There's room through the blank R in Hornitos, which is very hard to see. holds DEQ and scores 23. I think that's the standout play here. In the absence of those, there's not much that makes sense. Perhaps we just see MOVE in this spot, or drove potentially if Robin really wants to open this board up. But with her lead, I don't think that's what she's looking to do.
I would be very surprised to see something like MOVE or drove in this position. I think I would also be pretty surprised to see just dropping the Q for 11. Although I think that's to me at least, in Robin's position, it's a more defendable play. You're knocking out 3 floaters there on the bottom of the board, as opposed to opening up spots for Annette to bingo. Ooh, that's very interesting. That is... I'm trying to think of the idea behind this play, Matt. Is anything jumping out to you?
Yeah, I think this play is going to make this game very fascinating because with the C here that can no longer be hit, it's impossible to overlap here. We're not going to see action on this part of the board unless somebody bingos down to this R. I think this is Robin saying, I'm ahead. I've got some control in this game. Let me just shut every single thing down. Now this is out of play as well. Bingos with cliques. This is Robin starting to close the board. If I don't have anything, I'm going to make sure you don't bingo on me at least. I think it's a damage control play, and I understand the rationale behind it, but if you see Vroom, I think you've got to play Vroom in that instance. That's just a really tough one to spot. AISTTYY as the continued display of these are some of the weirdest racks I've ever had to play through on this game. This is a play that makes sense, YAY, but it gets stacked on top so hard and so often that it's really hard to pull the trigger on this. So with an awkward back, what else can you do? I don't know.
Yeah, this is, again, it's a very, very difficult position for Annette. It's just, there's to me, I think for me, there's just too many letters that slam on top of the Y, the initial Y for an easy score of 35 points to make this play. But, I'm not seeing too many alternatives. So, it's definitely defensible, especially with how quickly Annette played it. And she has drawn tourist, I think.
So let's use this as a brief teaching moment. After YAY in NWL, Robin averages 45 points per turn.
Yeah.
After OATY for 15, Robin averages 25 points per turn. That is a 20-point delta between opening this spot and instead choosing to close the board. And I get that you're ahead, or I get that you're behind and you feel the need to open, but you're giving up 20 additional points next turn. I just think that the value of this spot and this spot, YAY takes a back S, as Alex Seaholm taught me as he wiped me and won the Nationals. You're just opening up a lot for your opponent. And Robin had maybe one of the most inflexible leaves she could have, and she's still going to score very well this turn because of it.
Yeah, it's a very volatile play. Very, very volatile. And, maybe if Robin had just played a bingo and was drawing into a random rack of 7, it's a play that I'm liable to make. But yeah, I mean, she's just going to have this type of play a little bit too often, which blocks the spot where Annette was thinking about playing tourist.
Yeah, it's just Robin is able to score, and really Annette has dodged a bullet here. This is close to the best case scenario for her. But crucially, Robin did block Annette's only 7-letter bingo of tourist, and Annette is now not going to be able to bingo at all this turn.
Yeah. So
she's going to have to decide how to steer this ship as she faces an uphill climb to catch back up in this game. Does she try to bingo next turn with the YAYS spot still available? Or does she try to keep? I really don't know. Outvoted is an option to open up the board if she wants to go there, but this is going to be a big turn.
I think outvoted is a very, very interesting play to think about, actually. It creates a floater with the O. It opens up difficult lines for sevens, but from a recursive standpoint, and recursion is this idea that the moves that you make on any given turn are going to have ramifications, not just the next turn, but for the rest of the game. From a recursive standpoint, playing something like Outvoted is going to completely flip the board geometry of this game. It's going to, I mean, completely upend a lot of the work that Robin's been doing to shut it down. So I think it's very worth thinking about.
But it is tough to spot. Those weird extensions are
Very true.
awkward. There are other plays that are absolutely worth making. TOAD and Limbo, or TRIAD and Limbi are both options as well, if you notice those back hooks.
Right.
OUT also extends BYE if you want to blow things open in that way. But I think if I'm a net, I want to do everything I can to keep this spot open for myself. And I want to make some kind of distractor in this section of the board instead. Outvoted checks a lot of the boxes I'm looking to do here.
I agree. And, from a scoring perspective, it's definitely important for a net to stay keeping pace with Robin here. But I do agree that plays like Triad and Toad. Oh, and she finds Outvoted. I am a big fan of this play.
This is why I think she's going to be so dangerous, because she's creative like this and understands I've got to keep this board alive. I've got to thwart your effort. Nice job, Annette. Great play.
Yeah. I think that's a really great intuitive grasp on the board dynamics. And she's going to hope to draw an A or an E from this bag right now.
It's easy to eject ship to and just play suitor and yays in that situation. Right. That kind of feels like I'm giving up on this game. So I like this play from Annette to keep fighting. And Robin's got to be giddy that finally she's been able to jettison this Q that's been bogging her down. So finally, I think both players are going to work towards their goal. Robin got her rack cleaned up, and Annette, I expect to draw a bingo right here with the floating E, floating I, floating G, and the yays spot available. I put the commentator jinx. Oh, God. I'm sorry, Annette. That's my fault.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Not great. Not so great. Gosh, my video game brain is seeing Tetris pop to mind, but that's not going to do it for Annette.
Yeah, the Triad or Triads still available if you notice the sneaky spot here, but that is a big... Oh, there we go. This is perfect.
Wow. Yeah.
Gotta get over here.
I like this.
And we've got to score some points. This is perfect.
Right. So what this does is it reopens the left-hand quadrant, or the upper left quadrant of the board that Robin kind of pretty effectively shut down with Aqua, making it impossible to parallel Outvoted. This is really nice. She's still got two different places to hook that S with yays and with cliques. And there's plenty of floaters down below, so she really just has to hope she's going to draw vowels. But, woof, Matt, that is not what you want to see.
Oh, my God. That is not what you want to see. That's just another killer draw for Annette. RST into IRST, and now this. But the cleverness of Outvoted and then trios is she still has a chance because she continues to open the board. She has more opportunities to catch back up in this game. Other people who don't make these openings, they're already walled in, shut, and game over because of the series of poor draws. So she still has some life yet, but this is getting frustrating on my end to watch for her, much less on her end. So Robin quickly make a little play of WOAD. That's an awesome play. She does spot the hook. She cashes in a ton of points, stays in bingo range herself, and she's got to know if I bingo just one more time, this game's done.
Yeah, and her rack looks pretty good for that. I think something like Regainer, if I'm misremembering. But now Annette's kind of got the option here. She's got a few plays that I think are probably worth it by equity through that I on the bottom of the board. Something like Drip or Bird or Drib or something like that. But is that worth it from her perspective to shut down pretty much the last lane for playing an 8-letter bingo on this board? and she judges it's
Yeah.
not going to be.
Yeah, the way
Which
she's
I think
playing
is
this
right.
game, you gotta stick to your guns, and her guns say keep the board wide open and do my best.
Yeah.
This is consistent with everything else she's done, and unfortunately for her, she's not going to block Robin's bingo of Regainer, and Robin's going to drop it instantly. In fact, I don't even know if Annette hit her clock on that last turn. She might have. So Regainer comes down for Robin. That's going to put her ahead 335 to 138, and we'll see what Annette is able to draw into this ST leave. She needs to draw a natural bingo and then pick up the blank, I think, to have much of a shot.
And that is not the way to do it.
VW.
Yeah. Certainly not ideal.
Vrows and Yays is 55, holding T blank. Over Wets plays through the E in the bottom for just 64.
Yeah, definitely better to play Vrows.
If you're Annette in this situation, I guess you have to figure out, am I even playing to win this game anymore, or do I just kind of limit spread? Vrows definitely limits spread. And I guess if you bingo next turn, you still have a shot. I think you have to do this. Yeah, I don't know. This is a hard turn, but you have to.
Yeah, I think Annette's played this pretty quickly, which I think is the right decision. I mean, Vrows is certainly up there with the best options on this turn. I think the scoring is too much to pass up, and the leave of T blank is quite powerful, especially with the balanced bag that's left. I think we've got 10 vowels, 14 consonants left, so there's plenty of ways for Annette to bingo on the next turn. I'm just not quite sure that even a bingo on the next turn is going to do it for Annette.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill climb, but hey, if you're down by a gazillion points, why not score 55 now, keep a blank, and just see if anything else can happen.
100%.
So Robin now, FHMNO, FEH beneath Regainer. Looks to be kind of the straightforward play here, 37 points. I think Robin would like to obstruct the back hook on Regainer and is probably trying to take some time here to see if there's any word she can play that doesn't take any back hooks that she can, kind of put that line with. FOH right here does not take a back S, but it takes a back N. That would set Robin's N up, but there is one N unseen, and of course it's on Annette's rack right now. So FOH would be a great idea in a closer game, but I think with the nice lead Robin has, it's not a chance you take just in case Annette does have that last N. And of course she does.
Yeah, FOH would work out quite well for Annette in this particular scenario, as I'm not sure she's bingoing otherwise.
It's a play that looks good, but backfires in this iteration for sure.
Exactly. It looks like Femme is coming down. Oh wow, that's very, very smart.
Either play is going to set herself up. Now she can cash the H here, but if she plays FEH, I think she's got meh in the same spot.
True.
It's just nice when your letters synergize with themselves and set them up, and there she goes. So FEM, the play for Robin, and then looks like we're seeing, looks like she set down a bingo for a second and then picked it back up.
Interesting. What do you think she's thinking about?
She's going to play 10 fulls, but I think she's trying to make sure that's the best thing to do. There is actually a second playable bingo here over in this column for Annette as well, but I think wisely you take the one that's hard to hit. This one requires an S, and this one just needs any bingo ending in a vowel. So if you get your choice, play here now, and then try to hit the left side and catch up. 10 fulls for Annette is going to make this 309 to 370, but Robin has just drawn.
That's a great draw.
A vowel that we needed on this board, and she is going to be in this game.
Again, it seemed like at almost every juncture of this game, Annette has made a play that seems like it's the right play given the dynamics and the spread difference at the time, and almost every time she's gotten punished for it. As she's about to be again, right after anti-flu. I'm not sure heroin goes down on this board.
Wow, but Annette has pulled
Great
a
draw.
really nice draw out of the bag, and there are 7 tiles left. So if Robin bingoes here and then Annette bingoes out, that would actually make the differential on this one pretty close. But
Yeah.
Heroine is going to put Robin ahead by enough that she can do most things and win this game.
Yeah.
Oh, she'll win this game always after it, I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering what she's considering here. I guess maybe she's thinking maybe it's better to not empty the bag, but I can't think of a different option on this move, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, there are several plays that score a lot for her. Hole is right here. Or here too plays through this tee, but I think maybe Robin just hasn't noticed that she has a natural 7 on her rack quite yet. I think she's figuring out the rest of this end game, and then it's going to come to her in a second, like, oh, yeah, I've got a bingo right now. Let me just play that instead.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, to me, it's a player of Robin's caliber and experience with a rack this high probability. I would be shocked if she hadn't seen it already, but yeah, well, she's definitely seen it now. That's for sure.
Yeah, there it is. So Heroine, I think, going to come down for Robin, and that's going to be the end of this one.
Yeah, certainly the dagger here.
Yeah, 75 points on its way, and that's going to be the end of this one. And the H floating is not what Annette needs to bingo back either, so she's not going to be able to bingo out and cut that spread. Robin's concerns are mitigated and or alleviated, whatever. And yeah, Annette's probably just going to cash a bunch of points on the side of 10 full, and we'll be done with this one here.
Yeah, and look, this was I think a very well played game from Annette. Some very creative plays with trios and outvoted. And sometimes the tiles don't fall the way you want it to, or the chips don't fall your way. But yeah, I think we'll see how long Annette spends trying to figure out this end game, given that she does have plenty of time to work with.
I've been saying all broadcast yesterday and today that it's these weird intermediate turns where you have a number of options and you have to figure out which option is best in this game against this opponent on this board. And Annette, I think, navigated several of the turns early and in the middle of this game very well in terms of giving herself some extra life. She's still green. There's still lessons she needs to learn, like YAY, I think, is a turn she's going to go back and look at and think about. But man, the way she navigated a lot of those racks, her future is so bright. And hats off to Robin. She had a little blip on the bingo early on in this game, and otherwise, I think, did a great job of taking control of this board, navigating a series of unfortunate draws at 0-4, and held it together and held on to win this game. Hats off to both of them. This was a good one, and they both played well.
Agreed. I think the poise and experience was definitely on display from Robin in this game. Now, stepping back in, I think, what do you think is Annette's top move here? Maybe taped or something along those lines to guarantee that she's going out in 2.
Yeah. DEEP plays for 1,000 points right there. So that's the optimal end game. AST is always going to go out next turn as well. So that is what Quackle spits out as her best sequence. Option number 2 is actually PAST. Not PASTE, but just PAST. So I guess there's some thread Robin has that it blocks. I'm not going to try to make conversation and also solve an endgame. I could do that in my early 20s, 31 and cranky now. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I wonder what the play with DEE is that it wants Annette to make. But yeah, we'll see how quickly. Or honestly, I think this is paradoxically one of the most interesting points of a game from a commentator's perspective, just because you get the opportunity to see how far players or how much players are willing to think about these end games in a position where they're completely lost, right? And for some players, they're going to really try to solve, every position to the best of their abilities. And some players are just happy to finish a game out and maybe lose 5 or 10 points of spread along the way. But it looks like Annette is thinking about D-paste. Wow. Which, if it were valid, would play with 6 overlaps on the left of heroine.
That would be something. Wow, D-paste. I mean, she's probably going to count it up and like, hey, she's almost certain this is no good. But if doesn't win the game, she's got to do the math. D-paste is 94 points, but even getting all the points off Robin's rack, it would not be enough. Now she's got to decide, okay, if I'm 99% sure D-paste is no good, do I want to try it anyway, or should I just cut the spread here?
Yeah, maybe if she recognizes that she owns that spot on the right-hand side, she has the only letters left in play that are going to go down next to the I. It's possible it's worth trying it, even though it's going to give Robin a free challenge. But I do think her word knowledge is gonna win out in this situation.
Yeah, she's got the time. She's entitled to use it, and she certainly will in this instance. What I would probably have done is played PASTE right here and made regainers and then just botched this whole situation. But I've done that twice before. Just pluralized a word that was already pluralized with a blank. All right, she's found the optimal end game here, took her time, did it all right, didn't play deep paste, and deep for 41 going to be the play for Annette, pulling her up to a respectable 350 to 445. I got those scores wrong. Sorry about that. That is the correct score right now, and Robin has to know that Annette's going out and is just going to look to get rid of as much as she can. BAP, I think, here, the top play for her.
Yeah. We'll see how long it takes her to find it, but I'm confident in her ability to do so.
Sometimes, if I start a tournament 0-4, I don't think through my end games as much as I should. So I wouldn't blame her even for a second if she didn't either. But, it is such a long tournament. 0-4 is by no means out of it in a 27-game tournament. This ain't a 1 day. 100%. This ain't a 2 day. This is Albany, baby. This is 4 days of Scrabble.
And that's the difficulty with these really long tournaments, is that you kind of can't let yourself go on tilt and stop trying to make those optimal endgame sequences early in the tournament, because you want to bet on yourself. And if you start getting on the grind, right, you start rising in the standings, those points are going to matter. Those spread points are going to matter as you get more and more bunched up with people around you. Yeah, it looks like pub is what Robin's considering now, which is, I think, to me, just seems like an inferior version of BAP, given that Annette is certainly going out. So the benefit of getting rid of the U versus the A is not really going to be applicable here.
And now she's found Pieball, which is also a really awesome play. Plays with 3 overlaps right down alongside Heroine, but is technically 1 point weaker than BAP.
Yeah, which I think she'll figure out.
In any case, Robin's going to hold on and win this game by about 100 points or so. That'll bring her to 1-4 in the tournament. While we're here, this is the Albany, New York, July 4th tournament, brought to you by Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor and the Let's Play Scrabble team. Matt Canik leading commentary today, joined by Emmett Brosowsky this afternoon, and we'll have a handful of talented co-commentators rotating in and out across July 4th, 5th, and the weekend as well. Be alternating between CSW and NWL play, and based on what matchups we see, try to do more Collins in the morning because we know some of our overseas folks are awake. there is tons of Scrabble to be watched yet on this channel. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button to the Let's Play Scrabble channel, as there are so many tournaments and Scrabble events brought to you here and digestible VODs brought afterwards for those who like shorter videos. Make sure we thumbs up this video. We have 2 more games coming today, and the further up the algorithm we get bumped, the bigger our viewership numbers are, the more we grow Scrabble together. So thanks for indulging us there, and I'll step off my soapbox for that. Robin has elected to play pub at the top of the board, and that is going to be almost the end of this one. Annette now gets to figure out where she wants to put her final 3 tiles, and she's found the best spot there. Tars plays for 20 points. She'll grab 10 points off of Robin's rack, and the final score in this one's going to be 472 for Robin to 380 for Annette. Robin's got to be relieved to finally shake off that abysmal start. She played a great game here, and I look forward to seeing more of both of these ladies on the stream later on in the tournament. We are going to cut away from the board there and are going to cut to a brief break as we wrangle the next players. I think the plan is to get Joey Krafchick on stream for the next game. We'll see how many cobwebs he has. My understanding is he has been studying like a madman.
And he just improved to 5-0 with a 200-point win. So he's at 5-0 plus 785 right now. So, it seems like the hiatus didn't really, dull any of his skills too much. I'm excited to see what he has to offer.
So it might be Joey Krafchick. It will definitely be somebody in just a few minutes, but we've got to wrangle players. This one ended rather quickly because Annette played kind of fast. So we'll take a brief intermission. I'm going to scarf down some pizza and touch grass. We will be back here in just a few short minutes. Y'all don't go anywhere. And we are back, round 6 from Albany, New York, just about to begin. If you're just joining us, I am Matt Canik, joined by Emmett Brosowsky. We're carrying on our coverage of the NWL division, and round 6 is going to bring you a good one. We've got Billy Nakamura against Wes Eddings. I think the players are seated, situated, and ready to go. Emmett, are you familiar with these players at all?
I am actually pretty familiar with both of these players. Billy and I have played, God, maybe hundreds to even low thousands of online games against each other, and quite a few in-person games as well. And I've gotten the opportunity to hang out with Wes at a couple large tournaments. So I'm familiar with both of these players, both very good players. And Billy is kind of a speed demon. But yeah, I'm just so excited to see both of these guys play. It's been too long.
It's so appropriate that the speed demon has an extra large Dunkin' iced coffee next to him. And I think that is very poorly. My experience with Wes is that he tends to get into clock trouble. I know he used to live in Texas. I played him frequently, and I would just go as fast as I could against him every game to try to fluster him, to try to pull him behind. He's a great player, good word knowledge, very tactical, but he needs to stay out of time trouble. And against a speed demon like Billy, I think that is advantage Billy. Though perhaps the book on Wes has changed over the past few years. Perhaps he's learned to go a little bit quicker. Egg, lols.
Billy gives the folks what they want.
Excellent. I couldn't ask for a better start. Egg lol for Billy on his stream debut from Albany. Though I don't think we're going to see Egg come down here. I think we're going to see logged or dog leg if he's able to see that. Do you have a preference between those? Set up the front hooks on logged or the back hook on dog leg?
Yeah, I would probably play logged, just because you're going to be able to play it in the more optimal position without opening up a valuable hook. So what I mean by that is that the front hooks on logged, maybe the F and the S and whatever else there is, are going to be in the triple letter lane as opposed to in the double word lane, where dogleg would, I believe, necessitate having, maybe not actually, but I like logged better, to say the least.
Yeah, I think either one is reasonable there. I think you just don't want to spend forever on it. And you want to make sure you're 100% certain on what front hooks logged has. I will go ahead and say there are 5. You got to make sure you're 100% on any of those words if you want to set up those hooks. But logged to play for Billy, and Wes kind of got destroyed by that because this rack, you so obviously just play off EEY, usually the 3-letter EYE. And most often after an opening play, you can play that for like 25 or 30, and it's usually pretty defensive and nice. And no, there's like nowhere good for Wes to do anything. EYE and ED, where EYE and DE is ridiculous. He could play Ely through the L, but you expect to bail out of this rack with EYE no-brainer, and you can't no-brainer that word anywhere after logged. Destroyed. Ouch.
It's very tough. Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, we still may see him play one of the EYE variations. But I think more likely we'll see Ely, honestly, even though it feels pretty bad. But the SIRE leave is just so powerful. I don't think, Although I think what Wes may be thinking about is that he still wants to maintain that S to front hook logged, which is certainly a very reasonable reaction. And the doubled E's are reasonable. If you're going to have a doubled letter, it might as well be an E.
Yeah, if you're going to hold a double letter, it might as well be an E for sure, and then you're going to draw 2 more. There you go.
Exactly.
EEEIRS. Welcome to the stream. At least it's not 13 eyes.
Right.
Oh my goodness. All right. So not the start Wes was looking for at all for this game. I'll put one more little nugget out there. Ely would have been a fun word knowledge check for these players, as it does have one front hook.
Ooh.
And that is an S. So Wes
Yeah.
could have set it up, but GEY makes sense as well. It just gets destroyed by double val draws, as Wes is about to demonstrate as he struggles next turn immensely. Back
Right.
over to Billy, who is unable to play the Pokemon Palkia, but is going to be able to maybe play Pika, short for Pikachu, perhaps. Pika plays above log for 22, but I don't know that you want to set up a big line, especially after Wes has just played small with GEY. So I think we'll see a different play. We'll see defense emphasized here. I expect probably PAIK going to end up being the play across that quadrant. Anything else you see that makes sense in it?
No, I really think PAIK that's what jumped out to me initially as the right play. One thing that does is it marginally shuts down the front hook on logged, which, unless I'm mistaken, Billy currently doesn't have any of those front hooks. Ooh, interesting. What are we seeing here? Alki. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's possible he didn't see PAI that word. It's a tough four to spot. This seems a little. I don't know. I just would almost never keep the P over the L, especially when you're scoring more with pick, I think. But
yeah, I don't think this is a good idea. Knowing that GEY does not take an S, I think knocking out the front hooks to logged after my opponent has just fished on the first turn, I think that's very important. And instead, Billy just opens even more lanes. I do not like this play from him. I think this is an opportunity for him to capitalize after Wes's slow start. And instead, he's opened the board further. I mean, offense scores points and wins games sometimes, but I think a missed opportunity and a missed play here for Billy. Back to Wes, EEIRS. You can drop two E's, EKE, EYE. You can play Erie, EERIE, for just 15. But this is a very challenging turn. And we talked about this last game, but fishing can be recursive, where if you miss the first fish, then you have to fish again. And if you miss again, all of a sudden you've scored 30 points across 3 or 4 turns and you're dead, even if your bingo goes down. But I think you have to here. And I like what Wes has done, trying to make sure that lines are going to exist on top of this play. It's just easy for Billy to knock both of these lines out at once if he chooses to play defense on this turn. And Wes, what are you doing? Why would you draw more vowels? That is killer. A-U into E-E-I-R-S. Now 4 straight vowels for Wes. This is painful.
It's really brutal. But you know, I'm going to look into the future and predict that he's going to play EAU on the next turn, maybe hooking the E to the right of the Y in GUI after Billy drops down Cokes or Cox or Pox or whatever he decides to do here. Yeah. But again, I mean, I know we were talking about recursion last game, and I believe maybe Mac was talking about this earlier this morning, where if you miss your draw, you kind of have to fish again, right? Which is one of the biggest issues with fishing.
It just very quickly turns into a messy situation. But Billy crushing a ton of points here. Yeah. Good choice. I think Cokes was available 1 space up for 4 extra points. There's no way you do that after consecutive fishes when you've got a lead already. Just play Coxa as Billy did here. I do like this decision quite a bit.
Yeah, I think the triple percentage on Wes is a lot higher than it might normally be. Definitely much higher than average, which is why I do agree with that that option from Billy here. And we'll see if we actually see EAU from Wes. I'm trying to find if Rezo plays anywhere. But I'm not quite sure. It doesn't quite fit next to Coxa. But maybe, I don't know. There's definitely some things to think about here.
Yeah, Wes has a number of good options. If he wants to score some points, I don't know. This is going to be challenging for him. He can score a few points, like Easier and Reek, if he feels like he's falling that far behind is there, but that feels like a huge sacrifice, breaking up a great racket. So I think we fall
agree.
into the recursive, like we're just going to play EAU for 11, fish one more time, and we have to hit it this time, right?
Yeah.
This is rough.
It's tough right now for Wes. I mean, the spot you want to be in when you're fishing is you want to have kind of a spidery type of board structure with lots of different floaters, lots of options for ace, especially when you're down the way he is. And right now you've got really only two powerful floaters, and the C is generally more powerful the earlier it is in the word. So even if Wes does hit a bingo, it's very likely going to be something like a high 60s, low 70s point bingo, which at this rate, especially with the rack that we can see Billy is in possession of right now, is not going to put Wes in the lead, and he'll still probably be down at least a tempo. So he's definitely in a hole here to begin this game.
So I think Wes's best option is EAU if he spots it. Here it comes right on cue. And look what this is going to give back. ZI
wow.
for 50-something, holding ERT blank, and prizes burning the blank also plays for 80-something up here. So Wes is just getting absolutely destroyed, and it's not really anything he's done. It's just like, oh, this is one of the worst things that could have happened, and then that's one of the worst things that could have happened, and then it just keeps happening to him. This is rough, but it's a game. He's just drawn fussier, so there is a chance yet.
Oh, that's a pretty big miss.
All right.
Well, it's not. It's what, maybe a 10-point miss, 10 or 11.
Zip bad. In this position is 46, down beneath its 53. So not a massive miss, but Billy, the speed demon, perhaps a little bit too much caffeine in that Dunkin' coffee. Missed opportunity there. And again, Scrabble is not about who knows the most words. It's about who just consistently pounds out the best play every single turn. And Billy's probably still going to win this game despite that, but there are a number of games where that is the pivotal mistake. So, okay. Anyway, zip the play from Billy in the wrong spot, and fussier plays for Wes using flogged or slogged. Its anagram fishier plays as well. I'm curious to see how Wes is going to position this bingo to try to keep the board as dynamic as possible, or if he's going to opt for like this more defensive option here of fussier. Doesn't guarantee as much long-term control of the board, but maybe he thinks if I'm pulling this close, I'm in decent shape.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. I think Fisher is probably what I would lean towards in Wes's position. You're bingoing, you're still going to be down 20, and you're also down a tempo. So it's really about like you can think about it as like a 40, 45 point deficit. And this blocks off a lot of bingo opportunities on the bottom half of the board, really blocks off most bingo opportunities, at least for sevens, across the entire board. Whereas Fissure has both, I believe, the D hook and the S hook. And I really don't know about the R hook, but you never know. Although I do think Billy's still going to find a way to bingo here.
Yeah, Billy's got a number of bingos here, but they all have big drawbacks, and the highest scoring one is just 72 points, excuse me. There's no crazy nines, though Billy would love to drop one of those on stream, I'm sure, as we all would. Nothing like that. He's going to take his time, see if there's anything he can play through that disconnected RU. Nobody's home, and of the options he has, they're all bad. For different reasons, save I think just one of them. So he's got plays through the U, things like trounces and recusant, but each one of those opens a major triple line. So you'd like to avoid those if you can. He's got bingos through the E, things like sarsenet, but those give a bunch of floaters to get hit right back when you'd like to try to take control of this game. So there's just one bingo that does both score well and control the board, and that bingo is Ancestor for 70 points.
Wow.
That's tough to spot, but I think you want to try to take control of this game. You've already got the lead. You're going to pull ahead by 90. You want to start shutting down. You don't want to expose the floaters. Billy's going to need to find the correct bingo here, and I think it's Ancestor. Do you have any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you on the Ancestor point, but I am not positive that Billy's going to spot this because I think it is a very hard word to spot. When you're looking through the O on this type of board, I think just the presence of eek is going to dissuade you from looking for words that have the O not in the first or second position, even though it does have so many front hooks. It just kind of flips a little switch in the brain, at least in my brain, which may be why I'm still 1500. That makes me less likely to look through that spot. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have rather seen him play one of the smaller bingos that doesn't stick something in the triple.
If you're gonna bingo here, at least play percent instead and
Right.
avoid exposing the triple. I think you're exposing CERS. You're just asking to get punished right here in a way where you don't need to do that. And nobody's home for Wes, it looks like. But if you're gonna draw good, you need to do as best you can with those tiles. And I think another rushed decision here from Billy, and kind of an uncharacteristic mistake. He's usually more solid than this, from what I've seen. The Crescent will play. Shout out to the Crescent City Cup, the major tournament brought by Austin and Lindsay and Lila and Kate, the incredible team. That is every January, including 2025. If you haven't signed up yet, I have. Go ahead and get your name on the list. Send that money in. Crescent City Cup, awesome time. All right, back to this game.
Well, yeah, I mean, speaking of the Crescent City Cup, it's a tournament that Billy's won twice in 2 different divisions. So maybe that's why it's on his brain. Yeah, I mean, drawing the blank out of the bag is very good for him. He's certainly in the driver's seat in this game right now. And actually, he's like very close to some really fun blank bingos, maybe making the blank into a Q or a W. But that's neither here nor there. We'll see what Wes comes down with. Maybe comma or something like that, leaving the R, the E, and the S mostly open. Yeah. I'm not sure how nice the OVE leave is, though.
How about this?
Ooh, wow.
If there's already a triple open, why not open another one? I'm getting crushed anyway. Let's have some fun on the stream, right?
Yeah, I think that's certainly defensible. Well, that's got a leave of AAM, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what's that? It's something. What that's like 32 or something like that. I think that's honestly very reasonable.
There's also ammo right here if you kind of want to run equity, but you have to assume that this quadrant's going to go away. Although, I don't know, Billy doesn't seem like he wants to play any defense. He just wants to score 600 this game. So maybe you can ammo and see. But I don't know. I think in this situation, even though that AAM leave is unideal, like you're going to get blown out of this game unless you try to change something. So move is the move I would make here.
Yeah, I think move is definitely would be one of the top 2 or 3 moves that I consider. Ammo may be a few too many points to pass up, but it is difficult to retain the V when we're trying to get a bingo down through the ERS. And Wes is going to go with the equity here, which I think is totally a reasonable decision.
Yeah, only one unseen S. If I get it, I'm in super control of this line for the rest of the game. So I think this play is just fine from Wes as well. But move is a little bit gutsier, and I think would have been given him, I think, an extra shot in this game. But ammo's fine, and we'll shift back over to Billy, AAILOW blank. Not a lot of good options, but Billy can do exactly what he wants to do. Just drop AWA and shut this board back off.
Right. Nope.
Or you can play Wilco and keep the board open and try to score 600. That's fine too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Billy's playing a little fast and loose this game.
Yeah, no, you just gave
Which
Wes Tardive, and like this is a game again. But I don't
Yeah.
know. You don't need to play defense if you're going to draw really well. I just think you should try to play defense once you go ahead like this. I don't know.
I agree. Although, I mean, it's the stylistic differences between players that keep Scrabble fresh. Um, and Billy sets up "ay on his rack as a nice nod to the fans. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying the memes for sure so far.
I do appreciate the memes. And I think really Billy didn't play Crescent over Percent because he thought it was better. I think he really just wanted to give us the easy plug for the Crescent City Cup. And for that, Billy,
Oh,
I thank you
100%.
because, man, that is an incredible tournament. And you need to go if you're not on the list yet. You need to book off MLK weekend in January and get yourself to a Crescent City Cup. Okay, I'll stop. Tardive, the play for Wes. Aadin blank for Billy, who looks to respond. Wes is actually just pulled ahead. It feels like
Yeah.
he's down a ton. But Billy does have one playable bingo here, and he's
This
a
is a
word
tough
machine.
one.
I bet he knows the word, but it is tough to find. It's just strange. Doesn't do what you think words do. I won't say it
Yeah.
just yet, but I'm sure it's already in chat. So y'all spoiled it. Yeah, the word is gainsaid. Gainsaid. I would miss that in this situation 100%.
Yeah, I think I'd miss it too, but I do know that this word is in Billy's range. It's about 8,000 probability in the eights. I know for certain that Billy studied all the way up through this, so we'll see what we'll see if he's able to come up with this. But I think with the blank, this is a really unintuitive word to find, especially because if you're thinking about making that blank a G, holding the ing combination is very difficult to ignore. Yeah, I think just dropping the A and I is a decision that a ton of players are going to make in this situation, me included. Yeah, assuming there's a good enough option.
But I feel like this is the Scrabble equivalent of that scene every kid plays out in his or her head. Like, it's the bottom of the ninth, the bases are loaded, there's 2 outs. All right, my opponent just bingoed, the game is close again, but I've got the blank and there's 1 line left on this board. What is the bingo? And the bingo is not aid for 17. It's gainsaid for 60 whatever. But alas, Billy, unable to shine in this moment. Again, that is really hard to spot. And once again, kind of what we've been saying all weekend, it is the consistency to always find that top play that separates the grandmas from the grandmasters, is I think the quote from Word. But that separates, the masters from the grandmasters, the experts from the grandmasters, and that's an example of one I would whiff, and an example of one Billy whiffed that I think Josh or Mac probably would not.
Yeah, again, look, Billy is a very skilled player. That type of word is difficult to see for 99% of Scrabble players. So I really don't fault him for missing that. And Wes has some pretty high scoring options here with the J, I believe.
This is a bonkers turn. I got to talk through some of this. So Pheo, Pheo, plays and retains JTA. Now, that's a spot that almost never stays open, but it is definitely something to think about. There's a lot of other great equity plays here. Hodge opens the board for a letter that Wes doesn't have. Josh is really boring and closes your best bingo line, but it's an equity play. This is a hard turn and one that I think warrants a lot of time as Wes needs to figure out how to best shape the board. He's not even losing by that much. He'll go ahead any play he makes here too. So I don't know if he wants to start thinking defense, if he wants to start thinking offense and set himself up. This is a tricky one.
Pheo specifically, I think, would be a very impressive play to come down, given that it's new in the most recent dictionary update. And I know for players like Wes who've been playing for such a long time, getting those new words into your brain. And indeed, I have this issue too. Like I really did not see Theo immediately. It's difficult to add new words into those patterns you've studied a million times. Yeah, I think Joseph here is what I was looking at, though, Matt.
Yeah, if we're
It's
talking about
very
names, you can play
volatile.
Josh or Joseph, right?
Yeah, again, oof, what with one S unseen, I believe. Um,
One
it's
S unseen.
it's a very narrow decision here, I think, for Wes. But this is the turn that the game's going to rest on, to me. His
So
decision here.
Theo is so fascinating because of the inference you can make. AID does not ever hold tiles that score a lot. You would play WAD if you had a W, or you would play your Y if you had a Y, right? So even though you put an O here in Theo, he needs to have drawn in his 3-tile draw a letter that's going to crush you here. It's not in his range a lot. I think a lot of the time he bingos here or maybe here. And if he doesn't bingo, I think he usually plays there, but I don't think it's going to hurt you that bad. With the inference from the previous play and the JAT leave, I still don't know if Theo is right. It looks crazy, but it feels more and more right the longer I look at other kind of meh options. Josh is still fine, but I don't know.
Yeah, I really think that inference for me would put it over the top, right? That I mean, you're not getting hit with very many things that are doing real damage to you, and the upside is just so massive. You're getting to play Joda for almost 60 points on the next turn, at the very least, unless it's blocked. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. That is so. I don't know if I would have the stones to make that play.
I mean, we know that this is going to end very poorly because of the rack that Billy has, but I think West just kind of feels the need to roll the dice here and see what happens. You're just conceding 50 points very often to your opponent with 3 unseen eyes. I don't know if this was the best decision for Wes here, but maybe he didn't see anything else, or maybe he just decided big baller Wes, we're going to roll the dice today.
It's possible he also saw that this. Wow, I mean it's a optimal draw for Wes after this, but seeing that Hum sets up your P maybe for a couple of points is big, but Antibug here is going to smash this spot for somewhere north of 85 points.
Yeah, 91. Billy's highest scoring bingo is anti-bug, and he doesn't waste any more time on that. So Wes rolls the dice and gets hit hard, but he looks to hit back. EINOPST, a great and balanced rack for Wes. The problem is that he does not have playable bingo.
It's really shocking with a rack this strong. But those sevens, pintos, and points are not going to play on a board that's this bad for sevens. And, as counterintuitive as it may seem, you're not going to have any H through that S in Crescent. It is frustratingly close to being able to bingo in a lot of spaces here for Wes. But, we'll see if he feels the need to try to pluralize Antibug. As Jared in the chat has also just come up with.
Wes is holding the play, so it's clear he's at least slightly unfamiliar with the word, but that makes it even harder to put the S on, but perhaps also more enticing if you don't know what it is. Maybe an anti-bug is just a type of bug. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Billy's drawing is provisional.
It's possible that Billy misdesignated the blank or something, but I'm pretty positive he did the right thing. Billy's going to let his tiles just sit where they lay for a little bit as Wes lets his time tick off the clock here.
And as Wes, I think, slowly digests that I opened this spot, I got hit for 90, I drew great, and I'm not going to bingo here. Oh my God. This just becomes sadder and sadder and sadder for him. Game's not over. He's still got a shot, but wow, it really feels like he was supposed to bingo already, or, this was not supposed to happen. He's not supposed to be trailing by 60 right now, given that he just climbed out of a huge hole.
Yeah, I feel like his play of Haj was a little bit unnecessary, honestly. I think that type of volatile opening play um, is a play that you would make if you're making it to go down 40 or 50 or 60, but not a play that you want to make if you're making it to go up 10 or 20 or even more, maybe even 30. But we'll see what he does. I think, you know, your first thought in this position may be to drop just the O and the P, but he can score a lot more points for dropping the E and the P, playing hump and something like maybe PE or PENG maybe, and leaving himself quite a few bingo draws.
Yeah, he can also score 1,000,000 points right now if he wants. Snipe plays for 43, but blows up this nice balanced rack in a situation where you feel like you need a bingo or you're going to lose the game. If any, you need to look to open another spot. This S is your friend right now. This line is okay, but overlapping the A is going to be a little bit tough. You'll need like an EST or an EN bingo. So I think maybe just look to play cop, set a little trap here, a little diversion, and see what happens. This is a tricky situation, though.
Yeah, so that was cop was the first thing that I touched on, or that I saw, but I'm not sure that the point sacrifice is worth it versus something like just PE, right? So, I mean, I think you're scoring about 10 or 11 less, maybe 12 less with the cop play. And even though we can see that that's getting past Billy in this situation, I think maybe all too often you're getting hit with something really, really big in the right column, especially given that there's at least 2 E's left. Then again, though, oh yeah, of course, with the I.
Yeah,
you're
that
bingoing.
stone.
You're bingoing a lot more after dropping the O, but given that you can just drop the I there, I think it's just the best play. You're opening up another lane for the S. Yeah.
Kind of splitting the difference here. One other play, Orpin, just kind of set a diversion over here and keep the rest of it open. But I think, yeah, how this sets up this humps spot, holding stone, I think this is probably the best option for Wes. Looking at it now, Cop just gets hit back so hard.
Yeah, and Wes has, I think, the case S right now. So if he plays his cards correctly, his tiles correctly, he's going to be able to take strong advantage of this. Though I'm not sure. Oh, what is this? Stentor? I'm not sure if he's running to a playable. Oh, Stentors will be playable.
Yeah. So Billy now with a decision to make. I don't think Wes always has an S after PI. I think sometimes he's just forced to make that, but you have to assume he's got that last S a good amount of the time, and this lane scares you. However, this lane should be absolutely terrifying to you. If he has this, fine. He has this, and I'll crush him back there and probably still hold on and win. This is the one I'm concerned about, and he has a great play to block it. The 5-letter BOUSY plays there. That is definitely the best play for Billy.
Yeah, I think that's an alternate spelling of boozy. And, given his experience with the Crescent City Cup, maybe that's something that Billy knows about. And he is setting it up, although the lack of space between the U and the Y is making me a little bit worried. But I think that's what he's going to play here. And I think that's clearly best.
It is a little bit unfortunate to give up that Y. You would like to hold it to play Humpy instead. It looks like he's going to play Barony and just leave the S alone. I guess if you score enough, like you can live the bingo to the S. Maybe that's what he's thinking. But you have to score now and next turn if you're going to commit to this plan, and you're holding a U. That's a bad tile.
Yeah, I'm really not. I'm not so sure I agree with Billy's decision there. Now, I will say, if he wasn't positive in his word knowledge and wasn't positive about Boozy, Bousy, I think it's a much more defensible play of Barony, just blowing up the rack, scoring in the range of 30 points. But now we've got a game, right? And Billy's got a really bad rack.
Yeah, Billy did not go in and find some good stuff, but he has one very solid option here. GOOF fits right along there. It does hold on to the UV together, which is not what you want to do, but it scores incredibly. Here's another major concern for both players is that Q, and crucially, neither player drew it. It is still in the bag. So things are wild. There's a lot to think about. This position is going to be extremely important. And what did I talk about, Wes? He's under 5 minutes already. He may not have the ability to go through and figure out this pre-Endgame, figure out what to do with the cues in the bag versus if Billy has it, how to navigate that. Wes has Weiner here, which is going to be a great option for him, but I think whoever draws the cue might be in huge trouble. I like how Billy is playing fast, putting some time pressure on Wes. I like how he's leaving 2 tiles in the bag with 5 unseen right now, holding the U. He's doing a lot of the right things. This play looks to be very solid, though I can't commit for sure. And EEHINRW, the rack for Wes. Billy's going to draw 3 of the last 5 tiles, looking to dodge the Q, but I think he'll have some plays if he ends up pulling it. Does he draw the Q? No, and
it's going to be on Wes's rack after this play. Wow.
So
is
Wes,
he going to be? It looks like he's going to be Q stuck. I think.
Yeah, I think he's going to play Weiner and Reek and then get Q stuck. I think that's going to be it for this one.
Wow. Yeah, I think that was, a very, very smart decision by Billy to hold on to the U. It's kind of an insurance policy against drawing the Q, which, you might think the Q's worth 10 points. How could it possibly be bad? The Q sucks. It is really, really terrible at this higher level of Scrabble just because of how inflexible it is. Yeah.
He's not going to get stuck, but he's going to be effectively stuck. He's going to be forced, I think, to jettison for 11, and Billy will be able to solve it out. I think. I can't figure it out this fast and do commentary and keep up with the scores. But so Weiner, I think what we need to see from Wes, he's got to go fast and save some time just in case. But we know that Q is about to show up on his rack, and I think he's going to get destroyed because of it. Wes pulls ahead 405 to 391, a 14-point lead, but about to draw the Q. And I think as long as Billy can find nearly any out in 2 sequence, no. Billy has exactly 4 wins.
Yeah, this is going to be a position that Billy's going to have to dig into, I think.
But he has tons of time to do
the math. He does. And, that's one of the kind of a paradigm in Scrabble is that you want to have at least a third of your time remaining to unpack the pre-endgame and the endgame. At least a third, hopefully more. And Billy's done that pretty effectively. He's gotten to this position, and maybe he sacrificed a few points along the way, but at the most important juncture of the game, he's got 10 minutes, more than enough time, hopefully, to unpack this pretty complicated position. Whereas Wes, though he definitely has a much easier option set here, is down to his last few minutes.
There are 4 wins available. All of them obstruct the QI play up top for Wes, and that has to be the first thing Billy looks to do here. I have to at least make him play for 11. Billy would love to go out in 2. Wes is certain to go out in 2. The Q is going to be 1 play, and certainly he can drop both E's in a spot next turn. So Billy would love to beat Wes, stop him from going out. I'm not seeing a great way to do that just because his board is so obstructed. Finito is the beautiful, flashy way to win this game. This is Endgame number 1, but it requires both complete confidence that Talkie is good as a 6, which is very hard, and also knowledge of the 6-letter Finito, which is hard in and of itself. That's going to be tough for Billy to do. There are more pedestrian paths to victory that I think more mortal type players will find. LUD is one of them, though the FNOT leave is not going to be able to go out. Billy's got to figure out now his best 2-turn sequence that won't go out, and if it will still outrun what Wes has. This is a challenging situation, but Billy's got the time and the caffeine to figure it out. Let's see if he does it.
And I think it seems like the idea with that LUD is that you're going to be able to drop FON down there in the bottom left quadrant of the board for quite a large score, which is going to outrun even Wes's most powerful drops of EE, whatever it is, CE or EWE or whatever is worth more points. But Billy needs to spot. I think the more difficult thing to do is to spot that his best option is just dropping LUD, which seems like a really counterintuitive way to approach this endgame. But I agree with you.
Like there should be an obvious out and two. You know, the rack is reasonably flexible. There's enough locations on the board to play. Like it just feels like an out and two should exist. But Finito to Ludo is the only sequence out there. Wild.
Yeah. That is it's surprising, and it seems like Billy is starting to get a little bit frustrated by the lack of outs and two here, but he really just needs to keep his head on his shoulders and iterate through those options that are further down the list.
I want to give a shout out to Wes. Whether or not he's able to hold on and win this game, Billy's in control, but needs to play this right. I've said Wes got destroyed at least 4 or 5 times already this game, and yet fighting through some bad racks, he had a couple key draws and played those turns perfectly. Fussier, Tardive, Stentors, 3 bingos Wes, as he was able to overcome just like the most brutal first turn sequence I've seen on the stream, drawn EE into EEIRS and then AU into EEIRS. He should not be winning this game right now. He should not be in this game at all. And he's but a Q draw away from actually stealing this one away from Willie. So kudos to Wes for playing well and keeping the pressure on all game.
No, certainly. I mean, there was a point in this game where it looked like Wes was totally out of it. But he's managed to claw his way back. And for now, at least, he's in the lead. And it looks like Billy may be double-checking his tracking right now. Just making sure that he's, marked down every played tile correctly before he's about to make this play.
And now he's going to knock the board askew and ruin everybody's viewing experience. Thank you very much, Billy. We appreciate it. Just kidding. I'm sure it was accidental, and he's focused on winning this game or not losing this game. But there's Josh to the rescue. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh, our intrepid producer. And, of course, the host of this tournament. Yeah, I don't know. Matt, what are the so we've got 2 sequences that we've talked about, Finito and LUD. What else are we looking at here for Billy?
DUH wins and DOH wins. And according to the engine, those are the 4. I'm not really seeing the DOH path to victory. Like, to me, it feels like saving Fawn next turn for this spot is what you need to do.
Well, DOH leaves you with Finito on the next turn.
Oh, it sets up Finito, so you would have to see it next turn. And if you see it, you see it this turn as well and just win the game. So really, I think seeing Finito is 2 of the 4 paths to victory. He's just got LUD or DUH, and those are the only 2 sequences. But I think Billy will figure this out. 8 minutes, he ought to.
I very much hope he does. But, again, I think this has become an adage at this point. The longer it takes for him to play it, the more worried I become that he won't. But again, Billy's a very skilled player. I think this is going to come down to whether or not he can stay calm, stay collected, and believe that he has the opportunity to take this game.
I'm coaching up a player right now. He's new to our club in San Antonio. He's getting good very fast. And he asked me a question the other day. When did you feel like you were good at end games? And
Right.
the answer is never.
Never?
Every time that an end game comes up, every time I'm in Billy's shoes, I think, oh my God, I'm going to mess this one up, aren't I? And you just slowly start to win more and more and more of them. But, this should always get your heart going, these positions. And if they don't, if this is not exciting to you, maybe you're not in the right place right now. This is what Scrabble's all about, these decisions under time pressure. I either win the game or I lose, and it is my decision and my play right now. This is awesome stuff, and it's hard to do under pressure. It's even harder to do on stream. And I know Billy's got a lot of online friends who are going to razz him if he blows this one. It's challenging, a lot of layers too.
Look, for those of us who are joining us from maybe the chess world, this endgame phase of Scrabble is where Scrabble approaches games that are perfect information, right? So when Billy knows all the tiles that Wes has, Wes knows all the tiles that Billy has, they can, write down lines, as in chess, as in backgammon, of potential, moves that the opponent could take, their responses, do the scoring. It's really the most, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful parts of Scrabble is this game where it just turns it into who can figure out the sequence the best. It's coming down to it for Billy. I think his opportunity is slipping right now. He's got Fawn and Lud set up. I think he just has to do the math.
He's done the math on Lud, and I'll go ahead and run through this game. Lud is going to be 13. He'd be down 1. And then QI is going to be 11, which would put Wes up by 12. FON is going to be 30 points, which would put Billy back up by 18. And then Wes to play out with CEE for 10 would also catch points on Billy's rack, but not enough points to win the game. Billy should narrowly hold on after that sequence. But it's possible too. It's possible the players don't have the score right. It's possible that Billy is trying to recount this game. This is going to be fun too. All right, I know how this play plays out if everybody plays it perfectly, and I will not say anything except that I expect to see QI next, and we'll see what happens after that.
Wow, I'm interested in the idea here. Oh wow, is this going to be? This is going to be a 1 or 2 point loss, right?
This is a tie.
A tie?
Yeah. So FON gives Billy 432 to Wes's 416 after the Q drop. And CEE is 10 plus 6 from Billy's rack. 16 total. It's going to be 432 to 432. Tie game.
Wow. Sheesh. That is remarkable. I guess that's what we're here for. And look, I think, when he watches this back or analyzes the game, Billy may be kicking himself, but salvaging half a point is better than a point, or better than 0. I'm starting to think more and more, though, Matt, that that they may have the score wrong. It's very possible. If they're even off by 1, Billy may think that this is a winning endgame for him.
Yeah, we will not ask our producer to step in and peek at the scores or anything else. That gives players far too much information. We don't cross that line. But CEE is going to tie. I wonder if Wes is thinking about playing ERES and AIDE for 11 to give him a 1 point victory, but I'm pretty sure he knows that ERES is no good. Yeah. You've got the tie available. Just take it. In this case, especially the way he's drawn early in this game. Take the half a point, Wes. You fought hard for it, and you have earned it.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to do. Wow, and Billy kind of looks bereft right now, but I feel like he should be. He found a play that didn't lose, which is a lot better than finding anything else. I agree.
He has to know that he's done it wrong. Like, look at that look on his face. And I mean, it was a tough situation, but the win was there. And Adam Logan finds that Scrabble's a game that infinitely humbles you, and this is one Billy's going to learn from. But this is how you improve. It takes so long to get to the 1900 and 2000 level. Billy's got the work ethic and the drive to get there. This is going to be one he learns from.
Yeah, I agree. And it's tough, these end game practices, because they don't fall into the normal studying routine of, okay, I'm going to go through 107 letter words, and then I'm going to go through 108 letter words, and so on and so forth. You really have to be very methodical about the way that you practice end games, whether that's pulling old games off of cross tables or simming through like new Quackle games until you get to the end game and then practicing that scenario. But it's really interesting. We'll see. One thing that I'm a little worried about, Matt, is that if they have the score wrong and West thinks he needs to try something in order to potentially win or tie, we might see robbery. But no, he's going to find it, and we're going to have the tie. That's so great.
Yeah, so Wes, always methodical. He's just going to go down to the last second and make sure there's nothing else. I see the smile on their face. I bet they've got the score right. We're not going to do anything or alert them. If the players get the score wrong, we cannot notify them or say anything. Nobody texts them until we get the results in either. But
they will certainly recount this.
I don't think so. I don't recount ties. No.
Really?
Not usually, no. I love ties,
I
especially round 5 of a tournament or round 6. Like, now I don't have to think about spread anymore, and I can play every game to win 100%. Like, oh, that's awesome. I wouldn't recount this.
You know what? That's actually fair. Can you actually talk a little bit more about the spread component of wanting a tie, Matt?
Well, for those newer to Scrabble, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about what is a recount. Both players in a game of Scrabble in a Scrabble tournament are required to keep score for both players at the same time, and it's possible that mistakes happen. So you also announce the score of your own play out loud. So if somebody misannounces a score and you don't catch it, it's possible that the score is recorded wrong. So a recount is after the game, we go in and recount every single play and make sure it was done correctly and that we added the numbers correctly. And you'd be surprised how often a score changes during a recount. Now, players have the option to recount after a game if they want to, but they do not have to. And if both players agree not to, I think that's what I would do here. No way, I'm taking the tie, I'm getting out of here. If I'm Billy and if I'm Wes, that was a roller coaster of a game. Give me a half. And let me get out of here and stretch my legs, man. So that's and it looks like they're not. It looked like they recounted fussier and then maybe stopped, and they're just going to take pictures instead. Producer is saying they had it as a tie. They're recording it as a tie. So you've seen it here. A tie game between Billy Nakamura and Albany. Scrabble's the gift that keeps on giving. And this game was a gift to commentate. It was a lot of fun. Hope you had 100%. Fun as well in the peanut gallery. That was awesome.
Yeah. And, the last point about recounting is just that I think, and it looks like Billy is going through the motions, setting up that winning end game of Lud.
Yeah, someone texted him.
They must have. But, on the recount point, I think there are a lot of demoralizing things that can happen during a game of Scrabble, but the most demoralizing thing that's ever happened to me is having a 1-point win turn into a 1-point loss after a recount.
Yeah, if it's happened to you even one time, you never want it to happen again. Taking a game you thought you had tied or you thought you had won and losing it instead. It's a killer way to lose a game. I want to drop a little bit of a public service announcement. This is the Albany 4th tournament. Or the Albany July 4th tournament, excuse me, I've been doing this too long. It's all brought to you here on Let's Play Scrabble. Make sure we like and subscribe wherever those buttons are on your display. If you haven't liked this video already or subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. There is tons of Scrabble action to be brought to you, both the rest of this weekend and in the immediate future. Lots of cool stuff here. So like that, subscribe. We do have one more NWL game we're going to bring you today. That game is going to feature Joey, Krafchick, and Michael Fleck. Michael Fleck is not a player I'm familiar with at all, but Joey Krafchick looks like he's been mowing down the opposition, and we'll see if he is able to go the full 7-0 on day one. That is going to be fun. That is going to be in just a few minutes. For right now, Emmett and I are going to go stretch our legs. We'll let y'all do the same, but don't go anywhere. More Scrabble to come in just a few moments. We'll see you soon. That's awkward. Josh stepped away from his computer, so we're actually stuck here, Emmett. I think we go to dog cam.
We'll see you now. Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll give a standings update in the meantime, I guess, as you guys look at Matt's very cute dog in the bottom left. In the NWL Division A, we've currently got 3 players that are 2 games clear of the field. So Joey Krafchick, Zach Ansel, and Chris Sykes are all tied at 6-0. Those are all very strong players. And then there are a number of players, including Annette, who we saw on stream a couple games ago, that are tied below them at 4-2. And then if we go over to the Collins division, well, right now, I mean, a battle of titans is going on between, I believe, Will and Josh. But that score has not come back yet. But we can say that Ben Schoenbrunn has cemented his spot in first with an emphatic 100-point win over Adam Logan. So Ben is now 6-0. And he is 1 game up on none other but Wellington Jagere, who is sitting there in second place with 5-1 and a superb spread. It is tied at the top of this Collins division right now, Matt.
It's going to be such a long tournament in that, I think at this point people need to try not to fall to like 2-4, 1-5, but it is going to be a bloodbath, and we're going to have so much of that. Days 3 and 4 are going to be so interesting. I'm so stoked for it.
Yeah. And I mean, look, this tournament is so stacked that right now, sitting in 21st place in Collins division is Matthew O'Connor, who, if you know Scrabble, you know he is one of the most brilliant minds and best players out there over the past 4 or 5 years. I have no doubt he's going to find a way to bounce back in this tournament. But, that just shows you the sheer depth that this tournament has to offer.
It's nothing personal, but I hope Matthew O'Connor perhaps drops a little bit in the standings, only because he is such a headache to watch on the stream, infamous for putting his sideways and upside down and giving me a headache, and giving me a neck ache as I have to crane. But no, he's really awesome. He broke, I think, 2,000 or 2,100 recently, one of the big milestones. Don't count him out. Don't count any of those folks at the top of this division out. It is absolutely killer.
And, if we're talking about players who are a headache to watch rearrange their tiles, Ben Schoenbrunn at the top of the division is so famous for leaving his tiles every which way that he's got his own secret Benji mode named after him on woogles.io, which is one of the premier sites for playing online Scrabble, for those of you who are not familiar. I'm repping it right here. But yeah, Benji is a titan in the community and is a notorious jokester. So I'm sure we'll see plenty of rack memes from him tomorrow whenever he gets to be on the stream.
Yeah. Let's do a little bit of intel on Michael Fleck, the player who we are bringing to stream against Joey. Joey is getting the 1 seed treatment, and what that means is typically in a round robin, which is the format here, the 1 seed just starts with the bottom seed and slowly marches up and plays, 26, 25, 24, 23, all the way up. So Joey has had rather an easy day in terms of matchup and opponent rating. But there's still a lot of Scrabble to be played. That means Michael is seated in the lower half. I think he hasn't played much recently, but is maybe returning to the scene. Rating 1575. Yeah, a lot of tournament play back in 2005 all the way through 2011. kind of took a pause and looks like he's been really hitting it hard again after pandemic. So that's always cool. And I love seeing, Scrabble's always here for people. And if they take a little sabbatical, get away from the game for a few years, it's always cool to see them return because there's a certain itch that really can't be scratched unless you reach in the bag and draw a bingo out and crush your opponent,
Certainly.
So I love seeing people. They just can't quit it. They always come back. Welcome back, Michael. Hopefully Joey's nice.
For me as a younger member of the community, it's always fun and a little intimidating to walk into a tournament game and find that I'm playing somebody who's been playing since before I was born. Which is not quite Michael, but almost. But I'm very excited to see how he's playing. He seems to be a resurgent player, so we'll see what he can do.
Now you have me thinking, and I have been playing longer than several of my recent opponents in tournaments. And I don't like that. I feel bad. I've been playing Scrabble for 18 years now, and our club now has an 11-year-old, so I have been playing Scrabble 7 years longer than he has been alive. All right, I'm just going to go dig a little 6-foot grave in the backyard and keel over into it now.
You got one foot in it already, Matt.
God, man, that's rough. Okay, next is incoming.
Yeah, well, okay, let's see. I mean, look, Joey has obviously put on a string of dominance today, which is, I assume, both a product of his relatively easy schedule, but also his sheer mastery of the dictionary and the tiles. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited for day 4 in the NWL division. I think that's when we're going to see all the fireworks come out.
I am afraid that with an extremely long round robin, we're actually not. I think somebody's going to get like super duper Gibsonized. I think Joey Krafchick had one of the most famous tournaments of all time. He went 35-4 at a 39 game tournament, which is absolutely ridiculous. I was there. I lost to him about 100 times. I think I was all 39 of his wins, or it kind of felt like it after a while. So we might have a situation like that, like a super duper Gibsonization. We'll see. Can Joey lap the field, or can somebody keep him close?
That's certainly very possible. It would maybe be a disappointing finish, but if that's how the format works, that's how it works. One little quirk that we've got right now going on in NWL is sitting in 9th place. We've got Noah Goldstein, 2 spots above his expert dad, Eric Goldstein, which is one of those fun little familial Scrabble stories that we like to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Eric and Noah, both fun, both welcome members of the community for sure. Eric's a really fun guy. I got to know him very well in New Orleans. By the way, play the Crescent City Cup. Okay, I'll stop. We just lost Michael Fleck. He stepped out of the playing room, so we're going to use that opportunity to step out of our room, touch some grass. But we will get that last game of the day started very shortly. Don't go anywhere. As soon as we've got players, we'll be back in live. And until then, I am going to go pee. Bye, everybody.
Sorry, guys. I
Okay.
think
Oh,
there we
God.
go.
I did it again. All right. Well, we're shaking off the cobwebs. I'm bringing you all a bunch of commentary for the next month, so let's make these mistakes now. Welcome back, everybody. I am looking forward to fireworks tonight for the 4th of July and also fireworks in our final game of the day. Let's cut over to the action because I have to show you this hat. It's awesome. Look at that.
Oh, brother.
Joey Krafchick, Michael Fleck, Michael winning hat of the tournament. Looks like he'd fit in perfect in Texas with that. And Joey Krafchick, I think no stranger to anybody who's been around Scrabble for a while. This is going to be a fun one. Let's see what Michael's got as he kind of reemerges into the Scrabble scene. Let's see what Joey's got as he reemerges into the Scrabble scene. This is going to be a fun game. Emmett, give us a little scouting report on Joey.
I mean, gosh, let's see. Talk about fast. Joey plays fast, at least historically. I think in the past about year and a half, he started to slow down a little, but he doesn't really need to. He's got an encyclopedic grasp of the dictionary. His, grasp of Scrabble strategy is also superb. And if you add that to his ability to play essentially as quickly as he wants to, it makes for a very, very daunting opponent to play against. But, the power of the cowboy hat could really bring Michael through in this game. So I'm excited to see that.
Welcome to the stream, Joey. There is a blank on your first rack. G-I-I-N-O blank for Joey and one playable bingo for him. He will definitely spot it. The blank is a P in Joey's bingo. And he won't waste too much time before he drops this one down.
I'm honestly surprised he hasn't played it already, honestly.
There it is.
And this is I really like the placement that he's gone with as well. Not sticking a vowel next to either of the double letter scores. I think just an accurate play. Unsurprising from a player of Joey's caliber.
Yeah, and in classic Joey fashion, does it fast. So welcome to the stream, Michael. Your opponent's rated over 2,000. You've never been streamed before. And also we're going to give him a blank bingo on the first turn. Here's 2 O's and a V. Have fun. That's rough. But he's got to try to stay focused, keep that hat on straight, and fight back in this game. His best option by several points is Venomed, V-E-N-O-M-E-D. It's a word that is tough to spot because you're really looking to play off both O's if you can, but that scores super well. I think it's big for Michael that he needs to see this play.
It's I think Venomed is a tough play from a word knowledge perspective as well. I think maybe if he studied words like Venomer and Overman, that bingo pair, he might be a little bit more confident in it. But I know personally, I don't know if I would 100% be confident in Venomed.
It's a Scrabble word for sure.
Best.
Oven, O-V-E-N, plays to the N in Venomed. That's a kind of meh play, but crucially does set up Dovin for himself next turn. So that's a reasonable backup. And right on cue, Michael wants not to play the backup. He is doing it exactly right. Well done, Michael. Venomed for 26 is the correct play there, and we are off to the races. A-A-A-E-I-K-L for Joey. And this will be fun to watch as well. I think I know what Joey's going to do, but got to make sure he does it right. I think a lot of players just drop AA pretty quick here, thinking like and an A. That's really synergistic. But I think playing ALAE for Joey is just a better decision. You don't want to get caught up playing against a lower seed, fishing, bingoing, or dying. I think you just play things tight, play some defense, continue to nurse your lead. ALAE, my preference for Joey's play here. You see anything else to consider?
Initially, it's possible. I think Aquila, maybe Akela, but there's not really any good spots for that on this board. Paralleling the blank P is just not enough points to make that worth it. So I do think playing Allay is probably the right decision here, especially because leaving yourself the K, it's very likely you're going to be able to make a short play and score 25 to 30 points next turn.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation, but I think this is going to show the maturation of Joey as a Scrabble player. Joey, 10 years ago, was quite the equity machine. He'd see the ability to bingo with AEILK, and I think he would have blitz played AA very fast. This is the new Joey Krafchick, the one who's going to take time, think about these turns. And one other thing about Joey, he's not wearing his headphones right now. He texted me right before the game that he's going to try to play without them on stream. So we'll see if that plays any factor in this game. But Joey, if you've ever played him before, has some sound tolerance issues and always wears a set of headphones to try to block out that ambient noise. Not doing it here. And AA, the play from Joey.
It's a reasonable play, Matt. I mean, I seriously think it's probably in the top 2 or 3 best plays in the position.
I think
But
it's
again,
reasonable.
yeah, I'm not sure if I'm in Joey's position that I'd want to get into this, bingo chasing. Well, it's not really going to matter given the quality of that draw.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't
it's
see
not
a bingo right off the bat.
not the most conducive board for bingos either. Ant like the 7
Ant-like,
in that
yeah.
rack, but it's not
But where
going to
is it?
fit this board.
Yet, at the very least.
You can bingo with the G, but you've got to bingo from the G with Nat like. So
Yeah.
none of those in the card for Joey. While he's drawn well, he missed a playable bingo. That's part of the problem with a play like AA. But I'll go back to Michael, who's looking to play BOB here. I think that's a fine play. He's got options like Gibbet and Gobbet, but they both put an E, asking to get crushed there. So I think wisely backing out of those, just keeping things nice and tight. Bob is a good play, especially given that Joey has just fished. Go ahead and obstruct. But he is down. You can't play super duper defense all the time if you're losing.
Right.
You're never going to catch up. So he'll have to make some kind of opening, but that's not the rack to open up with. Build some flexibility first, or draw UII. You could do that too, I guess.
Yikes.
Look.
Yeah. I mean, for a fun time, you could have thought about playing the new BAE with something being really, really volatile, opening up a big spot maybe for an E hook. As we know, that would have gotten absolutely slammed. But going over to Joey's rack, Matt, what do you see as a good option for him? Because I'm having a hard time seeing something that really jumps out to me. Maybe with the KAE hook or something.
There's one standout play. According to the engine, it scores more than any other option by 6 points, and it is the sneaky little extension. Envenomed,
Of course.
on the play for 30 points. AIKLT is not the most conducive leave, but 30 points is 30 points. People will do a lot for 30 points. So I think that's the play here. BEAK, another option, but Joey's quickly falling into a trap if he does that. Epigoni doesn't take an S hook. And if you're keeping EILNT on a board with no bingo lines, you're just going to score 12 and keep fishing. That's what you can't get caught up doing. And that's why I think this play of AA is not a play you want to make, because if you're Joey, you can't get caught up in this situation against a weak player. You can't get caught up scoring 16 or 20 as you miss your fishes against a weak player. Yeah, AA works out a lot when you draw the bingos, but when you don't, you're in this situation, and it is not good.
And we keep talking about this concept of recursion, right? Where fishing once and missing the fish makes you more likely to fish again. Okay. I think this is a nice play. I appreciate what Joey's doing here, which is even further stoppering up the board, scoring nicely, and not really chasing a bingo anymore. The KEN combination isn't bad, but it's not the greatest. But I like the idea.
Yeah, I think this is precisely what you want to do. I wouldn't have played AA, but I think Joey wisely chooses to eject from this mission now. He's not going to get caught up fishing. And again, as I mentioned, the growth of Joey Krafchick as a player, there's a great choice by him. Just cash in some points, make this board really tight and complicated, and just win in the trenches. I don't need to get lucky and draw bingo to beat, one of the lower seeds in the division. Just grind it out, win in the trenches. I like this. I like this a lot.
Yeah, and we're seeing a kind of a disparity where Joey's got his rack all alphagrammed. Michael is sitting there with the U in first position. So we'll see what he decides to do with this. It's a decision that a lot of players make again when they see that they almost certainly don't have a 7 or 8 letter bingo on their rack or with a tile through the board. They just don't really feel like taking the time. Yeah, I agree with the chat though that I do like the play of Duty, DHUTI, down from the D envenomed. I think it's scoring about as well as Michael is liable to do on this turn.
This is a really hard situation, and I like how Joey made this board really tight, because on tight boards, all the rules you generally think of go out the window. The most important tile in this game is one that Joey just drew. It's the C to backhook Epigone. There's nothing to do on this board, and this turn is hard. Yeah, Duty is fine, but nobody can score points, and if you play that, now Joey gets a free 40 without even having to think. I think playing DUI here, holding EHIRT, setting up that T behind it is a much better choice here for Michael. But this is why tight boards are so fun to play, because they make these awkward, complicated decisions. And Michael is not even going to play DUI. He's going to trade UI instead. I think this is a missed opportunity. I get the desire to stay tight, but you can set up your T. You've got to do it.
Yeah. Oof. I think, well, look, I mean, let's see. Nathaniel in the chat said that, or likened this to putting Michael in Zugzwang, or however you pronounce that, which is the chess concept where one player who's on turn has only options that make the board worse for himself. And I think that is a very, very apt description for what position Michael was just in. Although the Dewey option would have been, I think that was a missed opportunity. I'm not sure. Maybe he wasn't sure of it, but I feel like typically if you can play letters for points, it's better than exchanging them for no points.
So Joey doing something that I'm not a huge fan of either. You've got the crucial C, and while there's one more out there, the C is huge in this game, and I wouldn't just cash it in immediately for no reason. But that's what Joey did, and he did it fast. This, I think, is a turn he rushed. Cuke might have been right, but take your time and make sure it's right instead of just cashing in the C to do it. I think that one was rushed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Joey was particularly close to maybe a bingo starting or ending with C, which would have been probably the best case scenario for cashing that epigonic hook. But even given that, I do agree with you, Matt, that I think it might have been better to lay off the gas a little bit and play off some of the clunkier tiles. Maybe just play Q, potentially KUE somewhere, and cut your losses that way.
There weren't a lot of good options on that turn, but I think don't rush to cash in the goodies just yet. Speaking of cashing in goodies, Michael does not have a bingo, but he does have this very solid play available, Hinter for 37. So Joey has to feel like he's dodged a bullet in some ways, because that wasn't Hinter's. That wasn't a bingo. It was just this after an exchange 2. But Hinter, the play, I think you have to do that. Lithe also played right here is a good option, but I think Hinter's slightly better. And now we have a race to an S, or we're going to see some defense played by Joey. He's got a decision to make. Michael's play of Hinter makes the score 81 to 122, and Joey AEEGNOO has to figure out what to do about this new section of the board that was just opened up.
A very interesting draw on Michael's side.
Very interesting draw on both sides for both reasons. Oh my goodness. So by sheer equity, Joey's best play is OGEE. I don't know if that's what you want to do on this board in this situation. It does obstruct Hinter. My opponent didn't have an S, but just drew 6 tiles. But then it gives easy plays down 2 or through the E instead on a board with no other opportunities. And Venomed is still there. And I wonder if either player has seen it. They have both already drawn it this game. But I don't think you want to play Envenomed. I think you keep things tight, keep the Zugzwang going, and make your opponent freak out with the weird board. OG is what Joey opts to do. I think I would have ended up having to do the same thing here, but it's when you kind of hold your breath and you're like, yeah, I guess that's it. There's not much else.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those crying plays that you make not really wholeheartedly. And, we'll see. Maybe Michael decides to blow up the rack and play something like Oriole or Louis down to the E. I'm not quite seeing an easy way for him to play off the Q on this turn is the issue.
No, he can't. And so he has to decide, this Trojan horse on my rack, do I hold it one more turn and try to address that big triple word that Joey just set up? Or do I exchange right now and let Joey hit the triple that he just opened up? This is a bummer of a situation after a really poor draw post-Hinter. He's going to opt to play Oriole. I think this is what you do. Just turn over as many tiles as you can. Go try to find one of those U's or at least something that'll help you play this Q next turn. Maybe you want to play Looie here just because the board is wide open to get bingoed on now, as opposed where Louis, I think, makes it a little bit harder. But either of those plays makes some sense. Michael's playing a little bit of offense, and nobody's home for Joey. AADEFNO, the rack there. So he won't be bingoing through or to that. Plays are there for Joey. Odea in the bottom corner is an option. I don't know why that circle happened. ODEA plays right there for 26, holding AFN. Once again, Joey has Envenomed if he wants to choose to do something like that. If he wants to get rid of the F really bad, just FED also plays in this bottom corner and holds the atrocious AANO. But maybe if you're Joey, you kind of committed to this defensive game, freaked Michael out, and made him exchange 2 on a tight board. Maybe you just want to thwack this shot and keep your commanding position. I don't see a great play there. Do you?
I don't think so. I think Odea is probably what I would play. Which leaves, I think, as I was going to say, one of the ideas with Oriole versus Louis is that it gives you a Q spot for the next turn, where Louis will put the I right next to the E and OG. You won't be able to utilize that. And, now Michael, who is remarkably close to having Zugzwang on his rack, is, again, in a sort of Zugzwang. He doesn't really appear to have many good options other than just dropping the Q.
He's got other options that are there. He can score 23, play Nas, and then Z if you want to. The W is cashable here or here. WAE or AW are there, but it looks like you're probably holding on to Q and Z if you make any play this turn, which feels really weird. But I don't think you can justify an exchange out of this rack. Maybe you play Azo and just prepare to exchange next turn, but I hate basically letting Joey take 2 free shots at this line because I think whoever hits that is in great position in this game.
Right. Okay.
This play was hard to make, but I think you have to. Just get rid of a bunch of stuff. I'm going to draw something that works with my Q and or my Z and cash in later, but let me just make something happen and get some points.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the scoring potential of those 2 tiles is potent enough that, the fact that you're not bingoing for 4 or 5 turns at the earliest probably is not the most harmful. But again, you may end up with draws like this where it's just not gonna go too well for you. But yeah, it looks like Joey is
director call and then a never mind director call or something like that. God, Michael's Oh, makes me very sad. QZ, you expect to score some points. No, he just got destroyed instead.
Yeah.
I love this. Joey's going to play non over here for 16, and there's basically one place left to play on this board. And as soon as that's gone, this game is going to get nasty. And I love a nasty game of Scrabble. I love the 320 to 315. Just, oh my God, nobody had fun. Those are my favorite games. I have a lot of fun in those. And I think that's where we're heading.
Yeah, I think, it's potentially there's the potential that such a closed board is actually not going to benefit Joey as much as you might think, given that if plays are limited to only the shorter words, the word knowledge discrepancy between Joey and Michael is going to be closed quite a bit. But I still do think Joey will have the vision and strategy advantage if we do end up in a very closed board. We'll also see if the envenomed hook ever comes into play, although I'm not sure if there are any ends left. There may be one left in the bag, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, just one.
So that to me seems like one of the only ways this board is going to get blown open.
I think what we're actually going to see here is kind of the intermediate. We're not going to see an FLAVA. Oh, God, am I on circles mode? FLAVA plays right there. And we're just going to have this line sitting, waiting to get hit, or we're going to see a little 4 and open up some H lines there. But I think we're going to see this board stay at least open enough that if you draw a great rack, you'll get something down. Assuming
who's
Michael
gonna
Flava.
Joey has the F though.
Oh, I put the rack in wrong. Oh my God. Okay, no. So Flava's not an option. This is okay. Well, commentator.
This is gonna go badly for Michael.
Yeah, that's not gonna work out.
It's very tough. You want to be able to cash the Z or the Q for more than 1 point, more than 10 points, but I don't know if this is the way to do it. It's going to give Joey back something massive, and I think the S inference, while it's definitely not trivial, he's been playing short for a while at this point.
Yeah, lays instead of zeals just seems so much better. And Michael takes a deep sigh as like, I took a shot. I tried to open some volatility, and you did have the S. But I think this is a testament to what Joey's done. If you tighten the board on players who are less experienced, you're going to get stuff like this eventually. Like, they're going to slip up at some point. If you keep the zugzwang pressure on, they're just going to give you something at some point because they can't find anything else. Now, Michael has not been aided by the tile bag. He's had some really challenging racks, but if you make every turn very challenging for your opponent, eventually they make a big blunder. And that seems to be what's happened here. Joey surges into great position.
Yeah, I can't quite see a play for Michael it's going to be better than exchanging, honestly. I mean, he can try to play something like Grove, but looks like he's just going to exchange down to RCE.
This is a situation where you need to think really hard about your exchange. I don't think you exchange down to RE. I don't think you exchange down to RC. I think you might exchange down to FR because there are 4 eyes to draw Frizz.
Of course, for Frizz. Wow. That's great, Matt. Yeah. No, I think that's very powerful. What, for 45 plus 48 points?
But again, you just make the game as complicated as you can for your opponent. The more rules you can throw out the window by tightening the board and making things weird, the harder it is for your opponent to properly do math. I think Joey's just putting on a clinic here of mucking things up, making things weird, and then capitalizing on the opponent not knowing exactly what to do. Though, ironically,
the F redraw. That's wonderful. Yeah. Again, we'll see if Joey opts to keep the J and the E on his rack, hoping to draw or allowing himself to still draw into G's. I think that's another one of the considerations that are going to go into this play of XI. Although I would hope that Frizz would come down from Michael.
I apologize for my analysis there. Clearly, Michael knew more than I did. He knew he was going to go in and get the other F in addition to the I. So sorry, Michael. But no, he's drawn Frizz, and assuming he sees it, that's 48 points and does exactly what he needs. Adds a new line to a board that's desperately dying. So a much needed breath of fresh air. Finally, a decent little pull for him, and he's not done just yet.
Certainly not. It's kind of a race to the O's right now.
No, this is stupid. Joey just set up this big Oxy spot and then immediately drew Yage.
Oh,
this is
brother.
a new word that was just added to NWL, and it is 59 points. So
yes, and I did not recognize that Yage was a possibility. But yeah, that's yeah. It's a much better play if Joey had the Y when he played XI, that's for sure.
And look, Michael just drew the other Y, so that's just a huge, unfortunate swing for him. A lucky pull for Joey, absolutely, but one that he will take after some rather unlucky draws.
And Michael would have had like something like Yum, just YUM for 40-something.
Yeah, so a big turn of event, and now Michael just looking to open the board. He's going to play Bells, which looks like it should have at least one front hook, but it does not. Nothing in front of that. So Joey leads 330 to 209 after Michael's last play, and he's just got to hold on in this game. There are some threatening tiles out there, only 6 vowels unseen, and a Q and a Z in addition to the blank. So there are weird things that could happen. Joey's not clear in this game just yet. There are 100-point possibilities. There are Q sticks out there with only 6 vowels to be drawn. If Michael's got 3 or 4 of them right now, Joey's actually in some pretty dangerous position. I don't know why I said there's a Z unseen. It's right there in Frizz, and I've talked about it many times. But there's a Q unseen and a bunch of consonants and a blank. There's a lot of stuff. So not done yet for Joey. He needs to think this turn through, and I think the big thing he needs to do is play a lot of consonants if he can.
Yeah.
I kind of think the best option would be unhurt through this U. It obstructs this R lane and turns over a lot of tiles. I don't like playing off the U with the Q unseen, but at least if I'm holding an I and I've got the jettison here, I might be okay with it.
Yeah, I think that's the play that jumped out to me the most as well.
You're going to be able to play off the Q, most likely. And, in this position, it turns out that he doesn't really have to worry about that. But, after Unhurt, we could see a little bit of intrigue happen after Michael plays Quest, potentially, to the T. It gets dropped down. No, wow. What do we think of this? I think just playing off a 1-to-1 consonant to vowel ratio here is maybe asking for a little bit of trouble from Zoe.
It is, but this play controls the board so well that I think it's reasonable as well. Like, hey, we're not going over here. I know you want to try to go over here, but we're not. Even if Michael has the bingo here right now, Joey keeps 1 vowel, and I think that's enough to threaten some kind of play here or here to neutralize the threat. But Joey's got to be able to be flexible enough that if he gets bingoed, he has to be able to hit back. I still think Unhurt was the better option, but that's the difference between 99% to win the game and 98.5, or probably even higher. So it's arguing about very little at this point, though I would have played Unhurt.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see. I think that's a reasonable play from Michael. Although sticking the Q. Does that stick to the that's the type of play you make when you're down 140 points, I guess, right?
Yeah, now Joey gets to red shirt.
Yeah, beautiful. Michael will hope to draw any eyes that are left, but I'm not even sure. This is Michael's in a world of hurt for sure. And Joey played that very, very quickly. One thing I will say is that Michael's done a good job of sticking with Joey in terms of time so far this game. He hasn't let Joey's quick play get the better of him, and Joey's been slowing down on a number of turns. But I do think that draw of the blank for Joey is going to spell the end of Michael's chances.
Yeah, there's nothing that Michael could have done to win at that point, I think, in the game. But QUEYS with an unseen blank and a bunch of goodies, kind of asking to get hit back, and he did. But still a tough turn of events. Joey leads 418 to 230. Joey's just pulled the last 7 tiles out of the bag. So we are now in the Endgame sequence. We'll let the players get all their stuff tracked since a bunch of stuff just happened really fast. But I think Michael's just going to cash in Cot or Cade or Cotty over with the Q and see the end of this one pretty quick. Actually, best endgame for Michael is really weird. TAV right here is what the engine says. Ignore the Q completely. But I guess Cade, you might get Q stuck if you play it.
Yeah, I think I would probably avoid Cade just because I'm leaving myself with 3 heavy consonants or 2 heavy consonants and no vowels left. But I'd be very drawn to Cat and Chi for sure. But maybe
far too little, far too late, as Joey puts on a defensive masterclass, and he's aided by Michael's inability to draw a rack that does anything the entire game. But man, 230 points for a player rated 1600 at the end of the game. Joey played a lot of defense here.
He really did. And Michael didn't get too much help from the bag, but he certainly had his opportunities. Just sometimes that's the way it goes. I like this. I like just cashing the 33 points. Although it might be better just to play off one other vowel. But this does leave yourself with, play off another consonant and Cat. But this does leave him with the Tav play. So, we may see, I don't know if I see any really strong outs in 2 from Joey. Okay, there's a couple actually.
Joey needs to play up here to go out into burn the blank this turn. Play something like Clot or Cleat to hold ETW or TW. Those are going to be his best sequences here. But let's see what he does. He'll just make a play. Clutter, looks like.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know what the blank is. It's probably going to be a U, just to limit counter plays.
Yeah, and he's got plenty of outs. So maybe we'll see Tav here from Michael.
And that's going to be basically the end of this one. Joey just to play the W out after Michael makes some play here, likely Tav, Anus, and Vum. Again, this is the Albany, New York, July 4th tournament, probably the 30th or 40th iteration of this tournament, sponsored originally by Annette Tedesco and taken over by Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor. Always a great time. And if you're not there, think about going next year. Or think about going to one of Josh's other tournaments. He has another major event coming up, the Lake George Scrabble Tournament. It's an incredible event. It's held in October up in Lake George, upstate New York. They booked the place out, I think, right before they shut down for the winter season. And it is a massive tournament and a great time. Beautiful northeastern scenery as the leaves turn their colors. It's an incredible tournament. Registration is capped at 156 players, and they did fill up last year. So if that's something on your radar, why don't you just book your spot now? Send in a little bit of send in your entry fee. It's a great time, and it'll all be streamed here as well on Let's Play Scrabble. Pard, the play from Michael, and then the W to go out for Joey. Our final score here is 283 to 460 as Joey continues to mow down the opposition in this NWL field. It is a long tournament. We've said that before. We'll say it again. 27 games to be played altogether. But this concludes day one of the Albany, New York tournament. Lots of Scrabble still to happen. And I'll give you a little teaser on what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, play begins at 9:30 a.m. That's 9:30 Eastern time, and I will let you do the calculation from there for your time zone. I expect you California folks and West Coasters to jump on at 6:30 a.m. Come on, what else are you doing with your day? 9:30 a.m., and we will be showing Collins for the morning session. I will be joined in the booth by Jesse Day. And that's going to be very exciting. Jesse, of course, an incredible Collins player from now Austin, Texas, right up the highway from me down in San Antonio. So Collins tomorrow morning, we'll do 4 games of that, and NWL in the afternoon section, where I'll be joined by Mack Meller. 8 games altogether tomorrow, 4 in the first session, 4 in the second session. Of course, all 8 of them streamed right here on Let's Play Scrabble. Emmett, as we wind down, thank you for jumping in, doing the commentary. We always appreciate having you. What words of wisdom do you have for our audience before we set them free?
Gosh, I mean, look, Let's Play Scrabble puts on some incredible events. This is one of them. They just had the wonderful, or so I heard, Montreal Scrabble Fest last month. And every New Year's, there's the Albany tournament. At this very same venue, which is my favorite Scrabble tournament that I've ever been to, probably. So if you don't have anything on your calendar, sign up for a Let's Play Scrabble event. You're not going to regret it. You know, all skill levels. I think at the last tournament I went to, my dad came. He'd never played in a tournament before. Went 1-22, but he had a blast. Yeah, you know, it's not about the skill. It's about the friends. That's what I like to say.
You'll get better. You'll get better with time, but just jump in, man. It's an awesome scene, an awesome sub community, some of the most interesting human beings you'll meet, all kinds of diversity in terms of age, socioeconomic status, and neurodiversity for sure as well. And some of the most awesome people. I love a good nerd, and it's only going to be nerds out there playing Scrabble all weekend. So if that's your kind of folks, I know those are my kinds of folks. Jump on out and join us on the scene. Find a Let's Play Scrabble tournament or any Scrabble tournament near you. With that, I've got a little barbecue to go to. I'm celebrating the 4th of July with who else but some of my Scrabble friends, Mariah Smith and Robert Finsky. So thanks to them for having me over. Everybody, have a good night. Enjoy your 4th of July if you're American. Enjoy making fun of our country if you're not. I'm going to go watch the fireworks, eat some barbecue, play some Scrabble, and I'll be back here at 9:30 Eastern time tomorrow. We will catch y'all then. Have a good night.